There you go. We good now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I see you got the fresh cut.
yeah, and I'm testing out my new shades, man. A lot of people have been saying that shit. That shit is tight. It's my new little Ray Bans that I got, man. Them
Oh
shits
yeah,
feel
those shits look
good.
fresh.
Yeah, them shits feel light as fuck on my face, man. So I was just like, I'm rocking with the shit, man.
Those shits look fresh, man. You feel fuck around. You
Yeah,
feel
man.
fuck around and maybe get a new pair of specs.
Man, this is the thing, man, with new glasses that I like, because every 2 years I have my little work insurance. Me and you, we finesse everything. So I have my work insurance. My work insurance pay like 90% of my deductible and all that shit. So every 2 years, man, I just get me some new pairs, man. I get me like three or four new pairs. Like why not?
Bro,
It's well within the system. So I'm gonna pay for it. I'm gonna just pay 10%. Why the fuck not? Shit.
go ahead, take the banner down, Joe.
All right, let me take that shit down.
Yeah, man. You're a hardworking man. You deserve everything that's available to you, bro.
Exactly.
Everything.
Exactly, man. But yeah, man. Listen, bro. Like this shit is about to be crazy with Gervonta Tank Davis and Leo. And I'm saying Leo, man. I'm on that vodka, man. Hustle
Yeah.
juice, man. It is what it is. That's the thing with vodka. It gets you right. Uh, Gervonta Tank Davis and
Rolly
fucking
Romero.
Rolly
Rolly,
Romero.
yeah.
Roly Poly is gonna get fucked up, man. That
Hmm.
motherfucker about to get fucked up.
For sure.
Man, salute to Melanated Bear 27. He said, "What's up? Much respect to y'all fellas. Salute to
Salute,
you,
man.
man."
Salute Joseph. Salute OG Flash.
Yep. Salute Joseph and salute OG Flash, man. Make sure y'all donate to motivate, man. We appreciate y'all, man. We appreciate the super chats. We appreciate the cash apps. We appreciate everything, man. Let me put the banner up so y'all know exactly where to send the funds to. But yeah, appreciate. Hey, your cut look fresh too, man. I like the shirt. I see you got the birds. I was gonna say flamingo, but there ain't no damn flamingo.
Yeah, nah, this the motherfucker. Wherever Toucan Sam was.
Man, you the way you dressing right now, you perfect for Miami, dog. You perfect for Miami.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I'm dressing like I'm on vacay, man.
Yeah, you on your Miami swag right now. You got the gold
Yeah, man.
on. That shit is looking. I mean, that shit is looking crispy, dog.
Appreciate it, man.
Hey,
Yeah.
Melanated Bear 27 knows this, but earlier this week, I'm gonna tell y'all. I don't think Ross ever got chance to take a look at it, but I did show you respect. I don't remember what day it was, man, but I did show respect to your service, man, and I put all of the pictures that you had sent me. I sent that shit on my community post. YouTube be funny sometimes because I know normally you catch that shit immediately, but you probably didn't. But man, a lot of people came through and showed love. Melanated Bear 27 showed love. The Real Marlo TV came through and showed love and salute to your service. A lot of people came through, man, and showed support for your service, man. They wanted
Appreciate
you.
it,
They
bro.
wanted you to know. They saluted you for that shit, bro.
Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, man. The next time, tag me in it, like at Tom Ross TV Raw, and
I
I
did. I tag you.
you did
That's
it.
why I say YouTube funny as fuck. I don't know
Oh
why that
shit.
shit didn't go through. Because usually that shit'll catch you quick. But it's just one of those weeks, man. We both were busy as hell. And we just didn't catch up until we caught up. It is what it is. But I spent that whole week just showing brothers love, man. I showed you your love. I showed Contender Regime his love. I showed brothers love because my thing is you got to give brothers their flowers, man. A lot of people have a misconception about he knows everything. They think he knows everything. It's just so straightforward dude, professional dude. Like he's an asshole. Yeah, I am all of that. But I love my brothers, man. I love Melanated Bear 27. I love Contender Regime. I love Wood Stay Real TV. I love the Real Marlo TV. And above all, I love Tom Ross TV because my connection with him is just on another level. But I love everybody, man. And everybody that I love, I'm always going to show them their flowers while they are on this earth and they are alive and they're breathing. This is a very important thing because this is what's missing in our black community. This was missing amongst us as men. We don't show each other
Hmm.
love enough, man. And we need to start doing that shit. This is part of the resetting. It's not just us wanting these women to bend the fucking knee and submit to us. We need to show love amongst ourselves because let me tell you something. The kings back in the days, the black men back in the days, They
Salute to
used
Hakeem Duff, man.
Salute to Hakeem Def. He said Rolly put a dude a stretcher in one of his fights. You guys got to respect the power. Hey, listen, man. If Rolly's able to do the unthinkable, we're gonna give him respect. But I'm gonna tell you right now, Hakeem Def, Gervonta Tank Davis coming for blood. He pushed that motherfucker off the stage. The way he
Yeah,
pushed him off the stage, he was flimsy as fuck. So that means he's getting knocked out like he's flimsy as fuck. So we're
yeah. He
gonna
put
keep that
a
like
dude
that.
on the stretcher. Who is that dude? Can't he
Yep,
put no Gervonta Tank Davis caliber nigga on no stretcher? They ain't do that.
exactly.
All that Tank gotta do is be calm, break him down slowly, be relaxed. Cause dude's an
Exactly.
awkward fighter that swings wild.
Exactly.
That's all you gotta do. Be relaxed, man.
Salute James Dagg. Salute to you, man. You know, we saluting everybody, man. Today is that kind of day where everybody's getting salute, everybody's getting their flowers. Me and Ross are in a good place. Ross just retired, man, fresh off of 20 years. Me, I'm in my bag with this Airbnb and all kinds of shit that's going on. We just in a good fucking place in our lives, and we just want to salute y'all. And we want y'all to just donate to motivate, man. Come up in this motherfucker and donate, man. Cause ain't nobody gonna break this fucking fight down the way we breaking this shit down, man. James Dag said, "Peace, fellas." Um, Melanated Bear said, "Much appreciation, respect, love to y'all, fellas. Best blessings and wishes to y'all." Exactly. Derek James is coach of the year, man. Derek James deserves that shit because Earl the True Spence got 3 belts. Jamel Charlo
Got
got
four.
fucking undisputed. Oh yeah, James Daggs just said, "Congratulations, Tom Ross." There you go, another person. Tom Ross
Salute,
did
bro.
20 years, man. Let me just say this real quick. And I've been saying this for months. Ross knows I don't say shit publicly that I haven't already said to a motherfucker behind closed doors in their face. And I've said it before anyone said it. No one does 20 years consistently on anything, and that's any ethnicity, any race, in any trade, even in business. No one does 20 years of anything consistently. And for a black man to do that with all of the adversity, with all of the travail, all of the trials, all the tribulations, all of the weight and the gravity and the magnitude, shit, we talking about all kinds of adversity in terms of, oh, you're a black guy, you're being about your people, you are controversial, you are this, you are that. Fuck you. You know how many times
Right.
Ross did that? You know how many times Ross had to hear, you can't be smarter than me. Ross is, I would say, 99.9% smarter than any of his fucking superiors when it comes to how he governs himself in the fucking Navy. And you know what they had to do? They had to marginalize him, and they had to find a way to try to get credit off of what he fucking did. But you know what he did? He pivoted and God maneuvered him. So you guys have to give him credit. I believe in giving people's
Salute, bro.
flowers. You know why I say that? Kevin Samuels is a perfect example of that. Give people their fucking flowers while they're here. Because if you don't give them their flowers while they're here, when they're gone, they're gone. Kobe Bryant, Chadwick Boseman, all of these guys are hitting me hard. These are all profound people that have hit as black men the market and done things at the highest levels. Do you understand Chadwick Boseman has only done a certain amount of movies, but Chadwick Boseman has done some of the most profound roles. He was
Right.
James Brown. He was Thurgood Marshall. This motherfucker played some hellified roles. The Black Panther role, he revolutionized that shit. This motherfucker did some hellified shit. He was basically Hank Aaron. He did some hellified shit before he even went, and he went at 41. Kobe Bryant went at 41. We got to give these guys their flowers while they're here, our black kings, man, because we don't
Mm-hmm.
know if they're going to be here tomorrow. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Respect you, bro. Respect, man. Respect, man. That means a lot coming from you, man. Somebody that accomplished, that actually a fully functioning member of society. That's a lot, man. Straight up,
Appreciate it,
man.
man.
And it just feels good that I was able to inspire in the Navy and now out the Navy, man. Now I'm just looking forward to pushing my platform to the next level. Me and you, we going to the next level with this thing we got going on. And my books, people find out my books through my platform and then finally start to support those books. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
looking forward to all of that.
Yep. And you know what's the interesting part about it? Because I got to throw my dig with this. Ross, because he's succeeding. I'm sorry to have to do this on wax, dog, but it's the truth. You know, when you alpha, you don't give a fuck. Ross's ex is gonna be crawling back, not begging back, crawling fucking back. My ex is gonna be crawling fucking back because, like Chris Brown said, that grass ain't greener on the other side. Oh yeah. Once they
Look at
start
all this.
realizing the levels that they belong to, the levels that you gave them, that grass ain't greener on the other side.
Right.
Yeah. So that's why I did that shorts I did the other day. It was a subliminal to the ex, but she know it was basically that they always try to do shit to try to get your fucking attention. Cause it's the truth. Women always do shit to try to get your attention. I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, they do, man.
Always.
They do. And it's up to you to know if it's worth your attention. Some things are worth your attention, some ain't.
Mm-hmm.
But the purpose should always be number one.
Yep.
Because a woman don't even respect you when she get off your purpose, man.
Yep.
She'll start liking you. I say every lesson that I say is because I personally lived it. I had girls stop liking me and tell me like, "Yo, I still like you, but not as much as
Mm-hmm.
because you putting me too much." Number one, I had
Yep.
girls tell me that. I had to dial all the way back, like, I had to
Yep.
hit the emergency brake. So I know from experience that you have to keep your purpose number one,
Yep.
but not a so far number one to where you treat them like they dogs. But it got to be
Yep.
number one because your main thing is your provision for yourself,
Yep.
for your family, for ever. You can't, you know
Yep.
what I mean? You can't provide. I mean,
Yep.
what good are you as a man? Let's be honest. That's what separates you. Your ability to generate
Yep.
separates you from the rest of the men,
Yep.
from the beta males, right? You
Yep.
know, even not just money, generate your own source of confidence, your own source
Exactly.
of peace,
Yep.
serene.
Yep.
We're supposed to generate that. We're not supposed to have to go to somebody else for that.
Yep.
Sometimes that takes you taking the phone, cutting the ring off, and just having
Exactly.
peace. Meditation on
Exactly.
your God, man. Having
Exactly.
peace, bro.
Yep.
Get
And it's interesting you said that, Ross. Hey, bitches, man. This is the thing. This is the thing with these women. They always. This is the thing. Women always want to show you their little bodies and shit. That's the way they always want to get their little attention. Fuck you. I'll deal with you later. This is what motherfuckers gotta understand. I told Ross this offline. I'm tell y'all this because this is how I am. Y'all been wanting to see the real uncut version of He Knows Everything. That's what He Knows Everything is all about. It's uncut. So I'm gonna tell y'all because I told Ross this offline. I put on my rotation the way that I deal with women. I put them all on the same conference call together because I don't hide. I don't need to hide nothing from you in terms of what I'm doing with this motherfucker. What I'm doing. No. I want y'all motherfuckers to be very clear. I had to cut one of them because one of them said she was a goddess. I don't believe in that because I prescribe to God. And see, when you do prescribe to the man above, you cannot have a woman that's prescribing to false gods. So I had to cut her. And I love this woman, man. I had mad feelings for this woman or whatever. And she was begging me. She was like, but you cannot just keep the title of God. No, you can't. Because the rebellion is the first sign of witchcraft. That's what I told her. I said, you need to cut that shit out. You want to be with me, you need to cut that shit out. And the other girls was trying to convince her. I was like, what the fuck? Why you don't just cut the shit out? And they were just talking to her ass. They said, well, and then the main ones told her, more for me then. That's what she told her straight up. More for me. Because that's how women are. They cold like that. So she was crying on the phone or whatever. I said, you cut off. When you come back to me and you told me you fully renounce this whole goddess bullshit, and you are clearly just free from it, because I'll know if you're free from it, I can basically see your spirit and you free from it, then you could come back into the fold. And that's why I was telling y'all, James, that why you think I was surveying that poll, telling y'all who should I date? because you always got to replace these hoes, man. You always got to replace these bitches, man, because you never know when they're going to reveal themselves and they're going to go foul or they're going to show some shit. Exactly. Kevin Samuels talked about it. He said you always got to check a woman. You always got to check them from day one. Because let me tell you something. The Bible says do not be unequally yoked. If I believe in God Almighty and I praise him, praise be to God, why am I sitting here dealing with a woman that's dealing with idolatry, man? I don't got time for that bullshit. So I had to cut her fucking ass off. It's that simple.
Yeah, man. But thing about it is, religious figures. Here's the problem with that, man. This ain't no religion, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're a Hebrew, so-called what they. I have to use colloquialisms that y'all use to talk to y'all. You
Yep.
so-called Black American, so-called Afro-Latino, so-called Native American. If you're a Hebrew, this ain't no religion. It's the way you live.
Facts.
This is not religion. People could choose what they want to do in a religion.
Mm-hmm.
You can't choose what you want to do as a Hebrew. You either gonna do what God tell you to do, or you gonna get beat into submission until you do it.
Facts.
Trust me, I've been beaten into submission.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna do what he say, or you get beat into submission because this is a birthright for you.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
and so it's not a religion, man. A religion is people do they do religious rites empty. All this is empty. What is empty? People who do this be mafia members and be committing mass murders every day.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like going to church every Sunday, that's empty. That's empty.
Mm-hmm.
The Sabbath, number one, is Saturday. It's empty. It all, like obedience is better than sacrifice. And
Exactly.
and I ain't no angel, right? I ain't no saint. I mess up, but the problem is when you get into religion, is you don't feel religious people don't feel bad when they mess up. They just give more money.
Mm-hmm.
They just throw more money at the situation. They don't humble themselves before God and ask for forgiveness and try to get themselves right. They just throw more money at the situation. They just donate more. They just
Yep.
tithe harder, right? That's
Yep.
religion. It's just a habit. It's like an addiction. This ain't no addiction. This is your way. This is our way of life, man. That Bible,
Exactly.
it means something different to us. When you know how to read it, you realize you read about your ancestors, man. It's
Mm-hmm.
not what they teach you in the Christian church. The Christian church pick and choose what they gonna read, what they gonna abide to, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they have no answers for us right now.
Mm-hmm.
They have no answers for the black community because they're not
Yep.
reading the Bible that they're supposed to. They only reading the parts that
Yep.
that 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 apply to basically what's the word? Prosperity gospel.
Mm-hmm.
All of the sermons is about what? Money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
And it's interesting because I was ministering to a guy. You know, it's interesting because I wanted to go to that place. Ross knows the place. I bought that fucking expensive ass whiskey, man. That shit cost me like $400 or $500, man. But anyways, I wanted to treat myself that day. Whatever. It is what it is. Sometimes we just spend money like that. Um, I wanted to go to that place, but I ended up going to another place, right? And when I went to the other place, I was asking myself, why do I keep going to this place or whatever? And I went there and I ministered to this guy, man. And I said, oh, that's why God wanted me to go there. Because even he said it. He said he was compelled. The dude said he was compelled to go there. He didn't even know why he was compelled to go there, but he was compelled to go there. And I started ministering to him, and he told me, man, the way you broke down, the Bible, whatever, it's like it's different. Everybody else put on this Christianity cloak and they force you and they say, well, the Bible is a Christian thing and you need to follow it. I said the Bible doesn't say it's Christian. The Bible never says uses the word Christian. I said the Bible stands alone in of itself. It's just a book, but it's a book that's profound because every time you touch it, you're gonna realize that it can relate to there's stories in there that could relate to you as an individual, and it could relate to your situation. I mean, guys like Job, guys like Joseph, guys like Joshua, guys like Moses. You start reading their stories, you're gonna realize, man, I kind of went through this stuff. But this dude right here, I didn't even know this, Ross. This dude was a Silicon Valley dude that just visited Anchorage. You see how God works? This dude
Right.
was a Silicon Valley dude getting ready to do a startup. I didn't even know all of this shit. But he wanted to do a startup of massive IT companies. He wanted to create an app or whatever, and God just basically allowed me to minister to him. And he said, "Man, you opened me up to wanting to read the Bible." I said, "You can't look at the Bible the way religion tells you to look at the Bible. You have to look at the Bible as basically a composition of men like me and you that have gone through experiences. And although they don't look like you, they look more like me." I told him that straight up because he's white. I said, "Although they look like me, they don't look like you." He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "I explain it to you because I don't care. Just because you're white, I'm not gonna not explain to you that the Bible, the chosen one, and all that. I'm gonna explain all that
Right.
to you. I think it's very important you know all that stuff." So I said they look more like me instead of you because that's what they told you. They look like you, but they look like me. The bottom line is you can still find a way to get yourself out of this entrapment of you basically not falling in line with the same lineage with your slave masters. God will have pity on you. And he was like, "You know what?" Because this other dude, this other white dude that was older, was telling him, was like beating him into subjection, and was like telling him, "No, you're stupid, you're this, you're that." And I kept telling him, I didn't condescend the other guy. I just said, "You know what? The way that he sees it in his own bias. And when you see things in your own bias, your viewpoint is always going to be one-sided. You're going to have a
Right.
one-sided mind." I said, "I'm sure the way he interpreted it to you, it made you cringe, right?" He was like, "Yeah, it made me not want to." It was the same thing. But you telling me this is the way you explain it to me, you're opening my mind. I said, "That's the whole reason." See, now I see why God was pushing me to come to this place. And you know what ended up happening, Ross? The bartender, the manager, the people that was sitting next to us, everybody was listening on our conversation. I wouldn't even fucking know that shit, but I saw all these eyes glued in on
Bro,
our conversation.
whenever
That's because God
this one
wanted
thing,
everybody to hear that shit.
this one thing people gotta understand. Well, you can know this by watching the real men of the Lord open the Bible. When the real men of the Lord open the Bible and speak about the Bible,
Mm-hmm.
everything stops.
Yep.
It be people coming, two people coming, people who want to learn and people who are so angry at the truth that they want to fight.
Yep.
Everything stops and
Yep.
all focus is on them. You have people who've been preaching for years,
Yep.
talking up and down, but their mind ain't right. The narrative's not right.
Yep.
So people be like, "Oh, y'all crazy." They don't even show up. There's a dude that's been preaching on Chicago on State downtown on State and I think Lake Street. And
Mm-hmm.
everybody just walk past him because he has a Christian understanding of the Bible.
Yep.
It's not the truth, so people just walk past him. But
Yep.
whenever real men of the Lord go out there, everybody stops.
Stop.
That's one thing about the truth. That's why you can't never withhold the truth from people
Yep.
because the truth never come back void.
Yeah.
You can tell somebody the truth and they'll be like, "Man, you don't know what you're talking about, man." But believe it, when they go
Yep.
home, when they go to, it's gonna be on their mind. It's gonna be on their heart. Don't never withhold the truth from somebody. Never, man. Never. I've been telling my daughter the truth since she was no taller than a grasshopper. I've been telling my daughter the truth. My daughter
Mm-hmm.
always knew there was no Santa Claus, man. I said, "I'm Santa Claus.
Yep.
Ain't no Santa Claus, man." You know what I'm
And
saying?
you know what's funny? You know what's funny that you said that? There actually was um a Santa Claus. Here's the funny part about it. But he wasn't what people thought he was. He wasn't Saint Nicholas.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
was an
yeah. In
evil
Holland,
fucking man. He was
he
an
was a
evil
demon.
man that was killing people,
Yeah,
and he was basically turning them into our forms of idolatry. So his name was not Saint Nicholas. He was an evil man at the time that was killing people and basically treating people like slaves and basically hoarding them. And this is the people who they worship during Christmas time. It's funny as fuck.
Exactly. Exactly. So my daughter never Easter Bunny. I ain't no such
Man, I
bunnies.
told him, I told the
Rabbits don't
dude,
lay eggs.
I told the dude this stuff, and I gave him this scripture in the King James Bible, and it threw him for a spin. I said, Isaiah 55:11 says, "So shall my word be that goeth forth out of my mouth. It shall not return unto me void, but it will accomplish that which I please, and it shall prosper in the thing whereto I sent it." I said that to him. He got chills. This dude said, "I got goosebumps when you said that scripture." I said, "What?" He said, "I got goosebumps when you said that." He said, "Because I've been always wanting to have this connection with my creator. And I've been wanting to have this connection with who created me. Why am I here? Why?" And that's why I said, man, it was meant for me to even go to that place. Everybody, that's why I'm saying Ross said what he said so eloquently. Everybody stopped in their tracks and they heard God allowing me to minister to this dude, because this dude got to like folded to the point to where he just like paid attention. He said, "You know what? The way that you explain this, you're not coming at me as a religion." I said, "You know what the church is, right? The church is not a synagogue. It's not a temple. It's not a structure. It's me and you. It's our biological DNA. It's that." And he was like, "That makes way more sense to me." He was like, "If someone would have just told me that from day one, I would have been picked up the Bible." He said, "But these people kept telling me I need to go to a place." I said, "If you go to a place, you're limiting God, because God don't
Yeah.
reside in structures. He doesn't reside in foundations. He resides in our DNA. He's a living being.
Yeah.
That don't make no sense." And once I
Yeah.
said that to him, it's like he said, "You know what? When I leave here now, I'm gonna go into the Bible, I'm gonna read it, and I'm gonna start." And I told him, always start in the Old Testament first, because the Old Testament sets the foundation. It sets the structure for you. You know, some people like to start in the New Testament, but if you don't start in the Old Testament, you're not gonna understand how things began. You need to know from the beginning how man was formed. You need to understand the whole ideology of the Garden of Eden. You need to understand all these things first.
Right.
Then it'll delve you in. And what you're going to realize with the New Testament doesn't is not contrary with the Old Testament.
It's
The
saying
New
the same
Testament is the
thing.
confirmation of the Old Testament.
It's
That's
saying
what
the same
Yeshua
thing.
did.
Yeah.
He came back to confirm. That's what he said. He said, "I came back to basically confirm the law and the prophets." He
Right.
said that with his own mouth.
Yeah, man. He'll never have the he'll never have the promise that we have,
Hmm.
because he's not, but he'll have the understanding to tell his own people, like, hey
Exactly.
man, these are the people y'all fucking with, those guys people, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And God's going to have mercy on him, just like he had mercy on the man on the cross. Yeshua had mercy on the man on the cross. God will have mercy on you if you seek out God diligently and you study to show yourself approved unto God. A workman needeth not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. So he's studying to show himself approved, because you can see he's yearning for it. So God will have mercy on him. And guess what? He's not going to suffer the same fate that his slave masters suffered. He's going to be the one to go back and tell those slave masters, "This is where we fucked up with the chosen
Right.
ones. This is where we messed up." And God will use him to minister that way.
Right.
So that was his whole purpose. And I told him that was your whole purpose, to be sent back, to go back and minister to those people, and how you guys treated us, and how you guys were basically put as basically Edomites. You came from the lineage of Esau, because when
Right.
Esau came out, God basically said, God himself and Jacob was like, "What the heck is this?" He came out red looking,
Right.
pale looking.
Isaac. Yeah.
Yeah, he came out red looking, pale looking through Isaac. It was like, what the heck is this? And Isaac already knew off of his mind when he saw his son come out like that. Oh, he can't be the promise. The promise gonna have to be to Jacob, because Jacob looked like me. But Isaac wasn't gonna say that out off rip, even though Esau did everything. Esau showed that he was the most biggest hunter. He was this, he was that. It didn't matter because the way you came out was not the lineage. The way
Yeah,
Jacob came out was the
yeah,
lineage.
yeah. The thing about that was Isaac was actually blind.
Mm-hmm.
So Isaac was actually blind, so he didn't see it, but his wife saw. So
Mm-hmm.
had to get his wife had to get Isaac to bless the right kid, Jacob.
Yep.
You know what
Yep.
I'm saying? Because he was blind. He was blind,
Yep.
right?
And
So
she interpreted all of that to him.
right, and that's the reason. That's the reason why women don't understand how strong they are. They just want to be strong the wrong way.
Yep.
Be strong within your wisdom and your
Yep.
intuition. Stop trying to be strong like men and show that you could fight or you could argue or you could drink like a sailor. Like yo, be
Be
feminine,
strong in your submission.
right?
She submitted to Isaac and
Be
she kept
wise.
reporting back to Isaac while Isaac was blind. Lil, this is what Esau is doing to Jacob. This is how he's treating Jacob. This is how he's mistreating Jacob. She told him all that.
Yeah, man.
And then when Isaac came to the point, because that's what it was back in those days. Back in those days, when the guy's about to die, the man of God is about to die, he's getting ready to drop the blessing and he's getting ready to tell you the forecast because God gives him the forecast of what the future is going to hold. And he tells you who gets the first fruits and who's going to get the rest. And that's what ended up happening. Jacob got the first fruits, Esau got the rest. And they was at that point, Esau looked at Jacob like the enemy, and Esau wanted to just come after Jacob. And that's why Jacob wrestled with God at Mount Peniel through an angel, because Jacob wanted to make sure that he had the blessing of his father, even though he already had the blessing of his father. Jacob wanted to make sure that everything was fine line for him so that he can prosper and move on his end. And that's exactly
Mhm.
what ended up happening. He prospered and he moved on his end. And that's what ultimately took place. And then we saw from Jacob, the lineage went on from there. But
Yep.
anyways, now we're gonna get on to the boxing match itself because we needed to do that real quick to minister to you guys real quick because we felt like you guys needed that. Here's my take on Gervonta Tank Davis and Raleigh Romero, man. I'm gonna tell you like this. Devontae Tank Davis, you could tell it was meant for us to minister to them because everybody's all talking about the Bible and shit. Devontae Tank Davis gonna knock out Raleigh Romero. I got him knocking him out in 3 rounds. What's your take on it, bro?
I don't know if it's gonna be three.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know because he might be fighting so wild that Tank
Mm-hmm.
had to take a couple of rounds to figure him out. But I
Mm-hmm.
do think it's gonna end in either a stoppage or a brutal one side UD. But I'm hoping for a stoppage for Tank. Probably late stoppage, 9, 10 rounds. We'll see
Man,
though.
we haven't seen Erislandy Lara fight in a very long time, and he's gonna be fighting next in a middleweight bout against O'Sullivan. Erislandy Lara doesn't get enough respect. But Erislandy Lara was one of the guys initially that exposed Canelo Alvarez, man. The motherfucker doesn't get respect for that shit. His career would have went differently if the boxing judging gifting decisions would have went in his favor. And they would have said he won the fight. Because let's be honest, he got robbed the same way Pernell Whitaker got robbed in the
He got
Julio
robbed,
Cesar
man.
Chavez fight. It was the same shit.
He got
Same
robbed, bro.
fucking shit. You win 11 rounds, and then just because a Mexican does flurries in 1 round, they win the fight. That's bullshit.
He got robbed, man. He got robbed. He got robbed against De La Hoya too.
Yep. And
Yeah, man.
Pernell Whitaker was the incomplete version of Floyd Mayweather. I'm gonna liken this and I'm gonna bring it back to spirituality. It's like John the Baptist. John the Baptist was the incomplete version of Yeshua. That's the same thing when I'm likening it in boxing. In boxing, Pernell Whitaker was the incomplete version of Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather comes in and he shows you all the defensive ability of Pernell Whitaker, but with the flashness of an offense and an athleticism and an explosion that Pernell Whitaker never had.
Mm-hmm.
It was a completeness. That was the same thing with John the Baptist. John the Baptist gave you everything. He told you about repentance. He told you about this. He told you about that. But he didn't have the perfectedness of Yeshua. So that's why he had to decrease in order for Yeshua to increase. It was the same thing. Notice when Pernell Whitaker's career came to the end, Floyd Mayweather was ascending. That's why Floyd
Mm-hmm.
Mayweather was sparring him at 16, 17 years old and was a prodigy at that time. And Floyd never bragged about it, but he was getting the best of Pernell Whitaker at 16 and 17 years old, one-siding him, handling him. And we saw Pernell Whitaker was handling Zab Judah. That was a prelude to let you guys know what Floyd Mayweather and Zab Judah was going to look like. Pernell Whitaker was beating up Zab Judah, but Floyd Mayweather was getting the best of Pernell Whitaker.
Mm-hmm.
That was a prelude. Floyd never bragged about the shit. He never did this. He never did that. Floyd just basically looked at it as this is a classwork. If I can go ahead and learn what I can learn from Pernell Whitaker and get that great work in and have that moment, just like how Earl Spence had the moment with Floyd, that's going to propel me. If you notice, this is how you know about airfield fighters. They have moments with the previous airfield fighter before them. They have that moment. And when they have that moment with the previous airfield fighter, it positions them. Thank you,
Mm-hmm.
James. He said he knows on that next level right now. Facts. But you know what? Tom Ross TV's on that next level too. Because
And that's
every time I mention myself, I'm gonna always mention Tom Ross TV because we on the same wavelength.
and that's more of a reason why y'all need to donate to motivate.
Exactly. Because
More
when
of a
y'all
reason
say
because
we
you
on that
see,
next level, y'all need to donate to motivate, man. Because we giving you guys so many angles here. We're not just talking boxing. We talking real life here. We giving you guys real life situations. Me and this guy's in the trenches every day. Every fucking day we in the trenches, man. We out here doing our thing. And see, what people got to understand is when you look at Floyd and you look at his story, when guys sit here and try to knock out Floyd, like there was this dude that told me what was Floyd's best fights. And I told him, I just mentioned one. I mentioned Zab Judah. I ain't even going to the depths of it. And he shut the fuck down. And he was
I
like,
mean, which
why do you
one?
say
I
Zab
mean,
Judah? I said,
even
because
Floyd's so technically sound. Even when in his earlier fights, when he because in your earlier fights, you're gonna fight against people who don't have a name. Because you
mm-hmm,
have to build up your name so you can fight somebody who's a gatekeeper. Then you beat him, then you got to fight. So even in those fights, Floyd was
mm-hmm,
showing a different level of technical aptitude
yep,
that hasn't been seen before.
yep.
Salute to James Daz, man.
Say salute to James Zach. Thanks for the
You know
message.
what I'm saying?
Man, we giving
So,
y'all the message on every level. Every
cause me,
level.
cause me personally, my favorite boxer was Muhammad Ali for a
Mm-hmm,
long time, but it was part his skill, it was part his or his showmanship,
mm-hmm.
his orientation. And then I started debating with one of my close homeboys,
Ross,
and
I'm gonna let you run. I'm gonna let you run. I gotta re-up the vodka cup, man. I'm on that vodka right now. I gotta re-up it.
go ahead. Then I started debating with a close homeboy, whom I think was just liking Floyd because that's all he knew. But then I started going back and watching all of Floyd's fights and comparing the actual boxing, and nobody boxes on the level of Floyd Mayweather Jr. that I have ever seen, man. If Floyd can't do nothing else, he could box, man. He could box straight up. Like that man was put on earth to box, man. Because there's a lot of good boxers, but I feel like there's not a lot of genius level boxers. I feel Floyd Mayweather is a genius level boxer to where he makes immediate adaptation, immediate adaptation. You know what I'm saying? Immediate corrections. Some people gotta lose a whole fight to make corrections. Floyd makes corrections after a landed punch. Like you already see Floyd get hit with the same punch in the same fight. Rarely you see Floyd get hit with the same exact way in the same fight. That's the reason why when people start talking about great fighters, I have to tell people that there's levels to what you consider great and what I consider great. Mind you, I'm an '80s kid, and I grew up and saw with my own eyes Mike Tyson, Evander Holyfield, Terrible Terry Norris, Marvin Hagler, Sugar Ray Leonard, Hearns, Duran, Roy Jones Jr. Roy Jones, he had PED cheat. Like me, I'm when it comes to boxing, it don't matter if you're black, white, or purple. If you're a PED cheat, I'll call you out. But Bernard Hopkins, um, Trinidad, I done seen real great fighters. So when I say Canelo don't impress me, it's not hatred.
Mm-hmm.
You're a middleweight. You didn't fight the best middleweights.
Yep.
You went to 168. It didn't fight the best people at 168.
Facts.
You lost to an old man. No matter, I don't care how y'all slice it or dice it. When Canelo fought Floyd Mayweather Jr., Canelo was supposed to win that fight.
Exactly.
Do you think Floyd Mayweather Jr. at 23 loses to a 36-year-old fighter?
Exactly.
Hell no. Floyd, the 23-year-old Floyd would have put Canelo in the hospital, man.
Yep.
If 23-year-old Floyd would have fought a Canelo at 154 pounds, he'd have put Canelo in the hospital, man.
Mm-hmm.
If Canelo was 36 years old, he'd have put him in the hospital, man. Just like he
Yep.
did Arturo Gotti. It would have been bad, man.
It would have been bad business.
It would have been bad for him, man.
Mm-hmm.
Floyd ain't never played around with no old fighter. You an old fighter, you getting whooped, man.
Straight whoop. Straight beat up.
Straight up, man. That's
and
why
there's no if and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's no thinking about it. There's no lollygagging about it because we knew Floyd had serious hands and Floyd could damage you.
Why you think De La Hoya wanted? De La Hoya didn't want to fight Floyd at 147. He said absolutely not, and he wanted to fight Floyd with big heavyweight gloves.
So let's not hear that bullshit about Canelo got all these other belts. Because let me tell you something: if Floyd got exposed at a higher weight class at 154, they wouldn't have been talking about Floyd being dominant at 147. They would have said Floyd got exposed. So keep that same energy.
Yeah, I think Floyd's in the league of his own.
Yep, but keep that same energy. Canelo said he was big enough to fight at 175. He got exposed at 175. And you know what Bivol did? Bivol, I'm gonna tell you right now, Bivol has a open invitation. I think Ross could agree. He has an open invitation to every black cookout in every USA place. We're gonna give this motherfucker a black hat and give him an open cookout, an open invitation to a cookout because he did the unthinkable. He exposed this motherfucker. So he's invited to every motherfucking cookout.
And I knew it was gonna be. I was mad I forgot to put the bet in. I knew it was gonna be a long night for Canelo when I started looking. Cause I wasn't paying attention to the build up to the fight. I started seeing little interviews of Bivol saying, "I don't see what they see because he's nothing to be afraid of. Like he's not even as skilled."
Well, Bivol knew. He kept saying the whole time in the build-up, Canelo's too small.
Yeah, and not even that. He was saying he wasn't that skilled. He was saying, I'm not seeing anything to respect.
Mm-hmm. Man, Floyd is an automatic. Floyd is an automatic invite to the cookout. Floyd's black. We talking about Bivol. Stick to it, next world. Stick to the shit, man. Floyd is automatic. We don't need to mention Floyd. We talking about Bivol. Bivol gets an invitation to the cookout because Floyd dominated Canelo for 12 rounds. Bivol did the shit for 10. Floyd washed Canelo for 12. I had 12 old Floyd.
Well,
I had Bivol 10 too.
This how you know they don't like Floyd. What Floyd did against Canelo, the way he did it had never been done before.
Mm-hmm.
Salute Ox, because Well, I know why I said never been done before. Because
Mm-hmm.
old fighters have beaten young fighters, yes, but they have struggled. Like
Yep.
when Ali beat George Foreman, he won, but he was struggling in that fight, man.
Ross, I just want to quickly interrupt. Remember when I told you that motherfucker that had the Santa Maria, he lost. I knew he was gonna lose. Because when you start worshiping voodoo, that your ass gonna lose. His ass had that Santa Maria name attached to his ass. That's why his ass lost. You can't be worshiping false gods and think you're gonna win a fight. I
Yeah,
wanted to say that shit real quick.
yeah, man.
God don't
So
like ugly, man.
yeah, man. I mean, so the problem is, damn, what the fuck was I saying before you said that?
Man, you was talking about Floyd and you was talking
Yeah,
about
but what?
Canelo and Bivol and shit.
Yeah, yeah. So when Ali beat George Foreman, he struggled a lot in that fight. He
Mm-hmm.
took a lot of punishment, and he wore him down, but he took a lot of punishment. Floyd at 36 beat Canelo easy,
Yep.
and it was textbook how you box.
Yep.
The jab was working, the pivots was working,
Yep.
the head movement was working.
Yep.
Floyd, if Floyd, listen, if Floyd was intellectually, if Floyd, he would have been putting niggas in. He would have been damn near killing niggas if he had that intellect when he was Pretty Boy Floyd.
Yep.
That's why God know what he be doing, man. God know he can't give you everything all at once because you won't know
Exactly.
your power.
I'm
If
gonna tell you right
Floyd
now,
had it,
if Floyd had his boxing ability, if Floyd had his boxing ability and Earl Spencer's come forward style, Floyd would be not only a GOAT, he would be a stupid level GOAT beyond GOATs, man. Because Floyd would be thrashing niggas and compu boxing niggas at the same time. It'd be insane what he'd be doing to niggas every fight. You can't get it.
right,
You
right,
can't have everything. You can't have everything.
right, and I like to say if Floyd, like he didn't even have to be like Earl Spence. If if Pretty Boy Floyd had Money Mayweather's boxing IQ,
Mm-hmm.
because he was a great boxer then, but he wasn't Money Mayweather is a perfect boxer.
Yep.
He would have been down there killing niggas, man.
Yeah.
Cause you gotta understand how hard Floyd used to hit. People forget that Floyd was getting motherfuckers out of there, man.
Like crazy.
He was getting motherfuckers. Arturo Gotti been in wars his whole career, man. Arturo Gotti can last 6 rounds with Floyd.
Yep.
Man,
And
this
let's
guy,
not
this man,
forget, and let's not forget, people don't give Money Mayweather enough credit, but Money Mayweather showed his power. I'm gonna tell you how he showed his power. The Maidana fights. Maidana didn't slow down because Maidana was tired. Maidana slowed down because Money Mayweather was fucking that body up. Let's be
accurate
honest.
shots, man.
Let's be honest, man.
Accurate
Floyd
shots, man.
slowed that motherfucker down.
Accurate shots to the body, man.
Yep.
Those jabs to the sternum, those shits ain't no joke, man. You ever been
Man,
playing
that
basketball?
damn solar plex shot was fucking Maidana up.
And that's how I know my Donna a tough motherfucker too. Cause you ever been playing basketball and somebody passed you the ball, you wasn't ready, and it
Yep.
hits you right here, you can't breathe. Well, Floyd
Yep.
was hitting him like that 10 times around.
Yep.
That's why he came in down there 170 pounds because he knew he was gonna take some punishment.
Yep.
That's why I be telling people like Floyd can't punch. If Floyd can't punch, why everybody come in the fights way bigger than Floyd? Y'all be understanding. That's how they make sure they don't get knocked out, man.
Yep.
Why you think Tyson Fury come in the fights 280, 90 pounds?
Yep.
That's the only way he not gonna get knocked out by Deontay Wilder. He got to come in down to 300 pounds, man.
Yep.
Because he need all that to it's physics. He need all that to absorb. Yeah, man, Floyd beat the hell out of him down the guts, man.
And they don't
That's
give
what
Floyd credit in that first fight, but that first fight was basically the difference between, and Ox could speak to this, James Daggs could speak to it. It was the difference between boxing savant versus a guy that was coming forward. And I'm gonna give Maidana credit. Maidana's come forward style wasn't all that bad. It was just Floyd was so superior that he made Maidana miss. Because Maidana didn't miss as much when he was fighting Adrian Broner. It just shows you the levels of what Floyd is. It's just levels.
a The problem with Adrian Broner is Adrian Broner didn't want to fight. Adrian Broner wanted to fight like an older Floyd Mayweather Jr.
Yep.
But he didn't have the legs. Floyd got legs that Adrian Broner don't got. He
And
didn't have
my
the
thing
legs.
is, Adrian Broner's young. Why not just fight like you young?
The problem is Adrian Broner wasn't even supposed to even be fighting Maidana, man.
Yep.
He went from 135 to fighting a dude that come in and fights 165 pounds. That's
Facts.
number one. He shouldn't even be fighting
Facts.
him. Number two, if he was gonna fight him and you young, fight like a young man. Just when people don't give Adrian Broner no credit for that fight.
Yep.
Adrian Broner got to the point where he started beating Maidana up.
Yep.
He started walking Maidana down and they was
Yep.
stumping.
Yep.
They was stumping. The problem is the way he got dropped, that stayed in the ref's mind, and he ain't get, you know what I'm saying? He ain't get the decision. But Adrian Broner, he ended that fight like a dog, man.
Yep.
The problem about AB ain't disciplined. AB could have been so much greater.
AB had and that was the one thing Timothy Bradley said. Timothy Bradley said he envied Adrian Broner's skills because he said, Adrian, I wish I had the skill set that Adrian Broner had, because if I had the skill set that Adrian Broner had, I in my career would have been a lot farther. And Timothy Bradley's right in that sense, because one thing that I could give Timothy Bradley credit, Timothy Bradley was a hard worker. He said he just wished that he had with his hard work ethic, Adrian Broner's skill set. And see, here's the thing: Adrian Broner was the exact opposite of what Timothy Bradley was. You know how they both was missing something. Bradley was a hard worker, but Bradley's skills just wasn't shit. That's why his ass was getting tagged up.
Cause
Adrian
some people,
Broner had the skills, but Adrian Broner was lazy as fuck.
yeah, because some people they work the wrong way. Some people think if they put in 10 hours, you put in 10 hours,
Mm-hmm.
but you're not doing nothing proficient. That's a waste of 10 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Some people work hard all day and be doing drills wrong and shit.
Exactly.
Like Timothy Bradley, come on, man. This is why I don't respect Top Rank. How they sign him? He ain't
Exactly.
had no good football. He used to be tripping on himself.
Because you can't sit there as Adrian Broner and think in your mind that you could just finesse the system, right? And do this shit, Ross, where you could try to basically act like, oh, I'm just gonna go to the club. This is what AB was doing, and that's what shit was fucking his ass up. You ain't me and Ross. Me and Ross are not boxers. We can go to the strip club. We can go to the club. We can get our little Hennessy vodka, or because we ain't boxers, man. Your ass is a fucking boxer. You need to live the boxer's life. You can't be sitting there having a nice night, drinking, getting ass shaked up in your face, and then you gonna run 10 miles and think you good. That's what AB was trying to do. He was trying to out basically fitness the fucking kitchen, dog. You can't do that shit.
Now,
You can't out
problem,
work out your nutrition. You can't do that shit.
the problem with AB was um doing everything in excess.
Yep.
Because all boxers don't live how Floyd Mayweather lived. Floyd Mayweather is different. He was raised that way. Most boxers they have their vices. Some of them do hard drugs, man.
Yep.
Boxers have their vices, but the best ones could at least buckle down for a fight. AB didn't buckle down. AB went hard all the way to the fight made,
To
and
the fullest.
there's been the whole training camp getting in shape.
Yep.
But everybody can't. Only Errol Spence could do that.
Yep.
Errol Spence the only nigga that could do that and go in there and whoop somebody.
Yep.
Everybody can't do that, man.
And I like AB, man. AB was just like an incomplete version. He was an incomplete version of Floyd. And the reason why I say that is because you saw the skill set, you saw the ability. He just didn't apply himself. If AB would have applied himself, we're talking about a different career, man. We're talking about different trajectory. If AB applied himself and dedicated himself to the craft, you talking about a career where this motherfucker's undefeated. Because let's be honest, AB did accomplish certain things in his boxing career. 4 weight class, man. This man was a champion in 4 weight classes, dog. Like he did some phenomenal shit. And it
Yeah.
would have been damn near 5, 6, 7, 8 weight classes if he would have just dedicated himself to the craft. But he didn't do that shit.
He moved up. Yeah, man. He came to 147 and then fought my like, bro. That was not the move, man.
Nah,
And
that was
then
not.
and then come to find out, my Donald was fighting with fucking gloves and no padding the whole time, man.
Yep.
A lot of these guys niggas be giving respect to. I don't honor, and that's how you know a weak fan base.
Yep.
They be so happy when one punch get landed on a black fighter that they make that shit into a 3 million viewed video. They didn't keep watching the same video over and over again.
Facts.
Like, did you not know dude lost that fight?
Facts.
Like, bro, that they be so happy to land a punch that's the moral victory.
Yep.
Motherfucker was like, man, was these Shane Mosley almost dropped Floyd. Shane Mosley got the shit beat out of him after that second round, man. I'm surprised he ain't had no concussion, man. He was taking flash shots all night long. Like Floyd beat the hell out, and Floyd was walking forward, coming forward.
He walked that motherfucker down.
You know what I'm saying? So, like me, black people, we don't give moral victories. You either won or you lost, man.
You don't.
I don't understand this moral victory shit.
I don't understand that shit either.
Well, such and such, man. He landed a flush punch on Floyd. Like that punch Madonna landed in the second round. To me, the most important thing was that Floyd didn't fall.
Keep it going, Raw. So we gonna live. Keep it going, dog.
Madonna landed. My GI weighed Floyd by 25 pounds. He hit Floyd right on the kisser while Floyd was throwing the punch, and Floyd didn't fall. That was more impressive than the punch. Like, y'all motherfuckers be so happy about one punch. That's the reason why y'all fighters stay getting whooped. Y'all hold them accountable. You gotta ask your fighters, how the fuck you go 12 rounds and only land one flush punch? Let's be honest. Maidana went 24 rounds with Floyd and only landed one really flush punch. That was in the second fight. One really punch out really flush on the chin. I was like, man, this motherfucker, he just wild, man. Big and wild. Anybody in relation to Floyd Mayweather, they're gonna say overrated. No matter what. Yep. They're gonna always hate on him. And the LDBC gonna help him.
You know, there was a LDBC member that interviewed Calvin Ford, and Calvin Ford got on the LDBC member because he was like, yo, what the fuck y'all trying to say? Because Calvin Ford was like, why would Gervonta Tank Davis injure Raleigh Romero? That shit don't make no sense. And they tried to make it seem like, well, you know, if he injured Raleigh Romero, Raleigh Romero, if he was thinking with his head, he could have just basically said he was injured. So basically what the LDBC member was basically trying to put in Raleigh Romero's head was like, why don't you just call the fight? Why don't you just basically say you're injured so you can duck?
Right.
You see the shit they was trying to pull?
Right.
Thank goodness Raleigh Romero didn't even hear the shit. And he's so ingrained in Mayweather promotions that he even catch that shit. Because knowing Raleigh Romero, if he would have caught that shit, he probably would have fell through with that shit. Because his ass is scared of Gervonta Tank Davis. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but money talks. And depending on his payday he's going to get, he probably need this fight.
Yep.
He probably need this fight. You know what I'm saying? So money talks like a motherfucker. But at the end of the day, Raleigh's, he's wild. So Tank don't need to rush it. He need to stick the jab, drop something down in the midsection. First couple of rounds, move around, see the angles that he's throwing his punches from. Let him tire himself out and then walk him down later. Because dude just wild, man. And he do hit hard. Somebody who wild and hit hard, they could upset you, man. You have to be careful.
Yep.
You gotta be careful. Like when I fight this regular street niggas in the street, I don't just be swinging with them. When the fight first start, I just be blocking. I just be blocking. You know, you can't catch. You got to use your arm and shit. I just be
Mm-hmm.
blocking and shit, blocking. Then I shoot something sharp to their stomach. Boom. Block,
But
block, block. Shoot something else to their chest. Block till they get tired. Then I start beating
yep,
their ass. You know what I'm saying? Cause they
I
wild.
love I love what Calvin Ford did to that LDBC member because he said your ass must not be watching tank fights, or your ass must not know boxing because at the end of the day, he said at the end of the day, Raleigh Romero landed on his fucking feet, and he said, "What you
Right,
expect? These motherfuckers they hate each other, they don't like each other. So what? They're supposed to be friends."
right.
He said the last time Tank had this situation happen was in the Gamboa fight. He pushed Gamboa off the stage too. Calvin
Yeah.
Ford had to tell this motherfucker that shit. And you could tell this LDBC member didn't even know the shit. He said Calvin Ford had to push the motherfucker off the stage. Y'all act like that shit didn't happen.
I still funny as he said. Rolly driving a
Damn.
Mitsubishi. He needed to
Damn.
fight.
Hey, salute. Shout outs to Gary Russell Sr., man.
Yeah.
Gary Russell Sr. passed away. Gary Russell Jr.'s father. Shout outs to him, man. Wow. Yeah, God, may God rest his soul, man. Shout outs to Gary Russell Sr., man. Damn. Shout outs to him. A very big hit in boxing because I'm gonna tell you right now, I like Gary Russell Jr. I like the Gary Russell Jr. family. But yeah, but going back to what we was talking about, bro. Um, the bottom line is, you know, it seemed like a lot of people are passing too because I had a busy week, man. My aunt passed away on Thursday. She flatlined 3 times.
Damn.
That shit has still been fucking with me. That shit has still been fucking with me for the last few days now, man. Um, I don't know how to just deal with it, but it is what it is. This is my moment to just vent the shit out. But I'm venting it out for the first time. It is what it is. But that's the thing. Life happens and people pass away and shit happens, man. That's why I tell people you got to give people their flowers while they're alive. Because that's what my uncle and them said. They said, man, you always called, you always said, you loved us, you always appreciated us, so we can't say nothing. And that's why I tell people it's important to give people flowers while they're alive, because then you don't have to worry about no regret and you don't have to worry about nothing. If the person passed away, you said everything you needed to say to that person. You know it, and you don't have to doubt. And this right here is a lesson to everyone.
That's crazy, man. Because my grandfather passed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I haven't been sad,
Yep.
and not because I don't love my grandfather, but because man, we were like this. Well, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
like we were like it was like when we were around, everything that needed to be said was said. Everything needed to be done was done.
Yep.
And you know what I'm saying? And it's like I'm so in awe what he overcome,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't have any regrets. So I think a lot of people be crying. No, well, I can't say that because everybody agree different. But I don't know, man. I feel like he in a better place, man.
Yeah. Because sometimes people their whole troubles, their whole travails, they don't have to suffer no more. Because my aunt had a stroke last year, and she her whole right side was all fucked up, and she was healing. She was she was getting better, and all these things were happening. But ultimately, it got worse. Because she ended up having like another operation that she needed to get done. And right when they put her up under, they told the family that it was going to be a risk that she may not make it out of it because she had the stroke or whatever while she was having this other operation that she needed to get done. And then she flatlined twice, and they told the family but they were already prepared because they already went through the worst. And this is my, cousins or whatever, and my uncle. They already went through the worst of it, so their minds were already prepared for it. But they said if she flatlined a third time, then they're gonna have to figure out, um, are they gonna allow her? Are they gonna just pull the plug? And they end up pulling the plug. So right now it's just been a tough time because that aunt of mine's, she created this recipe called cremas, but it was a unique version of cremas. I'm gonna tell you what cremas is, man. It's the Haitian Creole version, and they stole this shit from us, Ross. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Just like they stole a lot of shit from Haitian people. You know that Irish cream? We created that shit. It was called cremas. This is the first time I'm telling everybody this shit. We created it. The whole Irish cream that y'all talk about, Bailey's and all that came from us. We put alcohol behind it. We intensified it. We made it milky. We made it all of that, but it's called cremas. That's what it's called. That's the name of it. I want y'all to do y'all research on cremas. Y'all see what I'm talking about. It has hundreds and hundreds of years behind it. It was the drinks of the drinks for the Haitian people. The white people saw that shit. They profited off of it, and then they turned this shit into what's called Irish fucking cream. That's where you got the Baileys and you got all this other shit that's out there. And I'm mad about the shit, but she created her own unique version of cremas, and it tastes so good. She had that shit so strong, man. I would sit there. I'm gonna tell you right now, Ross. One day, me and you, when we get together, I'm gonna put you on this cremas. Your ass gonna be stoned. Y'all gonna see Ross fucking lit off of some cremas. Man, we would have a 101 proof alcohol, clear alcohol in this milky alcohol substance, and your ass would be lit. You be sitting there running from one side to running to the other fucking side, wasted like a motherfucker. They dumbed it down. Now it's like what, 17% alcohol volume? Our shit is like our shit is like 50%, man. Easy. You drink a little bit of that shit, you thinking, oh, it tastes milky, it tastes nice, it tastes good. Man, that shit got you all fucked up. After 2 shots of that shit, you sitting there wondering, do you got your underwear on? That's how this shit is, man.
Shit
Do you
crazy.
want you got your underwear on? But they done turn around, diluted it, and made it fucking Irish cream, man. I have to tell the world that shit because my aunt made her own unique version of it. And this aunt that passed away, that's what she did, man. And I will always remember her for that. And right now, the bottle that she got, it's called Cremas, 504. That shit is selling like wildfire all over Miami, man. That's her legacy. She created the recipe for the bottle, and the bottle is selling like wildfire all over Florida, man. That's why I know my aunt,
Yeah, man.
God rest her soul, but she was an innovator, man. She was a creator, and I loved that. Every time I was around her, she brought peace. Even when my mom, because my mom was always like a person that always was on some shit where she just always want to just get in your face or whatever. That aunt of mine was always like, man, chill out, man. He'll talk to you when he talk to you. He'll deal with you when he deal with you. I love that about her. She was just that type of woman that always was like in everybody's ear, like relax. So that's what I'm gonna miss about her. The fact that she always
Yeah.
was telling everybody take a chill fucking pill. Some women are like that, man. They're really good with that shit. And that's why I can understand why my uncle's going through it because he missed that shit. He missed that vibe.
Yeah. Dalton Vox, we gotta stop giving people moral victories. He said if Tank goes past 6 rounds, it's an L. It's not an L if you win, man. How is it an L if you go past 6 rounds? That's a moral victory for the other person. Whoever lose, lost. Unless they were cheated somehow, some way. Whoever wins. There ain't no if somebody win this way, they still lost. Like you got to go up to see what he said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm right here.
There's no such thing as winning and still losing, man. Get off the moral victory shit. You're making it
Mm-hmm.
easier for the other person. If dude
Yup.
loses, he lost. Y'all want to watch boxing or do you want to watch the MMA? or do you want to watch a street fight? Boxing fights go past 6 rounds. It happens. That don't mean the guy loses because he went past 6 rounds. Like that shit don't even make no sense.
Unlike Monty Brown, me and Ross, we give respect to our elders. Donald Brown, we know Monty Brown treated you like shit, but you know over here, Uncle, we treat you with respect. We respect our elders, Uncle. Salute to you, man, because you always kept it real with us from day one. Salute, Uncle. Salute. I'm gonna tell you right now, Jumpman 305. You said Caribbean people know about Irish cream? No, it's called cremas. I spelled it wrong. Let me spell that shit. Cremas. Cremas, dog. That's what the shit is called. It's our invention. Our invention. Go research the shit. We created the shit. They turned that shit to Irish cream. It's called cremas. I'm telling you this shit right now. It's not Irish cream. It's a Haitian recipe. But anyways, go ahead, Ross.
The sad thing, what they do in boxing, same thing they do in the NFL with black quarterbacks. They when anything you could do naturally, they want to take it away. They say there's something wrong with it. Black fighters who got footwork, they say you're a runner because you use the footwork. Black quarterbacks, because you can move around, they say you're not good as quarterbacks who can't move around. They want to mentally whip you into not using your natural ability, man.
Yep.
Who the fuck standing there when they can move? Who's standing there when they can move, man?
Yep. Right.
Straight up, beta moral victory. Like, if you believe in moral victories, I absolutely despise when somebody say, "Man, we lost, but I dropped 25," or that wasn't really a loss. They start trying to explain why they lost. Like, bro, man, I despise that shit, man. If you took an L, you took an L, man. There ain't no explanation. You'll get them next time, man. That shit over with. I'm from the shot, Joe. I'm from the shot. And there ain't no excuse for you lost. There ain't no, if it wasn't for this wouldn't have happened. And man, if a dog had square ass, this shit bricks, man. If it was a fifth, everybody would be drunk, man.
Yep.
I hate people who we said if all the time. I can't fucking stand, man.
Exactly.
God damn. I hate that shit, man.
Exactly. We be drinking 1.5 liters.
If you lost, you just lost, man. Like my uncle say, if a dog has square ass, this shit bricks, man.
Exactly.
What I always talk about if.
And here's the trippy part about it. Canelo lost. Accept it. Don't make excuse. This is why you got pathetic channels like Monty Brown TV holding on fucking a thread nettle saying, well, Canelo's still champion. And you got a lot of black people. I seen this shit on Twitter. Y'all sitting here acting like Canelo ain't got belts in other division. It don't matter. Once you lose and you're supposed to be at the pinnacle, that's what Floyd was always talking about. When you at the pinnacle, you don't lose. That's what Floyd always talk about, the pinnacle. Right. When you're at the pinnacle, you don't lose. If you lose at the pinnacle, you are no longer at the pinnacle. That's how the shit rolls.
And James Dag, you wrong. Being able to move your feet got nothing to do with how long you stay in the NFL. Being protected by offensive line has something to do with how staying in the NFL. All quarterbacks are pass first quarterbacks. They pass the ball more than they run the ball. Means they're pass first quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Being protected make you stay longer. Andrew Luck, he out the league. He was a pass first quarterback. He out because he wasn't protected. How many times did Peyton Manning get hurt? How many times Tom Brady got hurt? These non-athletic quarterbacks always get hurt. They last because they protected. Because every time they get hit one time, they get hurt. They have being hurt got nothing to do with being a run first quarterback. Nothing.
Honestly, it started. That shit started when they started fucking with Colin Kaepernick, man. because
Nah, man,
Colin
they were
Kaepernick
doing that.
wanted to
They
fucking
were doing
kneel.
that shit to Vic and Cunningham way before that.
Yep.
Vic and
But I'm just talking
Cunningham.
about like when they start globalizing the shit, because Colin Kaepernick decided, oh, you know what? Fuck the flag. I'm gonna kneel on the flag, and they basically was like, oh, no, a black man cannot kneel. So you need to acquiesce. You need to bend the knee to us. You need to salute the fucking flag.
Low key,
Motherfucker
low
wouldn't do
key,
that shit.
low key. Kneeling is the most acquiescing you could do
Mm-hmm.
in football. That's how you know it's all bullshit. So when you want to show your respect for something in football, you kneel.
Yep.
That's how you show respect in football. You kneel.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the most respect he could have been showing. The problem is it's control of a black body. He need to do what we tell him to do.
Yep.
That's the problem. And a lot of black niggas don't understand that shit.
Mm-hmm.
They don't understand it.
Mm-hmm.
They don't understand that shit to this day. They forever making excuses for white racism. They don't hold white people accountable. They only hold their own people accountable. Because even we want to control black people, man.
Mm-hmm.
We think black people are to be controlled. We don't believe black men should have freedom. So even we as
Yep.
a community, as a culture, try to control other black men.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But at the end
Yep.
of the day, none of this would be a surprise to people if they knew the history of football, if they knew the history of boxing, then none of this shit that you see would be a surprise to you because it's always been corrupt, crooked, and racist.
It's good old boy network, man. It's good old boy network, and here's the good old boy network to behind it. We say this shit because with with Randy Moss, I mean not with Randy Moss, but with fucking it's coming to me right now. The shit ain't coming to me. With fucking Michael Vick. Michael Vick. Michael Vick was the poster boy, right? But dog fighting didn't get perpetuated and created by him. The people that were in dogfighting that was doing the shit that were the masters of the dogfighting were white people. Let's be honest
Yeah.
here. They were the ones that ran the shit.
They used to
But
fight
they needed
everything.
a scapegoat.
Dogs.
They
They used to
needed a
fight
scapegoat.
dogs. Cats, not cats. They used to fight dogs. Fucking roosters. They used to fight actual people.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, think about it. Black people die. Not just black people. People die every day boxing, man.
Yep.
Motherfuckers don't have a problem with boxers getting killed in the ring. They got a problem with dogs getting killed and shit.
Yep.
That's why I don't fuck with them, man. They
And
be
the thing
capping,
is,
man.
why Michael Vick got to be the poster boy for some shit that he's not even the one that's controlling the ring.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the one controlling the ring. The one who's controlling the ring. Salute to OG Flash with the $9.99 super chat. We appreciate that, man. Donate to motivate, man. This is what we talking about. Donate to motivate.
And he got the greatest football player of all time in his avatar.
Yep.
Sweetness, man. Walter Payton, man. Salute, man. You know what I'm
Walter
saying?
Payton ain't nothing to play with.
I fuck with OG Flash heavy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Got to be an athlete to be in my GOAT list. Not just a motherfucker that throw a football. It's easy to sit back there and protect and throw a football. Got to be a real athlete. If you're a quarterback and you get in my GOAT list, that's because you could throw a football and you're a football player. You can't just sit back there and just throw a football and get in my GOAT list.
All right,
You could be the greatest quarterback. You can't be the greatest player.
If you don't, let me tell you something about D Mike. D Mike, if you don't give absolute obedience to this channel, and me and Ross put your ass on timeout. We don't give a fuck about your channels. We give a fuck about this platform.
Hold on, what you talking about?
Motherfucker said, I don't, I have my own channels. I don't use this channel. Your ass get put on fucking timeout. You absolute obedience.
Hold on. But what was he talking about though?
He just said it straight up. I have other channels. I don't use this channel. You fuck out of here, man.
What does that mean?
I don't even know what the fuck that means.
What did he say?
Why you advertising your own channels?
Yeah, what did he say before that?
He said, I have other channels. I don't
No,
use
I
these
said what
channels.
he say before that because that don't really make sense to me.
No, that's what he said. Basically, he was advertising himself. Put his ass on timeout. Don't advertise yourself over here, man. You give absolute salute to us. Fuck wrong with you? I have other channels. I don't use this channel. The fuck you talking about, man? Come over here and you submit to us, man. What the fuck you talking about? You should know what time it is. But anyways, Walter Payton,
Exactly.
exactly. Porn is a bigger threat to society than dogfighting. You know why porn is a bigger threat to
But
society than
they ain't
dogfighting?
never gonna say that because porn bringing billions of dollars a year.
Man, that shit now the industry of porn brings in trillions. It don't bring in billions no more. That shit bringing trillions. And you know why?
My point
Because
exactly.
it's the oldest trade. It's sex trafficking, man. It's the oldest trade, man. It's all about sex. So motherfuckers, beta males, OnlyFans, all these motherfuckers are gonna man. Look at Earl Spence. He done grew out his fucking beard. He got his little kid with him. Danny Garcia sitting next to Earl Spence. I like that shit. Danny Garcia got bulldozed by Spence, but Danny Garcia sitting right next to him. That's what I like. I like when motherfuckers show motherfuckers respect.
Fighters don't take fighters who fight for a living. They don't. It's not personal when they lose.
It's not
To
personal.
somebody.
Yeah. There you go, Gary Russell. Salute to you, man. I'm sorry that your father passed
They
away.
just made that nigga. They say he a social media star, not a boxing star.
Yep.
That's the truth, man. Ryan Garcia is not a boxer, bro.
No, he ain't.
He keep ducking. I don't know why he in the tux. Oh, I know why he in the tux. He finna play himself, man.
Yep.
I know why he in the tux. He finna get his ass up there trying to call out Tank Davis.
Yep. Look at Tracy Morgan. That's why I love us black niggas, though. We colorful as fuck. We got our jewelry. We colorful as fuck, man. That's one thing about us, man. They can't replicate us, man. They can't.
Tracy Morgan, that's my dude, man.
Yeah, they can't replicate us, man. We got our chains. We living our lives, man. We living our best lives. There's nothing like the black man. I keep telling motherfuckers this shit, man.
Bro,
There's nothing like it. Nothing.
Tracy Morgan
Black
got a
is
lot
beautiful.
of Tracy Morgan got a lot of he got a lot of respect for Errol Spence too. Because he went to the same thing. He went to the same thing Errol Spence went. Errol Spence, Tracy Morgan down there died too, man.
Yep, in
a
a
car crash. He had to come back from that shit.
Yep.
Bro, that shit had me sad, man. I love Tracy Morgan, man.
Yeah, and you know what's the interesting part about it? Because Tracy Morgan's a real ass nigga. You know what's the interesting part about it? A lot of people think Spence went through 2 car crashes. That's why it took him so long to rehabilitate, man. The motherfucker went because Floyd talked about it. We didn't know about the second car crash until Floyd talked about the shit. Floyd said, "Yo, Earl Spence had a second car crash." I was like, damn. When Floyd said that shit, I was like, well, shit, that must have been taboo. We didn't know about the shit. He said for him to rehabilitate after 2 back-to-back, he said, I got to give him credit, man. Because most fighters would have just folded. That's what Floyd said. Most fighters would have folded, and they would have just said, my career is over. But he came back. He bounced back like a true champion.
Yeah, me personally, I invited no crackers to the cookout. I'm not easily impressed like that. But if a motherfucker invite him, I'm gonna be cordial.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tom, man, listen, man, he played football.
Yeah,
Tom
Brady could get an invitation because Tom Brady gave you know why Tom Brady gets the invitation? Not because I'm biased.
Invite that motherfucker to shit.
He gets the invitation because of Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
He gave the nod. Let me tell you why he gave the invitation. Because he said the next guy that's going to dominate football is Lamar Jackson. Tom Brady didn't have to say that about anybody else, but Tom Brady recognized greatness.
I'll invite Lamar. Lamar invite Tom Brady. Then I'll be like, man, you responsible for that motherfucker. He get out of the way.
Yeah.
But I ain't inviting that motherfucker.
Yeah.
But if Lamar come in and he get with Tom, then fuck it. Lamar brought the nigga. So, hey, man, you got to watch him, man.
Yeah. Yeah, Tom, I ain't gonna lie. Hollywood did make Tracy Morgan put on the dress.
He's talking. Hollywood
just
made a
like
lot
Kevin
of
Hart. It's the same shit with Kevin
Hollywood
Hart.
made a lot of niggas put on dresses, man.
And we gotta hold these motherfuckers count. LeBron James put on a fucking dress.
Yeah, Hollywood made a lot of niggas put on dresses, man.
Yep,
Me
LeBron
personally,
James too.
I ain't never gonna put on no dress, but at the
Nah,
same
I ain't gonna
time,
never put on no fucking dress either. Hey, you already know, Ox. We gonna hold that shit
but at the
accountable.
same
We ain't gonna
time,
hold.
yeah,
That's just
I hold
like
it.
now. I'm gonna get a little controversial right now. I know Ross ain't
Right
gonna
now,
agree,
motherfucker, you been controversial.
but I'm gonna get extra. I'm gonna get extra spicy and controversial right now. Ross ain't gonna agree with this shit. Ox, you may be on the wavelength with me because I know the way you think. But you may not. I don't know. But listen, man, I got a fucking shorts. I ain't put the shit up. But there's some shots that fucking Tyson Fury landed on Deontay Wilder. Those shits are undeniable. Yeah, they were tired. And I'm not talking about the second fight. I'm talking about the third fight. Towards the end of the third fight, Deontay Wilder had 2 drop downs, right? He knocked down Tyson Fury twice, but Tyson Fury knocked him down 3 times. And I can't call those things, those types of shots, those accurate body shots, those accurate punch shots. I can't call that cheating. I gotta call that boxing. At the end of the day, Deontay Wilder lost in the fucking trilogy, and I'm gonna salute Deontay Wilder for the trophy. But y'all know me, man. I've been keeping it 1,000% all the way through. I'm a
I
salute you for the
I
trophy,
can't give no credit
but at
to a
the end of
cheater,
the
bro.
day, the motherfucker lost the damn trilogy, man. It is what it is. That's just my take on the shit.
Me personally, if you a cheater, then I can't give you no credit for a win. I just can't.
I feel you, but certain
Cause
punches
we,
to me, certain
yeah,
punches to me, it's like
Cause
Barry Bonds, right? Hand-eye coordination. Motherfuckers say Barry Bonds was taking steroids, but
Barry Bonds
hand-eye
never tested
coordination, you can't
positive for
steroid
nothing.
that shit.
Barry Bonds never tested positive for anything. Tyson Fury
Well,
did.
he probably never tested positive, but I'm just saying with
Yeah,
Tyson Fury, on the other hand, those punches he was landing on Deontay Wilder towards the end of that third fight, because that third fight was a very testy fight. Those were some boxing punches, man. And
yeah.
Deontay Wilder was the victim of those fucking punches. Let's just be honest.
Here's one thing about boxing that you have to box to know, or you don't get power out of nowhere. You can't train for power, man. Your power is your power. You can't train for power. Now, if you fight wrong and you start learning how to punch correctly, you
Mhm.
might hit harder, but only because you got power. Now you throwing your punches right.
But
But Tyson Fury,
those punches that Tyson Fury threw at Deontay Wilder, Wilder was already tired as fuck, and Wilder was sloppy as fuck, and Fury caught him. He just caught him.
nah, but you're not understand. I
I ain't
think you
gonna
missed
say
what
it's power. I'm gonna just
I
say he
think you missed
caught
what
him.
I'm saying. He had already fought him, and it was no power like that. He was eating those shots, but all of a sudden you got power, and we know you tamper with gloves, and we know you're a PED cheat.
Yeah, but
There's no
but
way.
but but
I
but we're
feel
not
like
gonna
right
sit
now,
here. But we're
I
not
feel
gonna
like
sit
it's just,
here. We're not gonna sit
I feel
here and
like it's
say
a
that Tyson
bias.
Fury is pillow
I
punching.
feel like it's a bias you have against the LDBC that you take out on Deontay Wilder.
Nah, it ain't that. I'm just saying we can't sit here and say that Tyson Fury is pillow fisted. Like I'm not gonna say all of
Well, he
that. I'm
is.
not gonna say that I'm not gonna say that Tyson Fury is Deontay Wilder power, but
No.
he
Tyson
got
Fury
enough
never
zap.
had
He got
power
enough
like that.
zap to drop you.
No. You're missing. Do you know nobody ever had power in boxing history to break somebody's skull? That has never happened before.
That part I agree.
So you're not understanding. It's not he don't have power. So what is going on?
But you talking about the fight 2. I'm talking about fight 3. I'm talking about fight
Fight
3
two,
where
fight three.
Fury
When you're a
landed.
cheat,
Yeah, but I'm talking
all
about
the
fight
fights the
3 where
same,
Fury landed accurate punches. We can't deny
bro.
that.
When
Fury
you're a
landed
cheater,
accurate punches
when
in
you're a
round
cheater,
3. In fight 3, towards the late end, Deontay Wilder was sloppy as fuck. He wasn't in the high guard. He didn't have his hands up,
when you're a
and Fury
cheater,
landed punches on him.
when you're a
So,
cheater,
what do
you
you
don't
say?
get
Do
the
you say that's cheating too?
when you're a cheater, you don't get the benefit of the doubt. Once you cheat, always a cheat.
Come on, bro. We gotta give credit what credit's due. The
No,
motherfucker hit him. The motherfucker hit him with shots in fight 3. That is what a true boxer would
yeah.
land. It was
Once a cheat,
accurate.
once a cheat is always a cheat, man. Roy Jones Jr. don't have no place in my pantheon Because he's a
But
cheater.
Wilder, and I gotta agree with Jumpman 305. Wilder was emotional in fight 3, and the reason why he was emotional in fight 3 is because Fury, let's be honest, towards the end of that fight, after Deontay Wilder dropped him twice, Fury was able towards the second half of that fight to take over the shit. Like, I'm not a biggest Fury fan.
No,
I'm not sitting here and having this grudge against other
the
people.
thing about it
I'm
is,
going off of what I saw. And what
yeah,
I can't unsee that shit, bro.
did you see the gloves? You saw what did you see? You saw the gloves?
Yeah, but Deontay Wilder agreed to the shit.
No, I'm saying, did you see the gloves though?
But Deontay Wilder agreed to the shit.
But you saw him. Did you see
Deontay Wilder agreed to the shit.
But you saw him. Did
is
you
why
see
Floyd said, "Hey, this is why I dinged Deontay Wilder, because Floyd said, yo, let me get involved. Because if Floyd would have got involved, none of this bullshit would have happened."
And this is the thing. This is the reason why we gotta stick with our black people, bro. We can't just be with them when they winning. Gotta be with them when they lose too, man. If Deontay Wilder lost fair and square to a clean fighter, I wouldn't say nothing. He did lose to a clean fighter.
Yeah.
He lost to somebody whom he technically knocked out, who got a 13-second long count.
Yeah.
So is that a square? That's not a fair and square win.
Yeah, hello?
Deontay Wilder lost to boxing. He lost to the boxing community. He lost to boxing. He didn't lose the Tyson Fury.
And let me get my DoorDash order. I'm coming right now, Ross.
Yeah. If he lost fair and square, bro, then I would give Tyson Fury that. But Tyson Fury is a dirty fighter. So I know I could get probably 20,000 subscribers if I just promote Tyson Fury heavy, but I'll never do it. Because he's a cheater. And I don't want those type of people, man. I don't want those type of people. I don't want those type of people on my channel. I don't want Canelo fans on my channel. I don't want Lomachenko fans on my channel, and I don't want Tyson Fury. I don't want nobody who's overrated. I don't want their fan base on my channel. Yeah, I just can't give them credit. I can't give them credit, man. You know what I'm saying? Do he do some slick shit every now and then? Yeah, but he only will be looking slick against fighters that's trash. OG Flash, you gotta understand, I was raised by a black man that was like serious about this shit. If we wouldn't give a black man credit for cheating, we can't give a white man credit for cheating. Roy Jones Jr. is not in my. He's not in my top anything. Hey, salute for the super chat.
Salute Roy Jones Jr. MTS Faceco for the $4.99 super chat. We salute to y'all, man.
If Wilder kept his composure in fight 3, he still would have lost because he was fighting more than Tyson Fury.
But my thing is this.
Hold on. Let me get this off. Wilder had already knocked down. He already knocked down Tyson Fury for 12, 13 seconds. So it wasn't for him to win. Period. So it wouldn't matter.
But why did Deontay Wilder get finessed? Why did he get finessed out of the situation? Let's be honest. He got finessed out of the situation because Deontay Wilder's ego, his pride. He didn't allow Floyd involved. If Floyd was involved with Leonard Ellaby, this shit would never happen.
But the fact that you saying that means he didn't win fair and square.
But still, at the end of the day, the record books. See, I could say what I want to say. You could say what you want to say. The record books is gonna have Deontay Wilder with L's. At the end of the day,
good thing about me, I have my own record book, and if you win by cheating, then you get no credit.
I would sit here and have Deontay Wilder's back all day, every day. But this is what I realized: the Floyd Mayweather curse is evident. Salute to you, MTS, again for the super chat. Been watching you since Kell Brook versus Earl Spence. Shout outs to He Knows Everything. Shout outs to Tom Ross TV too. I'm always say shout outs to my brother as well, because he been with me since day one. He been on the same wavelength. But here's my thing. I'm gonna say this, Ross. The Mayweather curse is very evident. Every time motherfuckers go against Mayweather, they feel a L. I don't know what it is about Mayweather. I don't know what is talking bad about Mayweather, talking bad about the PBC brand, talking bad about this, talking bad about that. When you go against that, you feel a L from that shit, dog. And
Yeah.
that's what Deontay Wilder did. If he would have just, I don't care if Floyd Mayweather didn't train him. If he would have just said, you know what, Floyd, I want you to handle the glove part. I want you to handle the cheating part. I want you to handle the management part. Wilder wouldn't have been cheated because guess who would have been right there looking at the fucking gloves? Leonard fucking Ellerby. Wilder would have been good to go. But nah, Wilder want to be in his bag. He want to be in his bullshit. And now look at his legacy. Yes, he got a statue, but then you end up on the white man
Bro, he
end,
only got one
and you
loss,
got
bro. He only got one loss. He got one loss to a nigga who be cheating. Wilder legacy is straight.
to
He's
you,
still great.
yes, but the record books say he got 2 losses.
Oh yeah, well yeah. Well, I mean, he only lost to one motherfucker. He only lost to one motherfucker. Wilder legacy is straight. And he lost to a motherfucker who be cheating, man. Fury is not respected. Like the shit you doing.
Mm-hmm.
Fury ain't respected. He will never be respected, bro. He not respected. Think about it. His last fight, he only sold 13,000. Nobody even want to watch Fury. Nobody believed that shit that they saw, man. They just wanted to see a black man lose. They know Fury ain't win that fight. The motherfucking UFC sell out every time they go. UFC always selling out pay-per-view. White motherfuckers love watching white motherfuckers win. Why they ain't support Fury? Because they know that shit ain't real, man. White motherfuckers love watching white people win. Only 13,000 motherfuckers showed up to a Fury fight, and the people and the pay-per-view flop, man. Nobody ain't
Mm-hmm.
trying to watch Fury. They know that shit fake, man. These white motherfuckers that watch MMA, they know that shit fake.
I agree with that. And we on the same wavelength with that. But my thing
Damn,
is
buddy
this.
almost got stopped with his goofy ass.
My
He
thing is
like he's
this,
drunk.
and I agree with that, Ross. And I agree with that. So my wavelength is this. Why niggas always gotta go against Floyd? Why? What is
Because
it
man,
about Floyd that make niggas gotta go against him? Why? Why niggas always gotta go against
I
Floyd?
broke it down to you. I broke it down to you. This is why. It's a Joe Louis. It's a Joe Louis contract. Did y'all know a Joe Louis contract? They said that he cannot resemble in any way Jack Johnson. He could. They said he could. In Joe Louis contract, they said he can look at white women.
Mm-hmm.
They said he always had to be patriotic. Basically, he had to be a sellout.
Mm-hmm.
That was in his contract. So now they probably not writing in the contract now, but now it's cancel culture. And you notice a lot of it ain't just him. Shakir Stevenson been flipped at the mouth. Um, fucking Bud been flipped at the mouth when it comes to Floyd.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Jamel Charlo. A lot of these young black fighters come in the game. They got negative shit to say about Floyd Mayweather because they want to be on people's good side.
And every time they got negative shit to say about Floyd, what ended up happening to them? They get the Floyd Mayweather curse.
You see Jamel Charlo got the undisputed shit. He got a chance to get undisputed. Jamal Charlo just as talented. Why they holding back his career?
Exactly.
Because Jamal Charlo don't play the game. That's why he don't say negative.
Exactly.
Jamal Charlo don't say negative shit about black fighters.
Because Jamal Charlo, like the way Andre Ward is, like Earl Spence, like Floyd, he don't do that bullshit. But once you start doing that shit,
I think Lowry just got the stoppage.
oh yeah, he stopped Sullivan. It's over. We know what time it is.
That shit crazy, man. Lowry's supposed to get that victory for Canelo, man. That's another thing, man.
Lara's career should not be where it's at right now because Lara beat Canelo. Canelo should have 3 losses on his column right now. But you know they're not gonna give Canelo that shit. They disrespect Lara. This is what I'm trying to say. And Lara looked like he's more natural at 160 than he ever was at 154. Let's be honest. Lara beat this motherfucker up. Canelo is bullshit, man. This is why I try to tell motherfuckers this shit. I'm glad me and Ross is having this back and forth because we want you guys to see that we don't always see eye to eye on shit. My thing is, I'm not repping Tyson Fury, and I want you to know, Ox, I don't give two shits about Loma. I just don't give two shits about certain fighters because I know certain fighters are smoking mirrors. Like, why did Teofimo Lopez in his very next fight get exposed by George Kambosos Jr.? It showed you his ass was smoking fucking mirrors.
All them motherfuckers that top rank smoking mirror except for Shakir
Yep,
Stevenson. I
yep,
told y'all that.
yep.
Loma,
He's
goof
smoking
ass.
mirrors. That's why I never was sold on Teofimo Lopez. So it was from that standpoint. No one
And
no
so is
Loma. I don't give a
Bud.
fuck about no damn Loma. I'm gonna
I
be
know
honest with y'all. I
motherfuckers.
don't care about Loma.
I know somebody right now talking about Bud. They smoking mirrors. Bud smoking mirrors too,
He's
man.
smoking mirrors too.
Everybody at top rank smoking mirrors except for Shakir Stevenson, man. I'm gonna tell y'all that
But
right
with
now, man.
Deontay Wilder having Floyd, and this is why I'm mad at Deontay Wilder. Floyd said, "Yo, I'ma help you. I'ma help you." Deontay Wilder ignored. I was like, "Fuck you. I ain't gonna deal with that shit." If he would have just got Floyd to help him just on the basic capacity of watching the gloves, Deontay Wilder wouldn't even have a trilogy. Y'all know that? It would have been a second fight. There wouldn't even be a trilogy. There would not be a fucking trilogy. I'm gonna tell you right now. There would have been a second fight, and Deontay Wilder would have been the victor of the second fight, and he would have been the guy in the lion share position. But he disrespected Floyd, man. You don't disrespect greatness like that, dog. Even
But would
Earl
he?
Spence,
I
even
mean,
Earl Spence, Ross, even
that's
Earl
what.
Spence digressed to Floyd's advice. In the Mikey Garcia fight, Floyd was yelling at Spence and telling him, "Yo, just box this nigga up." And he listened to Floyd.
You making one point, but the one point don't match the other point because there's one reason why I can say even when Floyd helped, they probably still would have cheated him. Because let's be honest, Tyson Fury got knocked out twice fucking with Deontay Wilder. In the first fight, he got knocked out. In the third fight, he got knocked out and still didn't get a victory, man. Deontay Wilder still didn't get a victory. So they probably still would have cheated him, man.
Nah.
Only thing it was, I don't think he would have got knocked out. He would have fucked with Floyd. He would have never got knocked out.
You know why I don't think it would end up the same way? Because I noticed when Floyd is involved in something, no matter how much the judges want to try to finesse Floyd, when Floyd and his team is involved in something, you can't cheat Floyd, dog. You can't. I noticed that shit. You cannot cheat Floyd Mayweather. When Floyd Mayweather and his team is involved in something, because they have so much influence, you can't cheat them, dog. That's why Floyd was telling Deontay, let me be involved.
If what you're saying is true, isn't that more indicative of the sport of boxing than it is Deontay Wilder? That you have to protect yourself from being cheated? Isn't that more indicative of boxing? How fucked up it is?
It is more indicative of how fucked up boxing is. It is.
Yeah.
And that's why Deontay Wilder should have took more opportunities to line himself with Floyd. Because if you have that level of influence that can ensure that you won't be cheated in a situation, why not take advantage of the shit? Why go against that? Why cut against the grain of that? I don't have a problem with Deontay Wilder. I just have a problem with why, if you have this cachet that you can use, why not fucking use it?
You want to know why? He was naive to how dirty boxing is. That's why. He was naive like a motherfucker. That's why. A lot of motherfuckers don't know how dirty boxing is until they take that first L that they should have won. But Floyd knew because his he come from a family of boxers. His father suffered some unfair shit. Like Sugar Ray Leonard picked his father on short notice, knowing he already had fucked up leg and fucked up arm and shit, fucked up hand and shit.
Yep.
And still was in a smoke out with Floyd Mayweather Sr. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers began chose at a detriment. So Floyd already knew how dirty the game could be.
Yep.
Deontay Wilder not so much. He started boxing when he was 18 or I think
but
18,
this is my
19
thing.
years old.
You got Floyd that already went through the trenches of that shit. Why not use it? So was that a short-sightedness on Deontay Wilder's behalf? Was that Deontay Wilder just basically being so caught up in his stubbornness that he didn't see that shit for what it is? This is the same way with Terrence Crawford. Floyd was telling Terrence Crawford, why your ass with Top Rank all this time? Why your ass don't come over here? It's like when niggas don't listen to Floyd, they end up in a bad position.
He fell victim to the system, man. That's the thing, man. We gotta stop victim. It's a system, man. It's the system. The system make niggas not want to go to black niggas for anything. The system make black niggas they enemies. And make them want to just think about it, man. Why the fuck Jamel Charlo feel like every month he gotta praise Canelo? Yep. He gotta stay on these people's good side, man. In his mind. That's a system. Why the fuck you always talking about how great Canelo is? We all know Canelo not great.
Yep.
But he got to choke on that dick every now and then to make sure he get opportunities. So we got to get at this system that make you feel like every boxer knows Tyson Fury a cheater. The only one that's not afraid to say it out loud is Floyd Mayweather Jr. Well, for Canelo. The only one, you know what I'm saying, for Canelo a cheat. The only one that be saying out loud is Floyd. All the rest of these niggas got to choke. They feel like they got to choke on it. Because they want opportunity. It's a system, man. Some niggas fold, some niggas don't. But we got to blame the system and not the niggas, man. Because at the end of the day, if you knock a nigga down and he stay down for 13 seconds, that's a loss, man. That's a loss. That's a loss of the streets, man. You drop a nigga, that nigga just laying there.
So if Floyd, Leonard Ellaby, the cachet of Mayweather's representing him, I guarantee you that count gets honored. I guarantee you that shit. Because the one thing that I know is with Floyd,
crazy thing is,
and I understand with Floyd's cachet, they don't rob Floyd and Floyd's cachet. You know why? Because Floyd's cachet is the only cachet that trumps the white man, dog. I always notice that shit in boxing. That's why you can't go against Floyd. You can't go against that shit. Floyd's cachet is the only cachet that's gonna save your ass in fucking boxing, man. I believe that shit. Because Floyd, look at how many fights he had that was supposedly close, right? According to people's mind with Maidana and all that. They could have easily robbed Floyd, right? But they didn't do that. You know why? Because of Floyd's cachet.
Nah, they couldn't rob Floyd because he was a master boxer. If they ever could have robbed Floyd, they would have robbed Floyd. Floyd always made the fights way too lopsided, so they couldn't do it. And then they would have lost out too much money. Floyd was too valuable to get robbed. Deontay Wilder is not as valuable as Floyd. If he was as valuable as Floyd, then he wouldn't have got robbed either. But he's not as valuable.
But now imagine Floyd's value and his team behind Wilder. He ain't getting robbed. They're not turning off no camera in no fight too. They're not doing none of that fuck shit.
But everything you said
is wondering what the fuck's going on.
Everything you said proves my point why you can't give Fury no respect for these wins. Because everything you said, you can't give him no respect.
And that's why I gotta give. See, and this will go to Wilder's point. This goes to Ox point. This is why I get on Wilder. It's from that, Ox, what you just said. Wilder was naive, arrogant, and stubborn. So his naive, arrogant, and stubborn ways makes him have a fault. Because nobody can blame you if you choose to be that way. If you choose to be arrogant, you choose to be naive, you choose to be stubborn, you choose to talk shit about Floyd, you got to deal with the ramifications of that shit. Because nobody put a gun to Wilder's head for Wilder to sit there openly and publicly talk shit about Floyd. He did that. And why did he do that? What convinced him to do that? What influenced him to do that? And he needs to be held accountable for that shit.
He got held accountable. He took an L.
Yep.
But it wasn't no fair and square L, but he lost to a cheater. But at the end of the day, to me, losing a nigga that's known for cheating, I don't know. I don't lose no sleep behind him, man. I don't see him no different. Everybody can't be undefeated. Everybody can't be undefeated, man. But just as long as he ain't
Nobody
Just as
cares.
long as he ain't lose fair and square. If he lost fair and square, it'll be different. But he lost to a cheater, so I don't know.
Nobody can tell me that if Floyd was covering him for fight 2 and possibly fight 3, because I don't even think it will go fight 3. If Floyd was covering him, the fight would have ended up the same. Because we know Leonard Ellaby would be all over those fucking gloves. We know that the team, me and you covered that fight, Ross. We said, why did they turn off the fucking screen on Tyson Fury's camp? That shit would have never happened with Leonard Ellaby over there. That shit would never happen. Let's be honest. This shit would have never happened. We saw that in the Maidana fight when Leonard Ellaby was all over Maidana's gloves. It was like, hell no. Those gloves ain't gonna fly. That's why it made sense for him to have Floyd there, because Floyd's team would have made sure Wilder didn't get cheated, man. Wilder was short-sighted, and a lot of times as a brother, when you're short-sighted, you end up in a short-sighted.
We gotta think about this conversation. We're talking about stopping a nigga from cheating, right? So if you gotta stop a nigga from cheating, you can't damn give that nigga credit if he win. You can't not be a motherfucker who got to be stopped from getting cheated, from cheating somebody and get credit at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Like, he won, it's over with. If a dog had a squash and shit bricks, the nigga didn't give Floyd help. He took an L to a cheater. He got cheated. I can't give no cheater no credit because he cheated. Like, okay, you lost to a cheater. Okay, all right, cool. At the end of the day, Wilder's still more valuable than Tyson Fury. The strange thing about it, Wilder come back, he gonna sell out a stadium. Wilder gonna sell out stadiums when he come back. Tyson Fury can't do that because nobody believe that shit.
Who's Wilder fighting when he comes back?
I don't know. It don't matter who Wilder fight. That's the thing. When he fight, motherfuckers show up, man. That's the thing.
And my only thing is, I just feel like Wilder's career could have been different if he would have just took Floyd's advice, man. That's all. Because that Mayweather curse is serious, man. That shit is serious. And niggas don't follow through with that shit, they always find themselves in a precarious situation.
Wilder's career is exactly how it's supposed to be, man. Everything happened how it's supposed to happen. That was supposed to happen, man. That was supposed to happen. But we all know it wasn't legit. So it is what it is. It's kind of like the white dude that get a raise over you at work, but he trash. He ain't a better worker than you. This is how the system is. And everybody thinking I'm just saying that because Tyson Fury white. Nope, I don't got no respect for Roy Jones Jr. either. Roy Jones Jr. ain't white. I don't respect no cheaters.
Wilder made a choice. Wilder made a choice to ignore Floyd, man. And
yeah, he did.
Just like Ross, and I respect Ross for doing that. Just like
Roy Jones Jr. made a choice to do PEDs. That's why I don't fuck with him.
Exactly. I'm just keeping that same energy, man. Just like Ross is holding serve on his side of the aisle, I'm holding serve on my side of the aisle. And then Wilder chose a trainer that he knocked the fuck out. The motherfucker wasn't even qualified to train him. Come on, man. Let's be honest. Wilder just made a lot of gaffes, man.
Yeah, the fight over with though. I mean, what's to talk about? I can't lose no sleep behind it because it wasn't a real loss. So, oh no.
Well, the record books got Wilder losing, so
they got a lot of people losing. They got Pernell Whitaker losing.
Mm-hmm.
They got Pernell Whitaker losing the De La Hoya, a nigga that didn't even land a flush punch. It's boxing. Niggas get cheated all the time. That don't mean I respect De La Hoya for that win. De La Hoya never beat Pernell Whitaker. Everybody know that.
Yeah, but Tyson Fury landed some flush shots on Deontay Wilder. Yeah, I can't sit here and not admit that didn't happen.
Right. Well, we don't know, right? We know the gloves fucked up. We know he's PED cheat. We don't know what's that about. We're not talking about a clean fighter. One thing we could give De La Hoya is De La Hoya never tested, he never popped dirty. We know De La Hoya a clean fighter, so well, Tyson Fury, not so much.
So who you got, man? Ultimately in Tank versus Romero. What's your outcome on this shit? Because this shit is next.
Who I got? What you mean? Who I got? Man, everybody know who. Man, Tank. Man, everybody. Man, if Tank beat Tank, take his time. Tank gonna whoop this motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have no early stoppage though. If it happened, I'd be surprised. I got a later stoppage, just because, dude. Weird. If people fight weird like that, you don't want to just be too. You don't want to get in there and be mixing with them and fuck around and get hit with something. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And I could agree. I could see the late stoppage happening. But I got Gervonta Tank Davis knocking his ass out in 3, man. Because Tank gave me that eye of the tiger. And he gave me that. I want to make a statement with this motherfucker, man. I want to get his ass up out of here. And a guy like Ronnie Romero needs to be taught a lesson like that. He needs to get out of there as soon as possible so he can eat some fucking humble pie. But you're right about the awkwardness. And you're right about his fighting style. If it happens to be later, it is what it is. But the sooner his ass can get knocked out, the fucking better.
Oh yeah,
Because
definitely.
Tank got some real fights out there that he could really be focused with. This is like a circus fight, a little circus fight for him. He got some real fights out there. He called out Devin Haney, and he told Devin Haney, look, you're email champion. I want your ass next. If you can get past Cambosos, I want you next.
Yeah, nah, he gonna Devin Haney.
Well, Tank called out Devin Haney immediately,
Devin
though. He
Haney is
called his ass
somebody
out.
who I feel will probably get knocked out faster than this motherfucker. Not because he's a better fighter, just because he's
Yep,
chinny. Devin Haney, chinny is a motherfucker, man.
that's true. So how you felt? How you felt about Tank? How you felt about Tank calling out Devin Haney immediately and saying, "If you get past Gambosos, I want your ass next."
Respect.
You're email. He called Devin Haney an email fucking champion. He said, Where has that shit ever happened in boxing where a fighter gets an email fucking champion?"
A couple of times, Canelo is the king of making people get email champions. I don't that shit. I don't respect. I don't respect people calling Devin Haney an email champion for one reason. He can't help that. He can't help that Lomachenko was scared to fight him.
Mm-hmm.
And took it. That's how you become an email champion when the champion's scared to fight you and they vacate their belt. So I can't knock him for that.
Yep.
You still gotta beat it.
Tank said he coming with everything and he want to knock this motherfucker Raleigh out.
I hope he don't. I hope he don't hurt his hands, man. Like let the knockout come. Like that's why I like Errol Spence style, because he let
Mhm.
the shit come. You know what I'm saying? Like don't hurt your hands trying to go for the knockout. The fucker
But
have to fight with one hand.
I think honestly, I think Tank is gonna be smart. He's gonna be on his bicycle because Tank did say, I'm not gonna just sit there and look for the knockout. I'm gonna box his ass up. But I'm not gonna lie. Tank said I'm not gonna lie. I think Tank. This is the first time that I could say Tank has a Arturo Gotti situation going on. You know how Floyd was bloodthirsty the whole time with Arturo Gotti, and you knew Floyd wanted to knock his ass out. That's how you see it with Gervonta Tank. Gervonta didn't want to knock this motherfucker out. Floyd didn't hide that about Arturo Gotti. Gervonta Tank Davis not hiding this shit about Raleigh Romero. He's letting it be known. I don't like this motherfucker. He talk a lot of shit, and I gotta prove his ass wrong. That's the vibe I'm getting from this shit. Like, it's that kind of vibe. Like I gotta embarrass this motherfucker. Now I gotta sun his ass real quick.
This motherfucker Rolly funny, man.
Yeah, he is.
He a funny motherfucker, man.
Yeah.
He a funny motherfucker, dog.
Yeah, this motherfucker said sign up for KO. You know the Mexican community fan base, Ross. They so desperate. They need a W. They picking Rolling to beat Gervonta Davis because too many black fighters have watched Mexican fighters. Canelo lost. Oscar Valdez lost. they
Bro,
mad right now. They're
this
looking for
motherfucker
desperation.
Rolly out like a dolphin right now. So this nigga. This nigga took some coke.
Like, yeah, ADHD, right?
You know what, low key? The way he coming out like this nigga just might get started early, man. He don't seem focused at all, man.
He know he about to get knocked out. He know it. You can see it.
Yeah, what's up with this nigga? He acting like a WWE. He acting like a wrestler, man. Like he know he fuck. Yo, I ain't fucking with him, man. He might fuck
Ross,
around.
you gotta be on ADHD. Ross, you gotta be on ADHD when you know you about to get knocked the fuck out, right?
Then Tank came out with no hairline, no nothing, no shave. He finna beat the shot.
That mean you know if Tank ain't got no cut and Tank ain't fresh, you know Tank looking for that knockout. When niggas don't,
yeah, man, he on some other shit right now. Tank like he about to fight a nigga over his sister right now.
Yeah, when a nigga got a little afro going on and they ain't got no cut, they ain't got nothing going on, they ready to knock your ass out.
Like my man, I thought I told you not to put your hands on my sister, man.
Mm-hmm.
Now I feel beat your ass.
It's just something about Tank, man. I gotta give Tank credit. Tank, I love Tank. That nigga box office, dog. I love all these PBC fighters, man. You know,
PBC fighter is the one that's holding down boxing, man.
Exactly. Even Jamel Charlo
motherfuckers
his
trash.
bullshit. When Jamel Charlo had his fight, everybody tuned in on that shit. Even with his bullshit, PBC fighters hold it down. Donald Brown says, salute. Much love. I'm riding with y'all. Man, we riding with you too, Donald Brown. You know what time it is, dog. We ride with PBC. We ride with PBC, uncle. We ride with PBC. And you know why we ride with PBC? Not because we ride with PBC, not because we're followers. We ride with PBC because PBC is black owned. That's why. We root for our own shit.
I don't see why that shit's so hard, man. How motherfuckers be feeling like motherfuckers be they got the most critique for the PBC. They don't have no critique for Matchroom.
Monty Brown can't come back with no shit, Uncle Donald Brown, because Monty Brown basically blocked you. How you gonna block your elder because you told him, nephew, you need to get off this Canelo bandwagon bullshit? You try to help his ass. Nah, he want to sit there and be on that bullshit.
Man, it's called being held accountable, man. When a nigga hold you accountable a certain way, but you know this shit bringing money in your pocket, you'll just block them so you can still keep getting your money. But you know they right.
Yep. Tank about to knock this motherfucker out, man. Exactly. PBC always do good business. Niggas always got some shit to say about PBC, but PBC give you the best fights. If you look at the best fights this year, they've been PBC fights. Earl the True Spence and Jamel Charlo. Those have been the best fights this year. Charlo versus Castano, Spence versus Ugas. Those are the best fights this year. They were PBC fights.
PBC, man. PBC, bro.
Mm-hmm. Y'all can say what y'all want about PBC, man. PBC put on the best show. And now we got Tank versus Romero. Let's be honest, Ross. If Tank and Romero was promoted anywhere else, it'd be a dud. But because PBC is promoting it, this shit is fire.
If this shit was top ranked, you'll only see like 3 cameras out there.
Yep.
You know how you see all those cameras? It'll be like 3 niggas filming this shit. It'll be like 10,000 niggas in there. Maybe that's it.
Facts.
And this shit won't even be no pay-per-view. This should be on regular TV like a motherfucker, man.
Facts.
This should be on ESPN too. If this is top ranked,
hey man, that go watch that Ross is flossing. Y'all motherfuckers sleeping, man. That shit cost some weight right there. I just want to put that shit out there. That shit costs some weight. Go ahead and floss that shit, nigga. That shit costs weight.
This my grandfather watched, man. Rest in peace. Yeah, man. Top rank don't give a fuck. Man, top rank don't. These motherfuckers be milking the fighters, man. You ever watch the Tyson Fury fight without Deontay Wilder? It'd be trash, man. No, they said Lomachenko was the Matrix. How come Lomachenko never been a pay-per-view action?
Notice I don't have nothing to counter about that, Ross, because it's the truth. It's the fucking truth.
Never, man.
When it comes to box office, Deontay Wilder runs laps around Tyson Fury. We ain't talking about that shit. That shit is obvious.
These motherfuckers, top rank, man, top rank. They don't give a fuck about their fighters, man. The last motherfucker they had was a pay-per-view attraction was Manny, and they milked him to the last drop.
And Manny was barely holding up, trying to keep up with Floyd. Let's be honest. Manny was doing a quarter of what Floyd was doing.
Man, this shit about to be bad for Buddy, man. When Buddy came in and started doing the WWE bounce off the ropes. He come in here
he about to get knocked out.
He come in here like he about to read a script, man.
Yep. But now we learn Ronnie Romero's a brother because I saw his mom. So you learn that shit real quick. Tank ready to knock this motherfucker out, man. Facts, Donald Brown. I got to give him that. Uncle Donald Brown's telling the truth. He said Doug Williams, a black quarterback, won a Super Bowl after a root canal and didn't have the job the next season as a quarterback. Facts. A lot of people don't know that shit. That's some history for your ass.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because they wanted to act like that shit never happened.
Yep. So basically what he did, he's balled out of control and he won a fucking Super Bowl. So he ensured he got a job the next fucking season. That's what they got. That's what us brothers got to do. We got to go excess.
No, but what he's telling you is he didn't get a job the next season.
Yep.
He did all that, still didn't get a job. That's how racist the NFL is.
Yep.
Yo, Calvin be killing me with them glasses, man. Take that shit off your glasses, man. The chains he be having. Take that shit off your glasses, man.
Yep.
Calvin be killing me with that shit. Get that shit off your specs, man.
Hey, man, y'all gotta excuse me, man, but I was hungry like a motherfucker, though. I'm good now. I was eating my ass off. Y'all
Rolly is the first mentally challenged fighter to make it. I'm trying to tell you something.
Me eat through a lot this much, man. I was hungry like a motherfucker, man. I apologize. You know, me and Ross, we always apologizing when we eat like a motherfucker through the live, man. I have to apologize. Here we go. Here we go. Round one. Let's see what's up. Hopefully you ain't got no delay, Ross. You can see what I see. Round one.
Yeah. It started right now for me.
Yep. They sizing each other up right now. Go ahead, Tank. Get it there. Tank got a new fucking. This motherfucker Tank. I think Tank gonna have his whole body tattooed up, man. He got a new tattoo on that back. I already see that shit. That motherfucker gonna be tattooed up the whole way. Let's go.
Yeah, you know how motherfuckers be in the hood, man. They don't know they're not supposed to tat their body up.
Exactly. But this
Yeah.
nigga got his whole fucking body tatted up. Like, damn. Go ahead, Gervonta. Then come on, come on. Bomb. Solar plex. Tank hit that Tank hit him with that solar plex, dog. That's that Floyd shit. Bomb. Whoosh. That left hand. Hmm. Yep. Davis is smart as hell in this shit.
Yeah, I told you he was gonna fill him out.
Yep. It's a
Yeah,
fill out. Everybody know the round one is a fill out round. And Romero trying to do a rendition of the shit. The Tank is like, look here. There you go. I'm gonna reset and hit this motherfucker. Bomb. There you go. Woo. Tank hitting him with that speed, boy. You could tell Tank trained that speed, man. Bomb. There you go. Whoosh.
yeah. So right, you know, there ain't much to say about right now because they just filling each other out.
They are.
Tank,
They are.
Tank doing nice work to the body. Um,
And Riley Romero's just trying to survive.
yeah. Oh, I know what Tank's gonna do. Tank gonna break him down, man.
Yep. Yeah, you
Tank
already
gonna
see
break,
it.
Tank gonna break him down. So it might not happen early,
Nah.
but Tank gonna break him down, man. Cause he taking his
Yep.
time with this motherfucker.
Yep. And you already could see, you already see what's happening. Tank got this little combination upstairs, downstairs he's doing. He's hitting him with the jab and then to the body. He's doing that shit consistently. It's like,
Yep.
let me test you with the jab and then go right straight to the body. Nigga Davis, boy, he talking shit. Gervonta talking shit at the end of that, right? Like, yeah, motherfucker, I got you.
And
I see this little combination.
and
What you
this is
gonna
the
say,
thing
bro?
this is the thing people forget about.
Mm-hmm.
This is the thing people forget about.
Mm-hmm.
People forget that Tank a box.
Yep.
All they be talking about is power. Tank
His
can really
power.
box, man.
Yep. And what he just did in that round one was some Earl Spence shit. He did the jab into the body. He did that the whole fucking round, testing out jab body, jab body, jab body, jab body. That's what the shit looked like. Jab body. That's all that shit was. Jab body, jab body. Straight jab body, straight jab body. All
And
right, now it's about to get
Rolly
real.
just funny to me, man. He hard to take serious, bro.
Mm-hmm. This shit about to get real right now. And Tank on his bicycle too, boy. This shit about to get real. Nah, he ain't making it difficult for Davis. Davis just fighting on his back foot. What the fuck y'all talking about, man? Yeah, I
Well,
don't like listening to these announcers. They be sounding like bullshit.
they got to settle the fight, man.
Yeah.
Most of these announcers, they spit a narrative.
Yep.
Anytime it's a black fighter against somebody else, they spit a narrative. It's not they don't even be. You be looking at the fight like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Yep. That's why I put on my community post. Abel Sanchez, a Mexican trainer, said there's racism in boxing. He said that 3 days ago. He
Yeah.
said they don't like the black fighter style.
They don't like boxing, basically.
He just threw Gervonta Tank Davis on the floor. Raleigh Romero threw Gervonta Tank Davis on the floor.
Well, you don't know that's a knockdown. Do that look like a knockdown, man?
Nah, he threw him on the floor.
No, what I'm saying is they said they don't know if that's not a knockdown.
Yeah, he threw his ass on the floor.
Threw him on the floor. How could that not be a knockdown? See, I hope Tank got to stay calm and not get personal.
Mm-hmm. I
Like,
actually like this because this reminds me of Leo Santa Cruz because Leo Santa Cruz was doing a lot of the same shit, and then Tank went into dog mode. That's what I'm hoping for. Tank go into dog mode when this shit happens. Facts, Ox. He's already incapable. He's landing. He's frustrated. He's already frustrated. Facts. He's incapable of landing the left. Facts. There you go. Tank just got him. Tank got him beautifully. There you go. Tank just nullified him real quick.
you know, it's like when you got boxing power, they don't want you to box when you can punch.
Yep. Yeah, they don't want you to box. Oof.
And you would think that boxing would get smart and they would take these people with these old mindsets off the cover of fights. Like, bro.
All Tank got to do is time that little left hook that he threw. Cause that shit gonna land. If he could time that left hook, that shit gonna land. But it's gonna take him establishing the jab to land that left hook. You see, he didn't do shit. He just threw Tank to the floor. You can see that shit. He didn't do nothing. He didn't land nothing on Tank. I'm glad they do the replay. He didn't do shit. He just threw Tank. None of those punches. There you go. Boom. You see that left hand? That shit was crispy. Yep.
Yeah.
That damn jab that Tank put in there, that shit gonna fuck Raleigh Romero up.
Yeah, he's just wrestling, man.
Yep. I know you're a little bit behind, but you're gonna see that left hand when Tank throw that shit.
I just saw it.
And that shit made Raleigh Romero's head go back. You gonna see that shit.
I saw it.
Like, damn. All right, we're in round 3 right now. Let's go. Let's go, Tank.
Each of them had a moment. A moment is not pushing a nigga to the ground.
Exactly.
What are you talking about? It's crazy how motherfuckers want to do everything to win the fight except for box.
Yep.
Use the crowd. Play with his head. Man, learn how to box.
Boom. There you go.
Man,
good job.
Man, Gervonta doing whatever he wanted in his business.
Yep. There you go. Gervonta landing that left hook with precision. That left hook, I think that left hook gonna knock out Raleigh Romero, man. I feel it. That left hook gonna knock his ass out. That's that shot that's gonna fuck him up. Cause that left hook is landing with precision, dog. He just gotta time it better and keep working. There you go. Keep working the body and then hit him with the left hook. Body to the left hook. Body to the left hook. That shit's gonna get his ass.
Yeah, Romero's getting thoroughly outboxed right now.
Yep. There you go. Yep. The speed advantage. He can't handle that shit. And the feints. Gervonta Tank Davis fucking his ass up with the feints too. That damn feint that Gervonta Tank Davis did,
That's
it
straight.
had
That's straight.
Romero flinching like a motherfucker.
The straight hand to the body fucking him up.
Yep. Facts.
He started to feel that shit.
Yep, you could tell. You could tell. And the speed advantage too. Gervonta Tank Davis is outspeeding this motherfucker. Yeah, you got him. I agree. That right hand to the body, there's a combination there. Right hand to the body and left hook. That shit is gonna fuck him up. Yep. And Davis is countering too. That's the beautiful part about it. He's countering. Davis, I feel like in this round, Davis needs to become more aggressive, man. Put that pressure on his ass. That's how I feel. Just put that pressure on his ass. Just break his ass down. Break his ass down with pressure.
He's doing good. All you gotta do is keep doing what he's doing.
Fact. I agree with that.
Dude gonna eventually break down.
Well, my third round is gone. Floyd knows exactly what he's doing. This was a perfect fight for Tank because Tank gets another guy that's bigger than him that he gets to fight. That's basically longer than him, bigger than him. Tank needs as many of these opponents as possible because when Tank goes up the ranks and he starts fighting these motherfuckers, a lot of these motherfuckers gonna be taller and bigger than him.
Yeah.
Floyd always knows what he's doing.
Cause I ain't gonna lie, what's his name? He's like a fucking welterweight right now in there with Tank. He's big as hell in there. These motherfuckers be coming in fights big as fuck.
Yep. He do look like a welterweight up in that bitch. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yep. Tank starting to use that speed, boy. Whoosh. Romero about to get knocked out.
Nice straight left hand.
Boom. There go that uppercut. There go that uppercut. Yeah, he said he throwing the elbow. Tank said that shit. He throwing that elbow. Yep. Tank landing that shit with precision. Whoosh. Hey, that speed advantage. Woo! Hey, that speed, man. Tank so fast. Up in and out. That should be lightning fucking quick.
Yeah, around the sixth round, Rolly gonna start looking tired, man.
Hell yeah, man, because Tank landing a straight left, that's beautiful. He's fucking Rolly up with that shit. Rolly don't even know what's happening, but Tank fucking his ass up. Look at his mom. There you go. There you go. Yeah. She know. Tank mom know what's up. She know what time it is. Look at Tank. Tank like Ma. There you go. Do your thing. Tank, no man. This motherfucker about to fuck Rolly up, man. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Calvin. For you, good man. Tank is outspeeding this motherfucker, man. Rolly about to get fucked up, man. Right now, he about to get fucked up. He just don't know what's about to happen. This motherfucker about to get fucked up. All right, Tank, come in this round, dominate him thoroughly. I need thorough domination, total domination. Come on, Tank. This shit ain't close. The fuck y'all talking about?
What the fuck they talking about? Close fight.
Exactly. This shit ain't close. For shit. You know what I like about Tank? Tank starts realizing your timing and he starts looking better. Tank is timing this motherfucker right now in this round.
Mm-hmm.
Timing Rolly up, boy. Good. You can see the speed difference. Like you said, Rolly's starting to break down. Yep, he taking those step backs, boy. Rolly breaking down, boy. Yep. Yep. Tank is aggressive like a motherfucker, boy. He fucking this motherfucker up. Boom. There you go. Tank landed precision.
The body shots doing a little damage to him.
Yep. Let's go, Tank. Fuck his ass up.
So far, this is easy work.
Easy fucking work. Yep. Damn, don't tell me Tank hurt himself. Don't tell me he hurt himself. Because he ain't throwing that shit no more. He ain't showing him respect. The fuck you talking about? Boom! Woo! That uppercut was vicious.
What the hell are they talking about? It's called boxing, man.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Romero, wild as hell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tank establishing dominance in this round. Look at Earl Spence, man. That's my nigga, though. Sean Porter ain't shit.
Rolly's so fucking wild, man.
I like that shit, man. Earl Spence is just chilling out.
Sean Porter, goofy, man. Goofy ass, man.
How you keep your head up? When the nigga got a chain, they keep their head up. They always got to say some shit about a nigga with chains on his neck. How he keep his head up? He keep his head up.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I always got some dumb shit to say. Let's go, Tank. Let's go. All right. There you go. Yeah, Romero throwing elbows like a motherfucker, dog. There you go. Yep. You see, he hit him below the belt. Come on, man. Are you gonna give Raleigh Romero points for being illegal as fuck? Come on, man. Like, come on. This motherfucker fighting dirty as fuck.
What the hell is close about this fight? I'm trying to know.
Go ahead, Tank. Come on. Come on.
This is certainly a different posture for Gervonta Davis, fighting from the outside, showing lateral movement. Something's not capable of certain things like this. We just don't see it all the time. But I think it's something that he has to do against a bigger Romero.
Yeah, that's what Gervonta Davis got to do. You got to fight from a fucking different distance because you already know what type of fighter he's dealing with. But pickpocket his ass.
It's going to be almost impossible. So Davis doing a good job of fighting from a distance. Well, let's talk to that maturity as a fighter. You know, Romero is very close to there at this juncture. You have to say that. I mean, it's just a fact. He's looking for big.
Yep. Woo! He got him. He got him. Tank got him. Tank got him. Tank got him. It's over. He dropped that nigga, dog. Hey, Tank got him, dog. It's over. Tank got him. He wobbly, nigga. Hey, you gonna see it, Ross?
Yeah, I see it.
It's
Drop
over.
it.
It's over. It's over, dog. We told y'all. We fucking told y'all, man. It's over. That shit is over. His mom knew. He fucking knew. Yeah, he clowning that nigga. He take clowning that nigga. He clowning him. It's over, dog. It's over. We told y'all. We told y'all. We told y'all. All these Mexican community fan bases, they wanted Tank to lose. They wanted Tank to lose, nigga. It's over. He set that shit up. We told y'all. Tank went in there and laughed at his ass. Basically, put the tongue out on that motherfucker.
Told you he was gonna figure him out early. You gonna figure him out, break him down.
Yep, he's embarrassed. Tank embarrassed that motherfucker, dog. Now Rolly can't say shit. Tank got his ass, boy. Wobbled his fucking ass. Caught his ass, boy. It's over. We don't want to hear shit. We don't want to hear shit tonight. All these motherfuckers, will Rolly Romero, he might upset Tank. He might do this to Tank. It's over. We don't want to hear the bullshit no more. It's over.
What round is it? I bet you it's the 6th round. I told you he's gonna get tired.
Round 6.
He was looking awkward in this fight too. The fuck you talking about? Man, show the replay so I can capture this bit.
It's over, nigga.
Show the replay so I can capture this bit.
Yeah, his ass left. He left the ring. Rolly left the ring, embarrassed like a motherfucker. He didn't even stay. His ass left.
oh yeah. He supposed to give a post-fight interview.
Yep, his ass left.
Give up the Rolly, man. If a black nigga left the ring without doing a post-fight interview, they'll be crying.
Mm-hmm.
No sportsmanship.
His ass left. He told his ass, I'm gonna knock your bitch ass out. He knocked his ass out. Sore fucking loser. You supposed to sit there and take your fucking loss. You supposed to take your fucking loss.
Can't leave the ring, bro.
This is why we say Gervonta Tank Davis is box office, man. This is why we say Tank will fuck a motherfucker up.
When you fall forward, man, you hurt like a
Yep.
motherfucker. Why they ain't showing the replays that they normally show? Show the replays.
Yep.
They mad, man. Y'all niggas mad because Tank got that knockout?
They don't want to show that shit, Ross. Let's be honest. They don't want to show that shit.
Show the replay of the knockout.
Yep, it's over. That's why the mom, Gervonta Tank Davis' mom, knew this fight was over. She was already celebrating from round 3 when Tank was outboxing this nigga. She was already celebrating them.
He was breaking them down. But people don't realize, people like Rolly, they so awkward that if you fight in exchange with them, they can hurt you, man. You gotta be smart fighting them niggas, man.
Yep.
Because they so fucking awkward.
Yep.
Tank, I'm proud of Tank in this fight. Tank showed that he could box, man.
Yep.
Everybody would sleep on his boxing skills. He showed he could box.
And this is why I know Tank. This is why I know Tank would knock out Devin Haney. This fight right here just proved it.
Oh, because yeah, for Tank, sure. Devin Haney, 10 years
is a motherfucker, dog. Tank patient as a motherfucker, man. He's patient as a motherfucker. Tank know when to throw the right type of punch, when to not throw the right type of punch. Tank just know the shit. Tank wasn't born at night, man. He was born at night. He wasn't born last night. He just know. Yep. Every elite black fighters exposed Mexican boxing community fighters all year in 2022. These Mexican community boxers, they all on witness protection, man. They got exposed all year. All fucking year.
Bruh. That's over with, bruh.
It's over.
It's over with. Now that's clowning. Now that's clowning.
Yep.
That motherfucker drunk, boy.
Yep.
That motherfucker left the ring drunk, boy.
Yep. He left the fucking ring. He left the fucking ring, and he left the ring as a sore fucking loser. You don't do shit like that. That's foul. Yeah, he left that shit sore, like a sore fucking loser.
Hey man, your voice is gonna be all over my shirt.
Yep, it could be all over that shit. Let it be all over that shit. That's it. Davis, it's over. It's over. This shit is over with. Done and fucking over with. We told y'all Rolly Romero was gonna get embarrassed. We told y'all that shit. Now let's see what Tank got to say. He gonna clown this motherfucker. There you go. Yep. 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 Yep.
I won my first belt here. It was great to come back to New York City and do it again, man. I was thinking, as you know, this interview was coming up, as much as I wanted to be cocky, but I want to thank Rolly. I want to thank his team. He's settling like a man inside the ring. And I wish him the best in the future.
Just make Rolly even look worse
Yep.
because he was humble and Rolly not even there.
Yep. Yep.
I knew that it was all about settling the fight.
Nope.
That we didn't fight the first time because I was so emotional. But I'm just thankful and grateful to be in this position and be able to come out with a win.
Was he a little stronger than you thought going into this fight?
No.
Jim Gray asks all the same questions every time. God damn, man. Get some new questions, man. Jim Gray asks the same questions to every black fighter, man.
Yep.
God damn, man.
You're right.
Damn.
You're right.
Was he stronger? Shut the fuck up.
Yep. There you go. We knew it was the left hook. I knew that shit was gonna fuck his ass up. I called that shit the left hook. I called it. You called the round. I called the punch. I knew it. That left hook was a motherfucker.
Got him.
Out of there.
Got it. But you know what fucked him up?
Mm-hmm.
That work to the body, man.
Yep. Bam. Whoosh.
Marquez. Huh. So goof ass out here.
Raleigh Romero can never run his mouth again, though.
Yeah. That shit viral already.
Yep.
I knew that I could get in his head. You know what I mean? Just by when we weighed in. You know what I mean? I knew his goal was to get in front of me. So when he went in front of me, he didn't realize that the stand was like coming to an end. So I just tapped him short.
So what would you like to do next? I mean, we've got the camera.
Yep.
All Tank got to worry about when you fight, let's say Devin Haney win, he got to worry about getting up underneath his jab. But that's it, man.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all he got to worry about.
I want to see him in the Devin Haney fight just double up on his shots.
Why the fuck would he not mean it in any other term? White people be too crafty.
Tank sent his love to the Russell brothers because Tank said we came up through the amateurs together. So that's what's up. Salute.
White people be too crafty. You know, good damn well I can't mean that shit the way you trying to make it seem.
We knew Raleigh Romero was gonna run up out of there.
I thought he would have more class than that.
Yep.
Because you gotta understand his business, man. You fucking up your payday doing shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now motherfuckers know if you lose. I don't know who the fuck had Romero winning. They on crack, man.
Yep.
How the fuck you have Romero winning by one round? That fight way ain't close like that.
That's how they be calling this shit wrong.
Fuck out of here.
Now
man.
It's over. Tank don't never have to talk to this motherfucker. Patch me in the dog, low.
Yeah, man, this motherfucker got what easy.
Yeah.
What you talking about?
Got beat the fuck up.
He got outboxed, then he got sat down.
Yep.
That's nasty. To get outboxed, then get sat down, that's nasty.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Jim Gray be on that goofy shit, man.
Yes, man, always doing that goofy ass shit.
First of all, he be asking the same question every goddamn time, man. Did he seem bigger, man? Did he seem stronger? Was he? Shut the fuck up. They ain't gonna say, hey, our nation is in shambles of the shootings. Like, Tank ain't talking about that.
You think Gervonta Tank Davis telling his mom, he's like, Mom, stop celebrating.
Yeah.
Because he knew his mom already celebrating round 3. She knew his son was about to fuck his ass up. Like, Mom.
Bro, and then he got a motherfucker in his corner and not being 100 with him, man.
Yeah.
How he went every round with a jab? The jab wasn't landing.
Exactly.
That's
over,
nasty, boy. That's
We
gonna
loving
show
this
you.
shit,
That's
Tank,
gonna show
Tank
you
fuck
when you
this
box.
motherfucker up, boy.
That's gonna show you when you throw a punch the right way, you don't gotta throw it with all your might.
Nope.
If you punch it the right way, you don't gotta throw it with all your might.
It's the same punch that Juan Manuel Marquez landed on Pacquiao. It was a counter punch. Left hook. Same shit. Same shit. And he landed on the mat the same way Pacquiao landed. The same way. It's just Pacquiao didn't get up. This motherfucker, look at his legs.
Oh, straight
that
up.
shit was good. That
He
motherfucker
was
was done.
Bro, look at you.
Yeah, he was fucked up. he was bad the whole 10
bro,
rounds.
he was struggling, bro. They got to understand one thing. The ref really saved him. Because if he that can't get on his ass with his legs like that, it's over with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he in Rolling Romero's locker room. Yeah, get your ass in that locker room.
Yeah. Motherfuckers on Twitter going crazy talking about
Rolly Romero elected to not show up. Man, fuck you, man.
Wow, imagine if Floyd Mayweather would ever do some shit like that. Imagine any black fighter decide they're not gonna talk to it'll be hell, man.
Mm-hmm.
The PBC keep putting on the best fights.
Yep.
All right, man. The floor open for everybody still watching, man. What the fuck y'all think?
What y'all think, man?
Floor open for y'all, man. Kyle didn't even speak to the media. Exactly. Like, bro. Ox says the rest of let take the models. Like, nah, man, he did to protect him, man. He did his job. That nigga couldn't even stand up straight. That was a good stoppage. And most refs, they don't get it right. Either they stop it too early or they stop it too late. That was a good stoppage. The man looked like he drunk a whole fifth of Henny. He drunk a whole fifth of Henny and they couldn't stand up straight.
Yep.
His legs was buckling. Did you see how he was trying to get up? It's like he was trying to rev the engine. His
legs was wobbly.
His leg, no, when he was laying down on the ground, his leg kept missing the mat. He was trying to get up way before he had to get up. But his leg kept missing the mat. Like he was trying to rev the engine. Like, leave, boy. Get your dumb ass out of here, man. Like he was so embarrassed he got knocked out. He just walked out. His father should have made him go back to that ring, man. Like, man, go back to the ring, bro. You know what I'm saying? Got his motherfucker that D Mike said he knows the sport. They just said it's quiet in Rolly locker room. Plus he don't want to talk. Yeah, man.
Yeah, his ass,
they lose,
his ass
like
ain't even
somebody
his
died,
ass ain't
man.
even talking right now.
You gotta understand one thing, man. You gotta knock the fuck out, man.
Mm-hmm.
That shit be happening, man.
That's what
Especially when you be
happens when you run your mouth.
yeah, that shit be happening, bro. You got your ass laced fair and square. Got your ass laced, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Cause he running in there with his head held high, swinging wild.
Yep. That's what he fucking get. That's what he fucking get. That's what he fucking get, man. He deserved that shit. Make sure y'all donate to motivate, man.
That shit
Super
crazy,
chat,
man.
cash apps. Come on,
So,
man.
so, what y'all think, man? What y'all think, man? That's the thing, man. A
Yep.
motherfucker like me, hey, man. Roddy talks too much shit, so I got to roast him.
Yeah. His ass got put
The
on the
reason why the
fucking
reason why they
table.
didn't roast Ugas because Ugas, man, Ugas went out like a soldier, man. At the
He
end,
went out like a sucker.
no, Ugas ain't going like no sucker.
Oh, not Ugas. I'm talking about Raleigh Romero. My
Yeah,
bad.
no, that's the reason why I roast Ugas because Ugas went out. He went out like how you supposed to, man. He took an L.
Mm-hmm.
He stood in there. Ugas took a worse L. Ugas got beat up, man.
Yep.
And he stood in there. He said, "You know what? Respect the spin, respect his count." This motherfucker just left, man.
Yep.
He ain't fight
Yep.
well. He was getting out boxed like a motherfucker. What the fuck
Yep.
they be talking about, man?
Yep. I love this shit, man. If Ryan Garcia fuck around and fight Gervonta Tank Davis, his ass next on the fucking list too.
Oh man, Ryan Garcia needs to stay far away from Tank, man.
Yep.
Tank
ain't nothing to play with, man.
The reason why Ryan Garcia came in the tux, because if what's name would have won, he was gonna get his ass in that ring and call him out.
Mm-hmm.
But Tank won, so he's like, nah, let me sit my ass down.
Yep. I'm loving this shit, man, because Gervonta Tank Davis fucked this motherfucker up. You knew he was coming for that knockout.
Yeah, get his ass stopped.
Mm-hmm.
But the way he came in that ring and was bouncing off those ropes, I said, oh, this nigga ain't mentally ready to be in this fight, man.
Nah, it's over.
This ain't the WCW, man. Who the fuck you think you is? Ric Flair?
Yep.
He came in that business. And it wasn't even like the regular boxing bouncers. It was the wrestling bouncers.
You know, when the person talked to the level, the way that the roly-poly talk, you're not gonna want to talk to the media. You're gonna feel embarrassed. Because he was running his mouth, man. This motherfucker was running his mouth. He's a sucker, man. Because at least when you lose, take this shit in stride, man. Take it like a man.
God damn, boy.
He knocked that motherfucker out, boy.
That motherfucker was drunk, boy.
Yep. Tank got his ass. You can't defend that shit now.
He's bouncing off the ropes like WCW.
I'm gonna tell you right now. This is the roasting session we got to do right now. Mexican boxing community fan bases are on witness fucking protection. Raleigh Romero got done up. Canelo got done up. Fucking Oscar Valdez got done up. I mean, damn.
Crazy is I don't even know why, because normally they don't even support people that's not Mexican. So you mean tell me this fight they was going for a rolling?
They were going for rolling. He ain't even Mexican. They just wanted to see Tank lose. They wanted to see Tank lose.
One thing about Shakur Stevenson, I don't think Shakur Stevenson gonna walk out the ring and not show love if he lose. I think he man enough to stay up in there, man.
Yep.
Rolly played himself when he did that, bro. Because now it's gonna make people go harder on you, man. They gonna say you. They can say you was the one. You was the one that came up in there like you was Dragon Ball, like you was motherfucking Macho Man Randy Savage bouncing off the ropes. And then you fucking around and get your ass laced.
You got peeled.
Come on, man. You can't do that, man. You can't do that.
No, you can't. This is what I love, man. I love the fact Now you're gonna see Gervonta Tank Davis get an actual haircut now because the shit is done. When you see a brother like us don't get a haircut and just let his shit grow out, it's
Motherfuckers
because
fuck.
he coming for blood, man. That's what that shit mean.
Motherfuckers on their purpose, man. When
Yep.
I be on my person, like if I start writing a book, then man, my purpose is that book, bro.
Yep.
If I don't get around to getting my hair cut, this shit is gonna get cut.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Fuck that shit, man. I be getting girls anyway, even when my shit ain't cut. You know what I'm saying? But man, I knew I knew it wasn't gonna be too early. I thought it'd be later than this. I ain't gonna lie. I knew it wasn't gonna be too early because he awkward as hell, man.
Mm-hmm.
He awkward and he hit hard. You gotta watch out for niggas like that.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I'm still trying to get up in here, boy.
Yeah, I see that. I see you trying to get in, boy.
Yeah, man. But at the end of the day, this is the reason why it's a sweet science, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You can't cheat the sweet science, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you going up in here, throwing punches wild with your head all in the air. It's a matter of time till you get in with the right motherfucker. You know what I mean? That make you weak in the knees.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't talking about SWV.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't talking about SWV. I'm talking about how your ass weak in the knees, boy.
Exactly.
How your ass barely. Woo. Ooh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
Motherfuckers going crazy on Twitter right now.
Mm-hmm.
Motherfuckers when they put the camera on Ryan Garcia, they booed his goofy ass.
Yep.
Get your ass off the camera, man.
Yep. This shit is crazy, man.
Shit crazy, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's motherfuckers in here, man. Say how y'all feel, man.
Yeah, y'all gotta
y'all
say how
mind.
y'all feel with this shit, man. Because he exposed Raleigh Romero.
Yeah, man. Fuck it. Go ahead. Go ahead, man. For sure. Ooh, I'm finna roast it. And I'm quite sure this one gonna go over at 1K.
Oh yeah, easily.
Now the next should be the win. I want the next to be the winner of Cambosa's Devin Haney.
Mm-hmm.
Garcia don't really deserve nothing. I would like to see Garcia get the shit beat out of him, but he don't really deserve a tank fight. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
He don't really deserve a tank fight. But the winner of Cambosa's and Devin Haney, I want to see that. Because what the fuck they gonna say with Tank get undisputed, and then what the fuck they gonna say? They still gonna say he ain't fighting nobody?
Yep.
They still gonna say he ain't fighting nobody?
Yep. Y'all gotta donate to motivate, man. Cause this shit isn't exactly the way we said it was gonna end it. We didn't say it was gonna be we didn't see it was gonna be a split decision, unanimous decision. Everybody knew it was gonna be a knockout. It was just a matter of when. Raleigh Romero was humbled. Severely humbled.
That's why he got the fuck up out of there.
Yep.
And then and you could tell that's the beauty and the shit that irritates me about Al Heyman. Al Heyman only care about the business. And you can tell Al Heyman he don't give a fuck about it being biased, bro. Just as long as
you said that's what irritates you about Al Heyman. You said irritate.
Yeah. What irritates me is he don't get people that's gonna be like just call a fight. They still got that HBO is about it, where they be trying to lean against the black fighter and shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's what irritates me because these motherfuckers talking about Rolly was doing so good. All because you standing up straight, perpendicular, don't mean you doing good, man.
Yeah.
No, he was being embarrassed out there. Rolly was getting embarrassed for that knockout. That wasn't no good. That wasn't no good fight.
I think the thing with Al Heyman, the reason why he's caught, in a rock and a hard place with that situation is because how many of those announcers that's really out there like that, especially the ones that's real. So you only so caught up in picking out of the field. That's what you caught up in. Ox, what's up, man?
What's up, boy?
Long time.
Yeah, damn right. It's a long time.
I see
What's
y'all
good with
up
you, man?
here, man. I had to tap in with y'all. How y'all doing?
Oh, we
Great,
chilling, man. We chilling. What's good with you, man?
Hey, the stars been aligning differently for all of us, but we all, fall back into the right constellation eventually. I
Mm-hmm.
had to tap in with y'all tonight, man, at all the other channels, man. I've been in contact with Ross Heavy. I still follow your channel, and just our timing be off. Our timing be a little bit off, but everything's still on point. You know what I mean? So I had to get up here and climb with y'all for a little bit.
That's what's
Yeah,
up, man.
man.
Like you said, the timing is right. I mean, God don't make mistakes, man. The timing is right. So all of us are back up. We doing our thing. What's your take on it? I want to know what your take, Ox. Like, we really want to hear you, man.
Look, I feel the same way. Y'all. You know what? I can't stand a person that talks shit and don't back it up.
Mm-hmm.
I
Shit,
believe.
your order been dropped off.
Nigga got his DoorDash. He don't even know.
Oh man, you got to get that food, man, for somebody
Yeah.
come snatch it. Yeah, my thing is, Rolly was very disrespectful. He was very disrespectful. Like deep-seated jealousy, and this is what I noticed. I noticed in the All Access that his parents talked about how he couldn't really speak when he was a kid. You know what I mean? He had like a speech impediment. And they were talking about this up until middle school. He was undersized. He had a speech impediment. You could tell by the way he acts that, he's probably a victim of bullying, but he hasn't healed from those things. So he inherently projects his pain onto other people. He's inherently jealous and envious of people. The only way that, he's very insecure. He's very immature. And so
Right.
he projects all of that negative energy onto people who are in a place that he wants to be. Now, if you got to watch All Access closely. He was pushing the Mitsubishi. Nothing wrong with Mitsubishis, but when you look at Tank is in Lamborghinis. You know what I'm saying? He's in Rolls Royces, and
Yep.
he's in a mansion. Rolly mentioned in All Access, he just recently moved out of his hood in Las Vegas. He recently just moved out of the hood. He was still staying with his parents all the way up until the last year or two. Grown ass man.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Still staying with his parents, still staying in the same hood he been in. Whereas Tank, if I told people this, I was talking about this on Instagram. I said he didn't build up the gall to insult Tank until after Tank moved out of Vegas, where Tank was, and Tank moved to Atlanta, bought a house in Atlanta, then he moved down to Miami, down in Miami, or whatever the case is. Rolly became very boisterous as Tank's earnings and wealth and popularity and material, things and stuff like that began to manifest and grow and stuff like that. This man became jealous.
Mm-hmm.
He became envious, and he sought to dismantle God's work. You got to understand that we all children of God, and you got to understand the difference between the devil's blessings and God's blessings. And it's like, Tank has crawled, out of a deep, dark place.
Yep.
And it showed in his post-fight interview, even though it was his first post-fight interview, not the the press conference, but the post-fight in the ring after knocking this guy out, he could have said a number of disparaging remarks about Rolly, but you see the class, you see the humility, you see the etiquette of this kid from Baltimore that's tatted up, from head to toe. Look at the class that he showed towards his opponent who disrespected him, his family, his upbringing, where he's from, how he looks, his sexuality, all these different things.
Yep.
And he said, man, I hope that he's all right. He'll be able to fight again in another 90 days.
Yep. So
I don't want to hear nothing else about, people being associated with Floyd. They want to see him lose, and we'll still hear it anyway. But it's just like, we got to just, take it with a grain of salt. But it's like there's a large comparison in how their personalities line up. And I believe, good will prevail and evil will fail. Eventually, like I said, evil, the devil, he blesses his children too. The devil blesses his children too, but you got to understand there's a big difference between when you being, blessed by, demonic forces versus good forces. And I'm not trying to get all religious right now. And I'm not saying that Tank is a saint or nothing like that. But when you put your heart into something, you dedicate yourself to something, those fruits, are going to come back, the fruits are going to come back a different type of way. And this dude talked all this trash to where a lot of beta-minded people really thought that he had a shot. None of what he said, it's all about this dude is manipulative. He's deceptive. I'm talking about Rolly.
Yep.
He's manipulative. He's deceptive. He's envious. You know what I'm saying? He's jealous. If you really want the odds to shake in your favor, you can't have that kind of mentality. Yeah, like Floyd talked this stuff or whatever, but it really was from a comical place. He really was trying to just get inside the person's head and things of that nature or whatever. But he truly did have love and respect, for his opponents as far as they had love and respect for him. And we seen, tonight, everything that Rolly thought about himself, this false bravado is what I like to call it. He got his bubble pop tonight.
Yep.
I mean, everybody, we all gonna get held accountable. None of us are perfect or whatever the case is. It's the choices that you make on a day-to-day basis is what dictates your fate. The choices you make on a day-to-day basis is what dictates your fate. You got to know how to apologize. You got to know how to repent. You got to know how to let bygones be bygones. This man giving you an opportunity to change your family life. He giving you an opportunity to change your family's life, and you sitting there talking about this man like a dog.
Yep.
Who else is giving you this opportunity? You know what I'm saying? He could have picked anybody else. He could have picked anybody that he said that he ready for. He just, I'm going to let management take care of it. He talked himself into a hole he couldn't climb out of. And he slumped his motherfucking ass, and I was happy to see it.
Yep. And you know what? It's interesting you said that because Floyd, this just shows you the marketing genius that Floyd is, because although Tank didn't see the forecast of Rolly Romero being the fight, maybe Tank may have disagreed that I may have deserved opponent on a higher level than Rolly Romero. Floyd don't make mistakes, man. Floyd saw that this was the right opponent at this time, because let's be honest, it's not like Tank was going to fight a Devin Haney right now. Ryan Garcia is running. You know what I'm saying? Like a tail, like his head stuck between his fucking ass crack. And Teofimo's not available because Teofimo's moved up to 140. So this was the perfect fight for Tank to have and fight a guy that's bigger and still fight a stay busy fight and to be able to get that vengeance back and still be box office and still be able to be pay-per-view. So, Floyd is just a master, man, when it comes to these things. I think Tank is looking back on this and is like, okay, I see what Floyd was doing with this. Because sometimes fighters can be short-sighted in of themselves, and they don't see the full weight of what a guy like Floyd, who's been pay-per-view and box office years in and years out, they don't see what he had to deal with. You know what I'm saying? In terms of different types of fights, in terms of his box office numbers, in terms of his pay-per-view numbers, and what he's commanded. So Gervonta Tank Davis can look at this fight and say, you know what? I never had a problem with Floyd. I probably want to do my own thing, and branch off. And rightfully so. Everybody could branch off and want to do their own thing. But it's not what people made it out to be. It's not like fucking
let's call
Tank wanted to leave Mayweather Promotions.
Let's call a spade a spade. It's not what the LDBC made it out to be.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
They the one that's pushing that, man.
Yep.
And it's like then they get mad and say Tank don't know what he want. Like, bro,
how would they know what Tank wants?
Exactly.
Quit pushing false narratives.
Exactly.
If you wait until he make a decision, then when you say it, it could be true.
Facts.
It's no difference than if you own a corporation, I own a corporation, I own a corporation, and we talk about making the conglomerate, but there's rumors. But the Forbes don't wait until the rumors are clear. Every time they hear a rumor, they just make it a story.
Yep.
Then they get mad and say, well, these niggas don't know what they want. Like, no, nobody told y'all to make this story. Y'all make a story.
You know what I'm waiting on? I'm waiting to see if Rolly Romero is going to show up in the post-fight press conference because he has an opportunity to make up for the fact that his ass walked off on the ring. If he do this shit too, it's going to be an extra fucking sting.
He shouldn't be paid. He shouldn't be paid.
They got to pay.
This is why I say that.
You got to get paid.
No. It don't work like that. Actually, contractually, you have an obligation. You know, contractually, you have an obligation. You're obligated to make weight. You're obligated to arrive at a certain time. You're obligated to participate in, fight build up. Media coverage. You're obligated to travel to the different locations that they want to promote the event in. You're obligated to participate in the interviews because there millions of dollars are being spent, and offered and bid as far as sponsorship, and things of that nature, so that the promotion can stay alive. Okay, so you've signed, a contract that binds you to certain obligations.
Yep.
Right.
So you went in there, you made the weight, you showed up to the press conferences, you showed your ass and this and that. Okay, you lost. Unless you're getting in an ambulance, you should be talking. If you're not going to talk in the ring, you got to at least talk backstage. He didn't even want to talk backstage. So if you don't want to talk, after the fight, you don't want to talk in the ring, you don't want to talk backstage in the dressing room. If you don't want to talk at the press conference, you shouldn't get a check, bro.
True.
I'm not paying you for a half-ass job. That's like you paying a landscaper, and all they do is, they come and edge up the yard, but they ain't cut the grass, they ain't trim the bushes, they ain't below where to leave. Like, man, I'm not paying you.
Like, goddamn, man, you ain't even clean up all the leaves. Goofy.
Or at least with Floyd and Leonard Ellaby, as savvy as they are, they probably gonna pay him only what he contributed. They probably just gonna pay him for the fucking fight. They're gonna say, we're gonna deduct you for missing this interview. We're gonna duck you for missing this interview. I can see them doing that shit on the back end.
Now
his ass is just embarrassed like a motherfucker.
This is what they're gonna do. They're gonna pay him, but now because he did that, watch, his opportunity is not gonna be like they should.
Oh, he's done. He'll never be on pay-per-view again unless somebody needs a lamb for their pay-per-view, event. He could be somebody else's lamb, because I've never believed in his skills and his ability.
Mm-hmm.
I'll look powerful if I just pick a motherfucker out of the grocery store and start bombing on their ass. Like, that's the equivalent of the opponent. He ain't faced no past champions or no notable fighters or anything like that. And a lot of his wins, you can see him pushing guys down in the highlights. You can see him elbowing guys in the highlights. He was trying to elbow tonight. Trying to make it a rough and tough fight, like Oscar De La Hoya would say. So
rough and tough.
And Rolly Romero's coach is delusional, thinking Rolly Romero won every fucking round, man. That's some delusional shit. That's delusions of grander fucking delusions, because Rolly Romero was getting thoroughly outboxed. The first round, you can't count that because that's always fill out. But from round 2 all the way to 6, Tank was the aggressor. Tank landed more accurate shots, and you could see Tank was systematically breaking him down from the body, and that left hook was finding him, man. We saw that shit early. I remember Ox was saying that shit in the comment section. Hey, he about to get touched upstairs. And then Ross was like, yo, it's about to be 6th round. And I was like, yo, that left hook about to land. This is the thing with us, man. These three amigos here, man, we always saying the same shit just in our own different way, man.
Yeah.
By the way, I gotta say, Ox, them glasses, them shits are fire, man. I gotta give you that. Them
Hey,
shits are
I'm gonna hit you on the after this, and I'm gonna give you the link, man, where you can get them at. You gonna, hey, I'm gonna just tell you now, man. Don't spend your whole check. I'm gonna tell you that now.
That's what's up.
We veterans. We all about a good deal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna share a deal, with the partners, man, for sure.
That's what's up. Them glasses are fire. I'll give you that. Them shits are
Man,
fire.
these guys, man, like I said, I got a lot of respect for Heknows and Ross. We got some deeper connections outside of this sports commentating. You know what I mean? And you got to show support, man. You got to show support, man, and have each other back. We got to hold each other accountable.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people may have thought it was major smoke, between us. But it's just all about, men growing and maturing and holding one another accountable. And when you got three alphas, sometimes it's going to be, a little bit of clashing, but
That's it.
I want to highlight, Ross for pointing something out to me about staying on code. And the reason why, I had to come back to the channel, I left the channel for a little bit. I stepped away from online podcasting anyway to take care of some things. Family come first, you know what I'm saying? And, simultaneously, you got to stand up as a man, but Ross had pointed out to me in the Kanye situation about staying on code with our people. And we can't be hypercritical of our people and look at our people through the lens that the system has designed for us to look through our people in.
Yeah.
And we can still hold each other accountable and love one another at the same time. We don't have to hold each other accountable and throw dirt on one another. And I was clashing real hard with Ross about Kanye. And I don't mean to bounce around topics or whatever the case may be. But
That's all good, man.
That makes sense.
but we have different perspectives. We have different perspectives on stuff. But I think, we all trying to step into the same house. We just knocking on different doors.
Yeah.
And, and that's really all it is, man, but it's cool when we all kind of got the same mentality, same mindset. I knew Tank was going to come out here and smash this guy, and all this shit talking or whatever. We all from places in the country where we know you got to be about that.
Yeah.
And Rolly he don't have any type of equity to speak on the things that he's speaking of. Like, this guy will sit up here and criticize Tank's entire resume, but justify. Yeah, he'll justify, Tiafimo's losses and shortcomings. He'll justify, who's this guy that whoever Shakur just beat. He'll justify that. He'll defend Cambosis. He'll ridicule Haney. But this footage out there of Haney mopping the floor with Rolly. So it's just it's deluded. Like I said, the guy is delusional. He's bouncing off the ropes. He came out there to Prince when doves cry. What the fuck that even got to do with the fight? Like, he don't even know who he is. He don't even have no self-identity. He don't know if he want to be black or Latino. He's a confused kid. He's a confused kid just trying to figure out life, and he can't seem to understand. He got to have tunnel vision on his own path. He can't be worrying about what Tank is doing, but he want to shine like Tank. He want to be popular like Tank.
But he doesn't. Trying to get all these motherfuckers jealous, bro.
Yep.
Yeah, like it doesn't come like, you got to have your own identity. You got to have your own identity. You got to sell your own fights. And like I said, I don't want to bounce around, but I feel like the same thing is going to happen to Crawford.
Yep.
The same thing is going to happen to Crawford. You got to worry about your plate, the food on your plate. You can't be worried about what's going on the next man's plate.
Yep.
You can't count another man's pockets. You know what I'm saying? Like, one thing I don't like what men do, I've known Ross and Heknows for a number of years.
Yep.
I've never asked these men how much money they make an hour or where they work. If they decide to tell me or whatever and lose conversation, that's cool. But I don't worry about another man's pockets or occupation. As long as you ain't harming no women and children, it ain't really none of my business. But you got people that be in competition with you that you don't even realize.
Yep.
And like I said, with Tank, like I said earlier, man, this guy became an enemy of Tank after he moved out of Vegas. He didn't want no problem with Tank when Tank was roaming around Vegas, young and wild, and knocking people the fuck out, just at speaking sideways.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Tank, can laugh and smile at him, because they've already faced one another.
Yep.
Without the cameras, without the media, and people are like, well, he ducked sparring. Check this out. And they said, he texted Tank. He was talking to Steven Jackson about it. He texted Tank like, hey, I'm at the gym. Where you at? You got money? You should fly out here. Why would I fly from Atlanta to Vegas to spar you for free? Right. And if you really want this smoke, we can line it up for some millions later on down the line when it makes sense. If you really want smoke like that, since you really want me like that, I'm a professional fighter.
Yep.
Why would I spar you for free, or why would I pay you to spar me and I don't have a fight coming up? Why would I fly across the country just to spar you? Mm-hmm. And this guy tried to hinge his contribution of the promotion on these frivolous, baseless topics.
Yep.
And the beta-minded people, they didn't catch any of that stuff. There was no base, there was no substance in anything that Rolly was saying whatsoever. There was no substance in anything that he was saying whatsoever. 0 calories, man. 0 calories, dog. 0.
You're right. There's 0 calories. And the shit was fat free. And I'm gonna tell you like this, Ox, because I'm glad Ox brought that up, because from 2021 to 2022, man, it's been nonstop for me on the back end, man. From having COVID for 3 weeks to thinking I was almost gonna fucking die from that shit. And the same time that I was going through that shit, I was going through my divorce. At the same time I was going through that shit. Then I had a situation that happened in January early this year. And then from that situation to then my aunt passing away. I mean, it's just been nonstop, back to back to back to back. But the silver lining that I got from it, and I really learned that, how we all sit here and we say we tough, but you don't know how tough you are until you go through situations and you come out of the shit. Then you can sit there, yeah, I'm a tough motherfucker. Because every time these things keep coming my way, I'm rising above the water, and I can praise God and thank God for that. But the silver lining that I got from it was you came back around the weeds, Ox. My brother came back. My brother disappeared from our family for like, I mean, I think it was like 17, 18 years. I ain't seen his, I haven't heard from this motherfucker. We haven't talked to him. He showed up. So there's a lot of good that has happened as well, too, in behind the scenes. And we sit here and we focus on the negatives, right? We focus on life, shit that happens in life, but we always got to focus on the positives. This is why now today, the three of us could be right here talking shit out. We could sit here and olive branch the situation. He's right. Men are going to have differences, but I think that's the uniqueness, and that's the beauty of friendship. People are not going to see eye to eye, man. And there are going to be moments where people are going to they're going to have to hold their silence, and they got to hold their ground. I didn't respect you any less for that, Ox. You held your fucking ground. I held my fucking ground. We believe in what the fuck we believe in. If you would have just cowered and veered away from your ground, I probably wouldn't respect you for that shit. And hindsight 2020, you was mad at me, but at the end of the day, you respect me for holding my fucking ground. We got to hold our ground as men. When it's all said and done, when it comes to what we believe in, what we see, even if it doesn't make sense. Shit, I was on a live stream with my blood brother, Richie Rich, and I was blasting him. Ross know this shit on basketball shit. I was blasting him. And my brother sat there that was like, fuck you. I'm on my box. Fuck you, nigga. This is what I believe. You gonna have to eat this shit. You gonna have to accept it. And he did that. And I had to take it for what it was. He did not cower. That's how that shit gonna be sometimes, man.
That shit was crazy. I had to have a conversation with you about that shit. Like, bro, you can't be doing that shit to that nigga. Hey, you was doing
he had that conversation with me. You know what's the funny part about it? He had that conversation with me, but this is when I knew it was for real. my dad sat down and had the conversation. Hey, you can't be doing that shit to your brother, man.
I mean, it wasn't what you did, is how hard you was going. I said,
yeah,
God,
my dad told me that shit. And you know when your father sits you down, it's over. Like there's no talking. He was like, "What the fuck are you doing, man?" Like both of you came out of my shit. What the fuck? Like I can understand you have a little disagreement with him, and that situation. The reason why I brought that up, actually, is because it opened my eyes to our situation. When you have a brother at arms and you got shit going on, a lot of times you don't know all the nuances. Ross was the middleman, rightfully so, in the situation. But I never looked at you any less. I never looked at you like less than. I never looked at you this or that way. We all have our opinions. It is what it is. But we came out stronger out of this. And this is the difference that I always say with men versus women. Men can have their differences, but when they all get back on the same page, there's not gonna be this extra cattiness shit. It's gonna be kumbaya. We move the fuck on and we get stronger from the shit. We're not sitting here holding grudges. We're not sitting here being bitter about the shit. It is what the fuck it is.
Yeah,
What happened?
it's I tell you this, it's a lot of things. The key word you said was nuances, but I've always been tapped in, with Ross. Ross has played a pivotal role in some shit that he didn't even know he played a pivotal role in. And what I tried to do is pay it forward. And I was trying to get you guys to come out to Dallas, man, with me, man, for the Earl fight. I had tickets for you guys. You know what I'm saying? On standby. Trying to get you guys to come out. We'll link up for another fight. We'll be able to make it happen sometime in the future.
Right now, I can do that because I'm retired right now, but I can't do it.
Yeah, man. I was trying to get him to sneak off post.
The timing wasn't right, but I'm gonna tell you right now, the next fight, Ox, I'm down for it. Believe it.
I'm saying I'm putting him saving now, man. I'm trying to get ready for that Crawford fight.
Yep. That Spence and Crawford fight. I'm gonna be honest with you, we all probably gonna be there. We all gonna link up, man, because I'm gonna be there regardless. I'm gonna be at that motherfucking fight.
I'm hoping it's in Dallas. Man. And
I said, I heard. This is what I heard. I heard through the grapevine, Allegiant Stadium. They said some shit. That shit is in Las Vegas. That's what I heard through the grapevine. Some shit like that.
Yeah, because Bud retarded too, man. Bud is a black skill roller. You know how rolling a retard? Bud said Errol Spence ain't from Texas, but he don't want Errol Spence to fight in Texas to have the home crowd.
Yeah.
Either the motherfucker from Texas or he not, man. How's the home crowd? He ain't from Texas.
Yeah, because I heard through the grapevine that the deal
nigga retarded, dog.
I heard through the grapevine that the deal's almost done. And I heard the name that I heard. I have not been to that stadium in Vegas. I've been to the AT&T, but I heard Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. That's what I heard.
Yeah, my thing about that was, I went to the Ugas fight. My son and I and a few other veterans, Navy veterans, was in the house that night. And I'll say this, man. Everybody from different places in the country. I don't know if people have participated like in the MLK celebration or Juneteenth celebrations where it's just a whole bunch of black people out.
Yep.
And it feel like a family reunion.
That's it.
Normally Dallas is off the hook with the crime and stuff like that, but like I didn't see any fights, where I was in the stadium or anything like that. Only kind of uproar that I saw was Benavidez and Charlo going at it. Benavidez felt real brave in front of women and children, but as far as our people, everybody was dressed to the nines. It felt like a party. Man. I was thankful to be able to like have my son experience that when Earl came out. And I've been to Floyd fights. You know what I'm saying? I went to Floyd.
Okay, Riley Romero's at the post conference.
Okay.
They asking his ass questions right now. I'm glad. They Leonard Ellaby was like, "Yo, you better bring your fucking ass to this shit."
Yeah, or you ain't gonna get paid.
Yep.
Yeah, but like what I was saying is just one of the best fight
vibes. Now he's saying, Ox, what's your take on this shit? He's saying I just jumped into a shot. No, motherfucker, you got caught slipping.
Right, it's called being outboxed, man. You walk into the shots you set up for.
One thing I learned about these Latinos and Hispanics, they say everything but the better man won. Very few of them will. Ugas, tipped his hat.
That's why I salute Kodo and I salute Ugas.
Kodo, Ugas. Some of them will yield, what I'm saying? They will yield and show that humility because that's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's about. But see, he's not going to be able to fall under that umbrella that most Hispanics and Latinos fall under, where when a black man lose, he a bum. But when a Latino or Hispanic lose, they were a warrior. No, you ain't no warrior tonight. You would have been a warrior if you would have stood up there and gave that interview the way you should, but you tucked your tail and you ran like a coward. So he doesn't get to fall under that umbrella. And the way he's going to talk about this afterwards, he's going to slip further and further out of their graces because he already embarrassed his people, by getting knocked out on top of not wanting to speak at first. So, he's striking out tonight.
Romero is humbled right now, man. You could see it in his body language because they asked him what happened to the first round knockout. You supposed to get that first round knockout. He said, obviously, I didn't get the first round knockout because I was being tactical. No, motherfucker, your ass got humbled. There you go. Now you telling the truth. He said, I got hit with a clean shot. There you go. Now the truth is coming out your mouth. You need to get that check.
You're not going to get Gervonta Tank. You're not going to get him again. What are you talking about?
Yeah. You can't get no rematch after you got knocked out, man.
Now he's lying. He said he exposed his ass. How did you expose Gervonta Tank Davis? This motherfucker's delusional.
Somebody ran like a bitch.
He's still drunk.
Yep.
He just took a whole fifth of Henny just 10 minutes ago. He's still drunk, man.
He want another payday. He want payday.
Yeah.
Payday.
That payday
over with. You a coward.
First of all, you gotta make it to the end of the fight, nigga, without getting knocked out. Then you gotta make it interesting. Ain't no payday. And to be told, Canelo, you shouldn't get no rematch against Bivol. That was a wash.
Yeah,
this was a wash, man.
This dude don't have more than a middle school education. He doesn't know the difference between the definitive. He don't know the definition of fear and tentative.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like that's how low his IQ is.
Yep.
He only appeals to low IQ type of people. He wasn't. The idea of boxing is to hit and not get hit. He wasn't running like a BITCH.
This is the original thing of boxing that has returned back that I miss in the Ugas fight, because Ugas and Ugas's trainer Ishmael Salas, they admitted that Spence was just a better man. It's like this shit is taboo and rare in boxing. Just admit that Gervonta Tank Davis got the best of you, man. What the fuck is wrong with that? The better man won tonight. Why you got to sit here and say, well, he got exposed? Well, I was hitting him with clean shots. If that was the case, you would have won the fight. Stop the bullshit.
It's a reason why Leonard ain't smiling. He taking a cut out of that purse tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he was running around. I mean, he got hurt multiple times throughout that entire fight.
No, he didn't. Compulsive liar.
Yep.
Bro, delusional.
Sorry if my TV is too loud.
Yep.
This shit remind me of just how Teofimo was. Well, everybody from Top Rank, because Loma did it too. Loma was delusional. Teofimo Lopez was delusional, and this motherfucker delusional. Y'all lost, man.
Just accept in a fight, if it doesn't go your way, just say what needs to be said if it doesn't go your way and be done with it, man. That's just the reality of it.
What he talking about? Yeah, such and such was running. Shut up. How the fuck you was running? He knocked you out. How you do both of those at the same time?
He's supposed to stand there and let you hit him and knock him out.
That shit look like a
out of his head where that left hook landed shows you his ass fell.
That shit like a Street Fighter punch. He like Balrog. You know, Balrog hits you hard as a motherfucker.
Hey Ross, man, what you got in that cup over there, dog?
Right now, you know what I mean?
You can say Balrog.
Yeah, it was like ball rock with that punch, man. He got all his energy bar all the way down.
Leonard Ellaby is just being class act and he's being smooth about the shit. But Leonard Ellaby is annoyed as fuck, man. Like you could have handled this shit a little bit differently. He's laughing his ass off right now. But one thing I can say about Leonard Ellaby, that suit is fresh though. That white suit is fresh. That's one thing about us brothers, boy. We know how to dress, man.
Yeah, Leonard stays sharp, man. He a Virgo too, like me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm motherfucker, man.
Yeah, he got those fresh glasses, man.
Got them buffs on.
What people don't realize is this shit finna be getting talked about all tomorrow too, man. This
Yeah,
type of
all
knockout right
weekend.
here, this shit gonna be everywhere, man. It's gonna be motherfuckers in Uganda talking about this shit, man.
Yep.
Listen, man.
This shit gonna be everywhere, man.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Damn, he said 18,000.
I'm waiting on Ross to make a short. You know what I'm saying? That Ross got this legendary voice clip of him just laughing.
Oh yeah, his laugh is iconic. I'll give him that.
His laugh is contagious, man.
That motherfucker, man.
I'm waiting on it. I'm waiting on He Knows. I'm waiting on the first update. I'll be the first motherfucker on both of y'all shit.
Oh yeah, man. I got some shit. I got some shit lined up for this shit, man.
This motherfucker,
best believe that shit. And it's gonna be like that all week because Raleigh Romero gotta get it, man. This motherfucker done pissed me the hell off. He pissed me
I know
off.
y'all about to go in, man.
Yeah, man.
When you talk shit like that, you can't lose like that.
I'm going in because this is back to back, man. This is 3 Hispanic fighters that have taken it, man. From Oscar Valdez to Canelo Alvarez to now Raleigh Romero, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, these Hispanic boxing fans, they are pissed because they were hoping that Raleigh Romero. That's why they were rooting for him. They didn't believe that
Raleigh Romero was going to beat Tank is delusional, man. They need therapy.
Yep.
Am I the only one that noticed that Benavidez is not calling out Andrade?
Exactly. Oh, you ain't the only one that noticed that.
People, Andre is not what niggas want.
Am I the only one? Am I the only one that have noticed that? Originally, Benavidez ducked Charlo by not wanting to take a vaccine that over 90% of all professional athletes had to take in order to compete during that time. He never said, no, I don't want to fight you. He said, okay, take it so we can fight in the bubble. Let's get it on.
Facts.
We'll pay you more, whatever the case may be, to make up for the live gate that won't be there. We'll work out the pay-per-view shit or whatever the case is. Take the test so we can qualify to get in there and do it. And let's get it done. They want to glaze over that. And what they like paying attention to is this false bravado. Oh, he's a bitch. He's a pussy. Da 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 da. You fought only person you fought was an old Darrell.
Yep.
If you had fought a young spring chicken Darrell, it'd have been a whole nother story.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? If he had fought a young Pascal or some shit like that, like, come on, man, Pascal would beat Benavidez. Benavidez is from, my hometown city. I know all about them kind of guys, man. I went to middle school with guys like that. You know what I'm saying? Elementary school with guys like that. So I know his pedigree. And I've seen them do that same shit that he do to regular average dudes, but when they get in there with somebody that's truly athletic, it don't go like that.
It ain't the same.
It ain't the same. It don't go like that.
And here's the thing about it, Ox, because you said that. If he would have decided to do a catchweight, because Carlos said, let's do a catchweight. I never fought at 168. And, let's just do 164. I think that's perfect. You go down 4, I go up 4. Let's do it. His ass ducked that shit too. He ducked that shit too.
But never do that because he got weight problems.
Yeah. Cokehead, man. I keep telling y'all, man. Don't trust these crafty crackheads, man. That dude off that straight Mexican cocaine. You know what I'm saying? That he get that shit straight from Mexico right up the I-10 highway.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Crafty crackhead, man. That's all Ox right there. I remixed it in my own version and called it Cracky Crackhead, but I got the inspiration from Ox, man. I got that inspiration from him, and you know me, I'm always give credit where credit is due. When he said that shit, he had us rolling so many years ago when he said it about Tyson Fury, and it was the truth. It was the fucking truth.
we'll put it in layman's terms. A lot of these guys are not socially adapt. They're not socially adapt. They haven't dealt with different types of personalities and cultures and stuff like that to really understand these people. So they get caught up in a lot of the false bravado, man, the false narratives, the deception. They get caught up in that shit easy. A lot of people never been around convicts, and it shows. They never been around crackheads, and it shows. They never been around degenerate addicts, and it shows. They never even been around mentally ill people. You could tell Rolly is mentally ill.
Yep.
He made history tonight. He's one of the the few mentally challenged athletes that have made it this far. He's been great in the Special Olympics.
Yeah, you know what I hate about most boxing fans? That when a black fighter wins, let's say against lesser competition, well, lesser than the fighter, they'll say he cherry picked. But if he would have lost that fight, nobody would have been saying this was a cherry pick.
Oh, not at all.
They'd have been saying, "Oh, this was a great win for Rolly. Tank was overrated." That's what they'll be saying.
And I love the way that when you're a promoter, you always got to wear your unwrapped hat. And the way that he's talking about Rolly and Tank, this is why I have a problem with the LDBC when they sit here and say, "Well, Leonard Ellerby's on his last leg." He's talking like a hellified promoter. He's still building up Rolly Romero. Even though Rolly Romero lost, this is what promoters do. He said, "You see, this is why this fight was a pay-per-view fight." Rolly Romero showed he trained his ass off. He did what he was supposed to. If this was a white promoter that said this same shit, and i.e. Eddie Hearn, Bob Arum, they would have been kissing their ass. But Leonard Ellerby says it, oh, he's on his last leg. Gervonta Tank Davis is going to leave the promotion. Tank never came out blatantly and said, "I'm leaving Mayweather Promotions." So I don't know where they came out flat out with this. As a matter of fact, Tank's last words were, "This is the best promotional team." That was his last words. They didn't cover that. They didn't say that. They focus on, and then there was this other one that I saw right before the fight happened where they tried to lie and say Floyd said Raleigh was going to beat Tank. Floyd never said that. So why lie, man? It's gotten to a point where guys are flagrantly lying and saying things in people's mouths that people never said before. I think that's the craziest thing to ever do, man. It takes away from your integrity.
Low key.
Exactly. You know what he said? You know what Leonard Ellerby said? Tank beats any of these lightweights.
Yeah, I agree.
He didn't even
It started off as them being an alternative media because the media wasn't getting it right. Now they just become the media, making up their own stories and shit. They become just as worse as the other media.
They aren't big.
Hey, damn.
In terms of generating revenue, and guys aren't
exactly.
free.
I like how Leonard Ellerby said that. Leonard Ellerby said, "Y'all motherfuckers got to be patient." We know what's next. What's next is Devin Haney. All Devin Haney got to do is take care of your job with George Camboso Jr., which I'm not fully confident that you can even do that. Do that, and then Tank will see your ass at the end of that shit. He'll see you.
Sad thing is, man, I want Devin Haney to win. I'm always gonna go for my own.
Yep.
I'm not even confident Devin Haney against Camboso. I'm gonna be 100, man.
Especially, and don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if that fight goes Camboso's way. The Haney corner start making excuses and say, "Well, my dad couldn't be over there, and that's the reason why the fight couldn't happen." But listen, you knew you was fighting Camboso's. This is my thing on this shit. You knew you was fighting Camboso's way back when. You mean to tell me you didn't know? All of us motherfuckers. Ox, you was born at night, not last night. Ross, you was born at night, not last night. You mean to tell me when it comes to traveling, you don't know if your passport and all that shit is together, that you can't fly to a certain country? Come on, man.
His father ain't going because he ain't had no passport, man.
No, that's not it. Nobody with a felony can enter Australia. He has a 20-year-old felony.
Okay.
That restrict. But like I said, these guys, they weren't born at night. I mean, they were born at night, not last night.
Yep.
They as much as they travel, they know where they can go and where they can't go.
Gotcha.
it was manufactured to look like it's an issue, but this is something that the Heknows knew from ground one when they first accepted the fight that he wasn't going to be able to go.
I'm glad Ox said that shit because me and Ross didn't even looking at it like that. But
there's no built-in excuses.
Yeah,
rules, man. But let's be honest here.
But you guys don't understand the sport.
It's not like he was going to be a factor. He would have came anyway. He wouldn't even be giving no good advice, man.
Exactly.
He don't even be talking about shit.
I feel like Devin Haney has a better trainer in fucking Zab Judah's father. So that's why I said no fucking excuses.
Yeah, Bill is not, Bill
is probably the best thing that happened to Devin Haney.
Yep.
This probably the best thing that happened to Devin Haney. That daddy ain't gonna be there, man.
Yeah, that's what I said. It's an incentive. Like as a father, this is my thing. Okay, as a father of an athlete.
Yeah, but football. You could give your son advice.
Yep.
True, but I'm just saying it from a fatherly aspect. I'll look at it like this. I would tell my son that disrespected you and called you a boy. Now you the youngest boxer. Haney was the youngest black boxer with his own promotional company. He indoctrinated his own promotional company and was fighting out of ballrooms in Southern California when I used to live there at 18 years old. Okay, handling his business from day one. Yeah, that's why he never signed with different promotional companies because him and his father, they aligned themselves along the lines of the blueprint of Floyd, but they just happened to start earlier. So I respect them on that front. He called you a boy. He's disrespecting you. He's trying to get inside your head. I can't go to Australia. We already know that. Go beat this motherfucker and go bring them fucking belts back home.
Right.
Go get this motherfucker and show this motherfucker what time it is. Go get them belts and bring that shit back home. That's what I would be telling my son, and I'm pretty sure that's what Bill telling him. I think him not being able to go, it's not that he would, in spirit he would give, Dana, Devin a little more push. But this is the kind of shit that make you a man.
Mm-hmm.
This is the kind of shit that can make you a man. And, in my situation, like in my son's division now, the coaches can't be on the field, after 8 years old no more. So we on the sidelines, they on their own now. They got to really know the playbook now. They got to be able to think for themselves now, remember the plays and shit like that now. Yep. When you're under the age of 9 years old, the coach could be on the field. Okay, this the play. They can show it to him on the clipboard. You can't do that no more after 9 years old. So you gotta show up now, and that's how I guess this is Haney's opportunity to do that.
Exactly. I'm glad you said that, and that's why Leonard Ellaby is saying my guys haven't gotten the respect they deserve, and they've earned because of the fact that his guys have done the work. His guys have proven themselves, and not only that, his guys have really stand apart from the pack. So it's time to give credit where credit is due. Definitely. Mayweather Promotions is a legitimate promotion. For years, they've tried to sit here and make this promotion seem like it was second rate, and that was never the case. You got Leonard Ellaby, that's a hellified promoter, and Gervonta Tank Davis's box office, man. And stop trying to create this dissension and this separation because you got a black promotional company with a guy who was a former retired boxer who retired on his terms. You have a promoter in Leonard Ellaby that is connected like nobody's business, and he's a brother, by the way. And you got Gervonta Tank Davis that's commanding money that a Terrence Crawford, who's fought even longer than Gervonta Tank Davis, has wished that he could command. And this is where the hate is coming from, man. It's interesting how we as our own people, we hate on our own people as they move up the ranks in success. This is why it's very important for me on my platform to always give motherfuckers flowers, man.
I like what Leonard's saying here too.
Why they fucking alive? Give everybody they fucking flowers.
They were criticizing Tank for fighting smaller fighters and move up to fight them, but now they asking him about Shakur.
Romero, please welcome the undefeated from Baltimore, Maryland, Gervonta Tank Davis.
They will always change the narrative no matter what.
And I like how he said that. Y'all gave Shakur Stevenson credit. Keep that same energy about Gervonta Tank Davis. When he gets the job done, give him credit.
You understand? No disrespect, but Shakur is white owned. So for them to show
Facts.
love, to Tank Davis, I mean for them to show love to Top Rank, they got to give him the credit.
Right.
But rest assured, Shakur Stevenson leave Top Rank, they'll be talking about him the same way.
And Floyd knows, and this is what I love about Floyd. Floyd is a master of understanding circumstances and situations. What does Floyd do? He removes his presence completely away. So people don't sit there and say, well, you see, Floyd is there at the interview, talking, even though Tank is getting off what he's saying. Floyd understands all those things. So Floyd's like, okay, I'm just not gonna be around physically. I'm gonna be behind the scenes on this shit.
Right.
Just the whole, even when we weighed in, I knew that I could outthink him easily. You know what I mean? So I knew I was gonna, outbox him.
Yep. You see what Leonard Ellerbe said? He went like this when he said a lot of people don't give you that boxing IQ, but I see Leonard Ellerbe went like this. Yeah, you're right. Because Tank got boxing IQ, man.
You gotta understand, man. The media don't give you the truth. They just give you whatever narrative they want to give you. That's the reason why they always getting exposed. There's always a big exposing with the media, how they be so wrong. Because they don't mean to ever be right. They mean to give you a narrative.
Notice that all the PBC fighters, they act like they can't box. They do this with the Charlos, they do this with Spence, and they do this with Tank. They act like they can't box.
Right.
But when it's a top ranked fighter, he can box.
Right, because these motherfuckers talk like Bud Sugar Ray Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
based upon nothing.
Based upon nothing.
Based upon absolutely nothing. That man ain't been in not one war in his entire career. All he has faced is leftovers, inactive fighters, beaten fighters, broken fighters.
Yep.
That's all he's faced. Leftovers, broken, beaten.
That's not even cap. It's just
stopped, dropped.
And Ox, let's be honest.
They be struggling with him too.
If you and Ross saw that Crawford was dropped, I'm talking about legitimately dropped Sean Porter or legitimately dropped Kell Brook, we would sit here and be like, okay, the motherfucker got power. He didn't do that. We didn't see that in those fights. We didn't see legitimate drops. And I'm talking about like with power, with being able to do it off of his own ability. We didn't see that shit.
That Sean Porter shit was the worst. Mind you, boxing been rigged fights for a long time.
You're gonna lose when your daddy afraid of your opponent.
Yep.
That Sean Porter fight was the worst rigged fight I ever seen in my fucking life, man. The nigga was not even hurt and they stopped the fight. How was that legal?
I think a big mistake that's being made as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
A big mistake that's being made as we speak is not forcing Crawford to put his iron in the fire for real, and be in an actual war with somebody. He should be fighting Virgil Ortiz. He should be fighting Conor Benn. He should be fighting Boots Ennis. He should be fighting somebody that will, somebody that's going to scuff up that armor a little bit, because you're going to need it going in there with Spence. Spence is breaking people.
It's too late. He should have been already fighting these guys.
I love when us brothers get our credit. Leonard Ellerbe is looking at some of these media folks, and he's like this. When a nigga do this, that's like, yo, are you giving me my props now? Y'all know what time it is, man. Give me my salute. He deserved that shit, man, because they talk shit about PBC. They talk shit about Mayweather Promotions. They talk shit about these motherfuckers. So now everybody got to eat crow all over again. I love it.
Just talk about the love that you got from
exactly, bro.
Kind of the energy in the building. Like, did you feel
They saying he doing bigger numbers than Wilder at the Barclays.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man.
Tank
We
had
can,
18,750 people. That's packed, man. That's beyond packed.
Speaking of pack, right? What I was talking about a little bit earlier, man, is the energy. At the Spence fight was incredible, right?
Yeah.
That was actually my first time in the new Cowboy Stadium,
Mm-hmm.
and I can say this: it don't matter if you got a $500 ticket or a $30 ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Every seat in the house is a good seat because they have the biggest screen in America. So it don't
Mm-hmm.
really matter where you see. You could be standing in the carousel and still, get a good view of the fight. You just want to be in the building and feel the energy. When Spence came out, I've never experienced that kind of energy before. I've been at Floyd fights. I've been at Broner fights. I've been at Cotto fights when he was still in his prime and shit like that. I've been to a Zab fight when he was in his prime. I've never felt energy like that. I haven't been to a Tyson fight, but I've never felt energy quite like that. Words can't explain, but this is the thing about it. What I'm really trying to get to, the MGM only holds like anywhere from 19 to 20,000 fans. Meanwhile, Jerry's World holds 60,000 fans, 60 to 80. I think it may be 80 if I'm not mistaken. Is it 80 or 60? Far more. And if it's for the fans, it should be at a place that could accommodate more fans.
Mm-hmm.
They need to stop acting like Dallas is a foreign country. Dallas ain't no foreign country. It's an American city. They acting like they fighting in Mexico or Australia or Great Britain or something like that somewhere. Like Dallas is an American city. They're both American fighters.
They say Dallas Cowboys is an American team. I think Terrence Crawford, I already read his personality a long time ago. Terrence Crawford don't like to go in any situations because as top ranked, they baby crawled him. He's so used to being, the A side on top rank side of the equation that he can't be in a position where he's basically the second fiddle. He can't be in that kind of position. And I think mentally he's not wired to be in that position because if he's in that position, he's gonna be intimidated. I think he's gonna know that he's defeated and he's gonna go in like, okay, I already lost. You could already see his makeup, and that's why he's complaining. He wants that equal feeling, even though
you
he don't
complaining
deserve
about it being on neutral ground. This is America. How much more neutral ground do you want? Texas is in the middle of the country.
Yep.
How much more neutral do you want it?
Yep.
I don't understand that. But
because that shit is in Dallas. He's already lost before he even stepped into the motherfucker, and that's why he wants this shit on neutral ground. But it's not gonna make any difference, neutral ground or not. The outcome of the fight is not gonna be any different in terms of the type of fighter that's in front of you.
You didn't hear exactly. You didn't hear Conor McGregor say, "Oh, well, it need to be." It need to be somewhere on neutral ground. Conor McGregor, and you know how many Irish people were in the MGM when that fight happened? If you got fans and you got pool, when Floyd fought Ricky Hatton, did he complain about where the fight was going to be at?
Yep.
And it was more people cheering for Ricky Hatton than it was Floyd.
Yep.
They were still cheering for Ricky Hatton after he got slept. It's only
that's why Stephen Espinoza was like, that's why Stephen Espinoza was like, somebody is not being realistic in the negotiations. Stephen Espinoza been doing this shit forever.
Exactly.
We all know who's not being realistic.
You want more money, you want this, you want that. Like, man, this is all the more reason why. I say this, man. I'm gonna put this prediction out there.
Mm-hmm.
Not only is Errol Spence going to beat Crawford, he gonna retire Crawford.
Yeah.
He gonna humiliate Crawford.
Yeah.
He gonna make Crawford look ordinary. He gonna make Crawford look so bad. He gonna be viewed as food by anybody else if he stay in boxing.
Yeah.
And after he get beat like that, you ain't gonna hear no more from Crawford.
I think all of the PBC fighters got remotivated after the Wilder second loss. You saw all of them got on their bicycle and they got extra hungry, man. It was something about when Wilder lost that second fight. It was like the turning point for everyone. Spence got way more discipline. Tank got way more discipline. The Charlos was on some new level shit. And ever since then, they've been carrying that shit on ever since, man. And they haven't looked back. This is why You got 4 black brothers that that have dominated. I mean, Tank has dominated the small class. Spence got 147 on lock, and the Charlos got 154 and 160 on lock, man. And it's been like this for a number of years because they've been like, you know what? Y'all already against us. We're gonna train like our life depended on it, and we're gonna show y'all what time it is. Right now, ideally, this should be when fight fans should be clamoring for Jamal Charlo and Canelo Alvarez. I don't see why Canelo Alvarez, especially after taking a loss from Bivol, why that fight can't fucking happen. It's
Exactly.
realistic.
Yeah, bro. Like I said, man, I'm gonna tell you how much fun I had in Dallas. I
Mhm.
had so much fun in Dallas. I was on Indeed looking for jobs out there.
Damn.
Like I spent a week out there. Actually, it was supposed to be just 4 days. I ended up spending an entire week out there. I extended my trip. Only place I know where I could go get gas at 7 o'clock in the morning, and they smoking barbecue, fresh at the
Nice.
gas station. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
Like, Texas was love, man. The hospitality was love. The accommodations was love. You know, I got folks down there. The venue was incredible. The venue was incredible. It would be a fun event, you know, for Crawford and Spence to be there. You know what I'm saying? It's actually more family friendly than Vegas. Like you can
Yeah.
bring your kids to Dallas because they got Six Flags there.
Yep.
You know, they got Magic Mountain out there.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about the Sin City element of it.
Yeah, you don't got to worry about all that. You can bring your girl, you can bring the kids and shit like that. When you
Mm-hmm.
go to Vegas, you trying to just come with the fellas. You're not trying to bring the wife and the kids and this and that or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas is a more, you know, it's for the fans, it's for the families. If you're not really into boxing, you know, you got where the Cowboy Stadium sit at. You know, you got where the Dallas Mavericks play right over there. The Rangers play over there. You know, all in the same facility. You know, you got clubs all over the place or whatever the case may be. Tons of hotels. It's way bigger than Vegas, so you know the hotel accommodations are, you know, a little bit more spread out, so you can stay somewhere and not have to deal with that strip aspect. But the downtown nightlife club stuff is cracking. They got way better strip clubs in Dallas and Houston than they do in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
If you know what I mean, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
If you're
Yep.
looking for the same thing I'm looking for,
Yep.
Dallas got it.
Yep.
Vegas ain't got what Dallas got. They feeding a whole
Mm-hmm.
different type of diet in Dallas, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
So
I'm tracking the first time you said it.
listen, boy, listen. And as a single bachelor, I'm gonna tell y'all, single bachelor is a little bit something. You know what I'm saying? If you download a dating app and you pull up in Dallas,
It's over.
before you can get checked into your room, you're gonna have matches stacked.
There you go.
I'm gonna
That's
tell
what's
you
up.
that. You're gonna have your pick. You're gonna have your pick because
Pick it a damn litter.
a lot of them brothers out there ain't shit no way. You know what I'm
There you
saying?
go.
So it's
There
a
you
lot
go.
of good sisters out there waiting to get, you know, snatched up, man, just trying to go out, you know, and have a good time, man. So it's a way better, you know, you got a lot of escorts and prostitutes and OnlyFans type girls in Vegas,
Mm-hmm.
but you actually got women with careers and education, who just trying to chill or, you know, maybe want a little bit more, whatever the case is.
Yep.
The dating scene is there, the accommodations there, the food is there, the other sports is there, everything is there that you need. You know what I'm saying? Alcohol, plentiful, you
Yep.
know, everything that you need is there. You know what I mean?
It's good
So
that you explain that to the T because people need to know that shit. They need to hear that shit and,
yeah,
and absorb it for what it is, man.
yeah, for sure. If you can catch a fight in Dallas or Houston, definitely go. I kind of favor Dallas a little bit more than Houston, you
Mm-hmm.
know, but it's a beautiful area for sure.
Yeah, I haven't been to Dallas since the 2011 All-Star game. So it's been 11 years. So I'm looking forward to going back, man, and checking the vibe out.
Yeah, just on a random, like we going this summer just to go.
Yeah.
We going just to go, man. And the way we gonna do it is we gonna, you know, my buddy is a smoke pit, you know, smoke pit competition master. I love to cook too, but we ain't gonna hit Costco. We're gonna get some food. We're gonna grill and smoke the food out. You know, you can do whatever you want out there, man.
That's what's up.
We had a fish fry the night before the Errol Spence fight.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm sure that first fight was really good.
Hush puppies and all, man, all that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that shit was really good, man.
I-
I'm hoping it's in Dallas, and I'm hoping a rumor of that Legion, because that's a rumor, and we don't know until things are definite. But I'm hoping everything could pan out and it could be in Dallas, man, because I don't see why not. I don't see why it can't be in Texas. I can't see why Texas is not a great venue for the fight, because Texas is still close to Omaha, Nebraska, man. It's not
Right.
like it's a far cry from that. Yeah, you over there on Spencer's on Spencer's home turf, but he has the lion's share of the belts, and he has the lion's share of the pay-per-view. So rightfully so, man. I mean, what are we not factoring into the equation here?
So what it's going to come down to, this is a pivotal time in Spencer's career, obviously, because we already know this is like one of the biggest fight of his career.
Yeah.
But what this has done is this has ignited the fire. This is initiated the the detonation of this bomb that's about to go off. And what's about
Yep.
to happen is Spencer's going to be on an entirely different energy. Like, the B side never dictates to the A side what they want to do.
Yep.
The B side does not dictate where the fight's supposed to be, what they split is supposed to be. In my opinion, Crawford has done nothing in his career, or nothing recently in the last 10 years at 147 to have any type of negotiating leverage whatsoever.
Yep.
That's just how I feel. But see, the unique thing about this matchup is this: Spence wants this.
Yep.
Crawford was talking and barking and all this other shit or whatever. He said, okay, cool. Spence climbed to the top of the mountain. He went through his trials and his tribulations or whatever the case may be. This is the fight that the fans are asking for. Spence has patterned his career behind putting on a good show for the fans and producing, a good event for the fans. I think when Spence and everybody saw how big this Ugas fight was, everybody's talking about it. You can only imagine if Crawford was in the building.
Yep. I'm about
I
to
think
do a short on it, but the gate, because the numbers came out for the gate and
5
everything
million.
for the Ugas fight, ridiculous. There you go, 5 million. I mean, that's insane, man.
Insane. Crawford has never
Insane.
done that.
Never.
Crawford doesn't even have the business connections to where a arena owner has an ongoing contract with him. Hey, man, you can use our house whenever you want to.
Yep.
You good with us. We know whenever you come in here, you're going to bring revenue, not just to the stadium, but to the entire city.
Because Jerry Jones don't just do that with anybody.
Exactly. This man got the key to the city.
Yep.
But this is what Earl want. Earl, like, you know what? I just want you, bro. You want more money? Okay. You want to fight over here? It don't matter. I want you, dog. And so this is gonna be an annihilation.
Yeah. Because
I don't know if it's gonna be a
I want that
knockout.
body on my resume.
Yeah. I don't, I feel in my heart that it's gonna be a knockout. I feel like he's gonna break Crawford. I think he's gonna make Crawford quit in the pattern of how he's done these other fighters.
Mm-hmm.
I truly believe that. Because that's what he's doing. Crawford ain't broke nobody. Only person who's broken somebody was Fury, but that was controversial based upon, what was going on with his gloves. But Earl is doing this with, legal, legitimate gloves at a way lesser rate, at a way lesser weight, actual body weight. 147 versus 260.
Yep.
This dude 147 breaking orbital sockets, breaking ribs, breaking noses, and things like that.
And I think that shit, and that's why you see Crawford is doing. When you see a guy's doing all this negotiation, trip up, and all that, they scared, man. He saw what happened to Ugas' face. He saw Ugas' face, man.
And again, it's a mistake for this dude to go straight into the ring off fighting Porter, going to go fight Spence.
Yep.
And he doing karate in the gym, and he wrestling in the gym, and all this other that shit don't got nothing to do with boxing.
It has nothing to do with it. It's a different combat sport altogether.
These betas are impressed by that. Okay, Jordan Jordan played basketball. He played a little baseball. He played a little golf and shit like that. But he wasn't great in none of them things that
No, he
didn't
wasn't
matter.
great in none of those sports.
Right. I mean, a lot of athletes cross train. I mean, you got NFL athletes that play basketball and stuff like that. They got a nice jumper and stuff like that. But
But they're not great at that sport. They're great at the sport that they are primarily at. I mean, it
right.
is what it is.
But like I said, man, a lot of these beta-minded people, man, they be impressed by simple shit.
Mm-hmm.
They be impressed by simple shit. Oh, hey, he kicked a water bottle off the top of a guy's head. You know how many people can do that, man?
Exactly. That is not impressive. There's a bunch of motherfuckers that nobody knows that can do that times two, man. So let's leave that shit alone.
They be so impressed by all it. Like I said, with Porter, the Porter that Crawford fought was not the Porter that Earl Spence fought.
It wasn't the same.
It was not the same.
And let's be honest, if Crawford would have fought that Porter, Crawford's not even in a Spence fight right now. He's not in a Spence fight.
He's not.
Because Porter would have won that fight. I don't care what anybody tell me. Porter would have won that fight.
Yeah, Kenny, Kenny ruined that situation, because he's fearful of Crawford. And Sean and Crawford are kind of like frenemies, you know what I'm saying? Like, like casual enemies type situation. When your daddy is intimidated by the bully outside or whatever the case is, and y'all trying to pretend like y'all friends or whatever the case may be, your dad is embarrassed because his pride is on the line. He stopped the fight early. He should have let you, go out, fall on your shield.
Exactly.
But that didn't happen, man. We all know why.
And Derek James called it out. Derek James said they weren't on the same page.
They
haven't been on the same page. He gave that insider's information to the point that Sean Porter had to defend his position, but Sean Porter basically confirmed what Derek James was saying. When Derek James said it, it was like you could tell they were not on the same page, and you could tell that it translated into the fight. And you can also tell that Sean Porter and Kenny Porter, basically, that's why Sean Porter fired Kenny Porter. That's basically what Derek James said.
Fired him.
Because the dad tried to basically throw him under the bus, even though the dad knew that this whole shit was in type of situation. If the fix is in and everybody's in on it, why now you gonna try to throw your son under the bus at the end of it, man? Just everybody take their fixes in.
He didn't believe in Sean from the get-go. He trained Sean, out of fear and anxiety. And his fear and anxiety and stress, he projected that onto his son.
Yep.
Your son got to win this fight. All you got to do is help him, man. If you can't help him 100%, move out of the way so whoever can do it. But getting mad at Sean and getting inside his head or whatever, like I said, I'm gonna bring it back to me. It's about accountability.
Yep.
Working on one of my son's, flaws in his game, with the catching. He's a complete package. But I'm like, man, you got to get this catching together, and he can catch. But I want him to be an elite receiver. He's not a wide receiver, but I want him to have elite receiver, ability.
Mm-hmm.
And I was scolding him and chastising him or whatever because I wasn't happy with his effort.
Mm-hmm.
And my scolding and chastising of his work that night, it got inside his head, and he became so distracted that he became emotional. And I had to back off.
Gotcha.
Because, yeah, I want him to do these things, but he got to want it.
Exactly.
And he has to come into it on his own because I feel like he should have been doing it that night. That's not his timeline for that development. And I noticed that soon as I backed off, his hands was like sticky glue.
Because what you said in that moment stuck. So now it was just a matter of pulling back and letting him see it for what it was.
Right. And all I was trying to tell him is like, look, I'm not trying to directly scold you, but I'm telling you how another coach is going to view you when you make these mistakes, how the fans are going to view you when you make these mistakes, how your competitors are going to talk to you and treat you when you make these mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
And he understood, but I had to get out of his head so he can make the adjustment. Now They got to be able to think for themselves. They got to be able to make the adjustment. They got to be able to build themselves up. You got to back off. You got to know when to shut up. So now it's like sometimes I give my son a look. Sometimes I don't even give him a look no more. If he drop a pass, he just drop a pass.
Yep.
It's okay. I don't even pay him no mind. And then when I'm not looking, he catch something crazy. When I'm not paying attention, so it's like, okay, I'm going to just let him do his thing now. Okay. We focus on the training or whatever, I'll kind of, but he knows what to do. And I have to trust him. I got to trust that he knows what to do. And a lot of father-son combinations, it can be a little turbulent, but you got to trust your child. You can't, I'm saying, like I'm saying it about Kenny, I'm not talking about him, but you cannot train your child or your family member or an athlete that you're close to. You can't train them out of fear and anxiety of how you feel about the situation. You let them know how urgent the situation is, but ultimately it's up to them to adapt, man.
Yep.
He didn't let Sean.
And I'm glad that you did that, because you did what a lot of fathers fail to do. A lot of mature fathers fail to do, which is basically tell your son what they need to tell your son, and then pull back away at the time that you're supposed to. A lot of fathers will sit there and beat the drum over their son's head to the point to where the son would then fall up, or they'll mess up because there's pressure now, and it's this pressure where they have to deal with their own weight on what they're dealing with, but also the weight of trying to impress their father, because that's what a lot of fathers forget. The son wants to impress you too. So when you pull back, you gave him the opportunity to just say, okay, you know what? I can process it. I can see, what my dad is telling me. But at the same time, you gave him space to just do his own thing and get his mind off of it for a little bit. That's just like taking a test. They always tell you, don't overly study, because you're going to have brain farts. You're going to have a brain freeze when the time to test come around. They always tell you, after you study real hard and real good, take some time apart to just enjoy yourself. And then that way you could be loose and ready by the time the test come. And that's exactly what happened. He was loose and ready. And that's why everything was sticky.
Yeah, my son is so laid back and, reserved that, that's a good thing. You need him to be like that. But I was miscommunicating that personality trait. And what it came down to is like, I was stressed or fearful that he doesn't understand the opportunity that he has.
Mm-hmm.
And I would compare myself to him when I was a child, you know what I'm saying? And like, I was very urgent and eager to do shit, where he's like, kind of like more like laid back. And so it made me kind of question like his passion, or, are you aware of the opportunity that you have? Do you understand people are watching you? And he understands. He just processes it differently than I do. And I had to respect that and, yield to that. You learn your athlete. And I feel like Kenny should know better at this stage in his son's career. He should know better. Sean was capable of beating Crawford that night, but he had to let Sean do Sean. I noticed, Sean can't really think without his dad.
Yeah. And it'd be like that for some kids, man. They just can't think without their father.
Yeah. I don't want my son to be like that. I don't want him to be like that at all. So, you learn a lot. You learn a lot. I'm glad he'll seek my advice and stuff like that. I can show him stuff, but his learning curve has always been very good. But that little one thing with the catching tweaked the entire way that I'll ever show him how to do stuff again, And this was just one night. All I needed was one night to see, okay, you're going to make a lot of adjustments as a parent, but that one night, was a pivotal point. And there wasn't a lot of drama or nothing like that, but it was kind of like an aha moment. It helped me, mature as a father, develop as a coach to, where I'm dealing with my other athletes and stuff like that. Okay, how I even deal with them, what to turn on, what to turn off, when to go hard, when to back off.
It was a big moment, Ox, because not only did it boost your maturity level up, it helped your son's development, because a lot of times, children don't want to be embarrassed in front of other kids and peers, especially with their parents. So the mature move you made, it probably had a daunting effect. You probably don't know the conversations that happened behind the scenes, but there was probably conversations brought between him and his peers, like, man, your dad is cool. Like, he said what he said, but he didn't ride you, or he said what he said, and that was it. Like, he didn't sit there and hold it over your head. And then he's thinking about that, like, yeah, that is true. He said what he said, and he didn't hold it over my head, or he didn't beat it down a drum, because there are fathers that will do that. They will embarrass their sons in front of, and they would basically say, because you're my son, I got to hold you even more accountable than everybody else. They will say things like that. And that's not fair in of itself,
Yeah.
because you got to hold everybody to the same standard. So I thought that was very mature and very responsible for you to do that, because now it puts you in a position to where your son is going to acquiesce and listen to whatever you got to say moving forward, without him being having resentment against you. Like, okay, what is he going to say now?
Right.
That's going to go through one ear and out the other, because there are a lot of kids that are like that. They get beat up upside their head so much mentally by their fathers that it goes through one ear and out the other. They kind of just
Yeah.
do their own thing.
Yeah. It's his run game was incredible last year. He caught a few receptions or whatnot, but they wanted to use him more as like a deep threat.
Mm-hmm.
But his timing with the quarterback was off, and that wasn't his fault. It was more so about the line. The timing of the line wasn't where it should have been.
Mm-hmm.
And but they wanted to, he has the skills to get this task done or whatever, and the timing would be off. And I'm like, man, do you understand that you could win the whole game? You could single-handedly win the game.
Yep.
And I kind of regret telling him that. Because he's like, oh shit, like it's on me. I'm like, no, I'm not putting it on you. I'm just saying that you have the ability to take over this whole game yourself.
Yeah, you got that pressure.
But you got to seize the opportunity. And so my goal is to not pressure him about an opportunity, but to just make him hungry. I was just trying to incentivize it, for him, because I was one of them kids like, oh, I can win the game. Like, oh, give it to me. He a little bit different, he's a little bit different than I am. But he gets it though, he gets it. But like this, what I'm saying is just all about adjusting and stuff like that. And I didn't see that with Sean.
Yeah, once a father gives instructions to their children, they're supposed to have confidence in believing that what they said it's going to resonate, because there's also that element too. You say what you say and trust that what you said is going to stick. I mean, if you can't trust what you said is going to stick, then that's a problem in of itself. And that's another thing that you have to deal with as a parent, where you're basically questioning yourself, because the fact that you have to say something over and over and over again, that's a sign of insecurity. If you say something, you believe in what you said, and it had merit and it had strength, you said it at that moment, and you're hoping and praying that whoever you said it to, i.e., your son, they processed it, they took it in, and now you got to give them time to allow them to work on what you told them, and for them to allow it to digest their minds, and for them to process it, and for them to say, okay, let me take in what I could take in. Because just because you're giving someone advice, that doesn't mean they have to take everything. They could take the good with the good and leave the bad, because not everything that you're saying could also be 100% what they need in that moment. So they take what's applicable to them, they take what makes sense to them, and then now they work on that. But you got to give them that breathing room after you say what you say, not just stay on them over and over and over again. I mean, it's a human nature. No human being wants another human being lording over them. It's kind of like a micromanaging feel. It's like, okay, are you going to let me breathe? Are you going to delegate this to me and have the trust that I'm going to respond to it? And I think that's where some fathers fail. They don't trust. They feel that I have to stay on him the whole time. Well, if you do that, then what ends up happening is, when he becomes an adult, he's also going to have what you just said with Sean Porter, that dependency mindset, where,
Yeah.
okay, I'm always expecting that this person is going to say this to me. I'm always expecting that I could lean on this. Well, what if you can't lean on it in that moment? What if that person's not around? And that's what happened in Mike Tyson's career. That's when basically when Cuss left, Mike Tyson didn't have that voice anymore, and he didn't have nothing to lean on. And that's where that can become dangerous when you're so dependent and you're so leaning on someone that when it's all said and done, if that person is not around anymore, what do you do?
Yeah.
It's just crazy that way.
The key thing that you said, man, like, and what got us on the right track is the small phrase of "I believe in you." I'm gonna back up. So when I back up and I'm sitting there quietly or whatever the case is, and the drills are going on, he catching bombs.
Yep.
I'm like, okay, cool. You know what I'm saying? I can clap him up. I can high five him. He get into his zone or whatever. He not, you know, I'm not in his head at all, whatever the case may be. Now he's catching them bombs. You know, he's catching these bombs where, you know, he's, you know, like I said, 9 years old, but he's jumping up, you know, from the ground to the tip of his fingertips. You know, he's catching passes that are 7-8 feet in the air.
Yep.
So, you know, he's jumping over, you know, damn near half of his defender's height. You know, he's, you know, raising up above them, you know, 3-4 feet to get that ball. And so it's a whole nother threat now. It's a whole nother threat. So, you know, like I said, you got to give him room to grow, man. You know, you got to give you plant a seed, man. You got to give it a little space to grow. You got to water it. You got to give space, sunlight. They need a variety of things. You can't crowd it out.
Yep.
You know?
Yep,
I hope
that's
Porter,
true.
you know, I don't know what the future holds for Porter, you know, but you know, he's had a hell of a career. I like his resume better than Crawford's, even though he lost to Crawford. You know, Sean has put in the work. He's did what, you know, what you and Ross would say is the heavy lifting in the division. You know, he's definitely put that work in. You know, but
yeah, his
Crawford,
career, to me, his career is solidified, and you know, the sky's the limits for him and his podcast career and him announcing and stuff like that. Although, you know, I don't believe half of the things that he say. I mean, he is a good talking head and he's relatable to the people. You know, he's of the Timothy Bradley mode, but hey, it works. There's an audience that's always gonna adhere to what you got to say. There's an audience that's always gonna take in what you got to say. I mean, that's just the reality of human beings. We all see things differently. So he's always gonna speak to a certain group of people that's gonna be able to relate to what he has to say, and they're gonna run with what he got to say. So shout outs to him for being able to develop that podcast, and to see the forecast that, you know, his career was going to end when it was going to end. So he made a backup plan, which is a thing that a lot of people, you know, don't see, or they don't do. They don't make backup plans before, you know, the previous situations end. You find that with a lot of athletes, and that's why they find their asses, you know, scratching their ass, you know, 5, 6 years, 7 years down the road, because there's just not a backup plan. So he has a backup plan. So I salute him for it. And he has an audience, and people are going to listen to what he has to say. We'll just be here for the ride to laugh at it. We'll be here for the ride to call him delusional, for us that know his career and know really the nuances of what's going on, and we can laugh at it. But I salute him for that, man. And now he could be free. I think this is a time for Sean Porter to really identify. This is the first time in his career that he could really be up under his own wings and identify his own self as a man without the dependency of his father, with him not being in the ring. And you kind of see that. And that's why you see him more free now. He's more loose. This is the loosest I've ever seen Sean Porter on anything, man, because he doesn't have the Kenny Porter, you know, beating him upside the head or right there saying, you got to do it this way, you got to do it that way. Sometimes that's what it takes. So like we said with Devin Haney's career, it's the best thing that could have happened with him having to deal with Yo Judah as opposed to his father. We'll see how he responds. If he wins, to me, this win would be the most credible win of his career, because he would have done it with those odds, and he would have done it where he actually went out there, earned something, and got something, where they just didn't email it to him, or they didn't just deliver it to him via mail or something like that. Like, he actually went and beat somebody credibly and got it. He wins this fight against Kambosos, I'll be the first one cheering him up, man, and saying, look, this right here, this is a credible win, and saluting him for it, and saying, okay, now I want to see him versus Tank. Like, I'd be pushing for that shit.
Yeah, the reason why I feel that Haney, will win is because Haney not gonna go in there and play around with Kambosos, and Kambosos is not going to be able to. I feel like Tiafimo, and that we got our track with Tiafimo and like in Loma. I've always said that I felt both of them were hype jobs.
Yeah, you did
I
say that.
never believed in one over the other. I just always felt that like it didn't matter who won. Neither one of them wanted to see Tank right away anyway.
Yep.
And we could see in the posturing and the delusion of Tiafimo, we see how that went. When he beat Loma, he didn't call Tank out. He wanted to take an easy route and he wanted to,
he wanted to rest on his laurels, man, and just chill and hope that he was gonna take the easy route. And then the fact that he was like probably the most vocal with the whole WBC franchise belt and saying, yeah, I got the belt and this is what the stipulation of the belt is, so I don't have to fight anyone. Like, he was the most vocal in saying that. At least Canelo's slick in how he uses his ducking reference. Tio was very blatant with the whole ducking shit, man. It was obvious. Like, yeah, I'm ducking these motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck what y'all gotta say. Like, that was just crazy to me, man.
Yeah, blatant ducking. Just my thing about it is this: when Tiafimo, after he got dropped in that fight, how he began to apply pressure and come back. He did fight his heart out. He did come back and give, Kambosos a run for his money. Left him pretty banged up and scratched up. Of course, Tiafimo had his marks on him too, or whatever the case is. But he gave Kambosos a hell of a fight, and I don't feel that Tiafimo's boxing ability is anywhere near Haney's whatsoever. And so he's gonna have to deal with, how you gonna really hit Haney, how you gonna really hurt Haney. I really doubt that he has more power than Linares. I know he'll have the hometown crowd and all that stuff like that, but the crowd can't fight for you. The judges can't fight for you. You got to show up.
You got to go out there and do it yourself.
Exactly. And it's like, this kid, he really does want to be the man. He really does want to be the undisputed champion. He's not coming out there to play with you. I do wish that Haney had more pop, but he may not have all the power, and I can't even front on his power. He's fighting top level competition. You're not going to wash everybody, especially when you're fighting the best to get in position to fight the other best people out there. But I think he has enough skills overall. I believe overall he's a better boxer.
He should in that fight. I mean, at worst, he should outpoint Kambosos. I mean, I see what you're saying. I mean, I don't see why Devin Haney should not win that fight. And we all said it. The best thing could possibly happen to him. He actually has a real trainer in his corner and a guy that's going to tell him, all of the, like, reinstill all of the basics that he learned through all of the people that he was around. And he's been around good stock. He's been around Zab Judah, Floyd, Yo Judah, Floyd Sr., Jeff, Roger. He's been around all these guys. So now it's time to pay off those dividends and just show it. This is the fight where you show that pedigree. You've been around Roy Jones Jr. Show the pedigree, man. Show that.
Yeah, Teofimo Lopez don't have no self-identity. He's not his own man.
Yep.
He's not his own boss. Like I said, father is an alcoholic. Ignorant as fuck. They're compulsive liars.
Yep.
They harbor a lot of jealousy and envy. They're just not good-hearted people. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to stay on top with those kind of attributes for long.
Yep.
You're going to be temporary rewards and stuff like that. A temporary reward is a lot different than like an actual gift.
Yep.
An actual gift that you could cherish, forever.
I agree.
And
that's why we seeing the difference between that. And his father is just no longer that voice. His father should have left that corner a long time ago, man. He just decided not to, and you see that they've suffered for it. Yeah. And Teofimo Lopez is still going to suffer for it. As long as that father is the main head trainer behind that corner, he's going to get more losses to come, man. He's going to have to make changes.
Yeah, he didn't just lose. It's like they burned a lot of bridges with like promotional companies, networks, venues. They burned a lot of bridges. They got that built. They got real cocky. Like I
Yep.
said, his father has always been problematic. A lot of people don't even really want to do business with Teofimo Lopez. I don't see him being a major headliner unless it's a top prospect that they're going to use Teofimo like maybe as like a gatekeeper or something like that. But I don't
Yep.
think that, no.
Yeah, because that whole situation with Bob Arum, you got to let that shit play out smoothly. Because even Shakur Stevenson, he's with Bob Arum, and he's not always happy with everything that's going on. But Shakur's making the right moves, and Shakur's figuring out, okay, I got to know when to push the buttons and when enough is enough and when to know there's a limit as to what I'm doing, and not overly step. And that's what Teofimo Lopez was doing. He was overly stepping. Oh, we just gonna go over his head. Oh, we are box office, or we're the cash cow, or we're this, or we're that, or when it's all said and done, it's all on us. It's on this. It's nonsensical to do stuff like that, and to think in your mind that a guy who's been in the sport as long as Bob Arum's been around, you burn that bridge. He has cachet, man, and that trickles down to other places. Eddie Hearns of the world are going to see that. Al Heyman of the world are going to see that. Even though Al Heyman and Bob Arum may have their differences, they still it's a fraternity. Believe it or not, it's a fraternity. And if you could do that with that fraternity of that person, that's the same way you could do it with me. And that's just the respect line of it. Lou DiBella, all of these people, they're gonna look at it like, okay, can we invest in this kid? And if somebody does invest in him, you'll notice they won't invest in him long term. It'll be a fight by fight. Okay, let's see what you do for this fight. And if you can do this for this fight, we see this in the NBA, we see this in football, we see this in other sport. When it's somebody they don't trust, okay, we're gonna get you in for this year. We're gonna get you in for this contract for a very small period of time. We're gonna test you out and see what you could do. And let's see if you could own up. It's like a second chance, so to speak. And I think that's what Teofimo Lopez is getting, that second chance. Let's see what you could do in this second chance contract. Are you gonna acquiesce? Are you gonna not? Are you not? We don't care if you run your mouth, or whatever, but are you not going to spit against the promotion that's helping you, that's pushing you, and that's building you up? Not one time have you seen Gervonta Tank Davis say anything negative, polarizing, or against Mayweather Promotions. Never. You just never seen that. He's basically along the lines of giving them credit, have said that they've pushed my career, they've helped my career, they've pushed me in the right position, and I'm thankful for that.
Right.
If he's ready to spread his wings, he's ready to spread his wings, but he's not going to be disrespectful about it, especially when he's still signed on the dotted line. And that's what the Lopez were doing. They were signed on the dotted line with Top Rank, spitting on Bob Arum. What do you think was going to fucking happen with that? That's just crazy to me, man.
Delusional.
Yep.
Delusional. Now they out in the cold.
Yep.
Irrelevant. Out in the cold. Same thing with Loma. Loma got a little bit more hype behind him, but I see Loma get knocked out real soon. They gave him a little cherry or whatever the case is to get his beak wet. He's probably sitting back waiting to see what's going to go on or whatever the case is. But, he ain't forgot, he got beat with body shots.
Mm-hmm.
He got beat with body shots. He didn't even get, hit. He got hit with some hard shots, up top or whatever the case may be. But you got dominated by a hype job. When you fight somebody really real for real, they're going to really expose you.
Yep. You're absolutely right.
Man. I know Shakur better keep his mouth shut, man. I ain't been impressed with none of the shit Shakur been doing.
Yeah, Shakur Stevenson, he has ways to go. And he just has more fights to build up. The only thing that I can say that I'm impressed with him is the fact that he did fight 2 back-to-back champions and he won. And in boxing, that's not something to sniff at. Yeah, his performances could have been a lot better, and I see where a lot of people's critiques are in his performances in both fights. But nevertheless, he got the job done. And there's a lot of people in his position if they were in his position, like the Regis Progrades of the world, they will fold. So I got to give him at least the credit that, you know, he was put in a position where he had back-to-back champions and he delivered. Now it's going to be, what does he do after that? Because now I want to see him move up to 135 because I don't feel like there's nothing else for him to do at 130. Move up to 135, build himself up, and become the new lightweight guy there and establish himself. If he can be dominant at 135, now we got to look at him like, okay, there's something there with this kid. Because 130 and 135, that's like the difference between 140 and 147. Like, okay, you did your thing at 130, but we know everybody's at the lightweight division. If you can build yourself up there and you can stand out, now we got to look at you a little different. Like, okay, this kid right here, there's something there. So sky's the limits for him. It's going to take him more to prove and show and prove. I agree with that. But I think his future looks bright because the difference that I'm seeing with Shakur as opposed to other fighters like a Teofimo Lopez or Ryan Garcia, Shakur's just doing the shit fight after fight. Unlike Ryan Garcia that's being social media, Teofimo Lopez running his mouth, Shakur's actually just going in, getting these fights out the way, and getting these fights under his belt, fighting and moving on to the next. And we don't hear from him after those fights. We don't hear him running his mouth. We don't see him jump roping, trying to impress us on fucking social media. We don't see none of that bullshit. We just see him trying to make fights. So that's the one element of him that I actually like, but I want to see more. I agree with you on that. There's more to prove. When you're dealing with young fighters, there's more. It's like Jerome Boots Ennis. There's way more to fucking prove, man. You know, before you get my attention and you impress me, what you gonna do when you actually have to fight against someone that can actually punch back, someone that can actually stay there and have punch resistance, that can actually test you, that can test your chin, that can make you move back. You know, what are you gonna do? Virgil Ortiz is there. You know, and this is what I like about UK as opposed to US fighters. The UK fighters will throw guys that are around the same age that are up and coming, they'll throw them in to fight each other as early as possible just to see who's better. In the US, it's always like we gotta wait, let them build up. That's the only thing that I like with UK. Virgil Ortiz is right there, man. What is it that you and Virgil Ortiz can't fight right now? So what? One of y'all catch an L. Let's see who's better, man. Prove it. Like, get the shit out the way. You got Gary Antoine Russell. Prove it. Let's see who's better. Let's see if you can beat these guys. Now you beat these guys. You've proven you've cleared out everyone out of your generation. Now, when you call out these guys that are up and coming, people will respect you more because they're gonna say, "Okay, well, he cleaned out his own generation." So shit, there's nothing else for him to do. He's proving himself.
Yeah.
And now we can't really run our mouths and say that, you know, he's wet behind the ear. No, he's done it. That's what Floyd did, man. Floyd cleaned out everybody in his generation. That's why they had to push him to where he had to fight guys that were before him, because he cleaned everybody else that was on his level. It was the same shit Andre Ward did. Earl Spence did that when he was fighting those, you know, Samuel Vargas, Chris Van Heeten. All of these guys were up, and they were guys that came up the ranks with Spence. Clean these guys out. This is what the fighters are supposed to do. Clean guys out at your level first, and then that way, when you start calling these guys at a higher level, there's a reputation there. There's a backing, and there's a record there that says, well, we can't say he's not ready because he's cleaned out everything at that level. Now we need to test him at the next level and see if he's ready there. And that's what I see that's going on. It's this language in boxing where, you know, fight fans are lazy and these new fighters are lazy and they just want a shortcut to the promised land. And there's nothing in their substance or their record that proves that they've earned the promised land. I mean, it's just ridiculous. You mean to tell me he's ready to fight Crawford and Spence? So y'all want to fuck up the Spence and Crawford undisputed? That's a different trajectory. Just because you want to throw a new kid in the mix? No. Spencer Crawford needs to fight because they've been in their genre. Boots needs to fight Virgil Ortiz. That's his genre. And clean that shit out and move up. Now you beat Virgil Ortiz or these types of guys. Now we want you to fight a Keith Thurman. Now you ready for that kind of fight because you're proving yourself. And then you beat a Keith Thurman or somebody like that. Okay, shit. Yeah, now if you call out these motherfuckers, now you got a body of work that prove that you can call these motherfuckers out. And now
that's why I say, like, you know, at least like a Conor Ben.
Yep.
a Conor Ben, I feel like that's a fair, that's a competitive,
Yep.
he's a contender. He's a
Yep.
contender. I feel like that, that could be made.
Yep.
Yeah, man, it's been an incredible night, man. The boxing, it's a lot of good boxing, a lot of good fights, ahead for us, man. It's all entertainment at the end of the day. We hold a strong stance on certain issues, but we don't take nothing personal. It ain't nothing personal. I don't know Rolly to take nothing personal against him. It's just like the whole way that he was moving, all the shit that he was talking. Like, man, nah, man. He got what he deserved tonight.
Yeah, he got what he deserved tonight, and you reap what you sow. And when you talk trash like that, just expect now. We're gonna see Rolly not talk for a while. He's gonna come back talking because he's just that kind of individual. You can see that with him. But for a while, you're not gonna hear from him. You're gonna disappear for a little while because
Yeah.
he's gonna basically be bomb blasted all over social media. And there's no way when you're embarrassed like that you're gonna want to take the heat from that level of embarrassment. You're just gonna just gracefully bow out and accept your fate. So he deserved what he got. Gervonta Tank Davis, it's a beautiful thing when you say you're gonna do something and then you do it. So Gervonta Tank Davis gets credit. He said he was gonna knock him out. He wasn't gonna leave it to the scoring card, and that's exactly what he did. That was a well fucking punch. That wasn't no telegraph punch. It was a perfectly placed punch, and it was a punch that was landed all night. It was just a matter of when that punch was gonna have some pop behind it. It had some pop behind it, and Raleigh Romero was done because those legs, even by the time the judge called 10, those legs were still like pancakes, man. So you knew he was out. His faculties wasn't there, man. It is what it is. He got stunned with a good shot.
He gonna get slept again by somebody else.
Yep.
He gonna get washed out. This is the beginning of the end.
Oh yeah.
It's the beginning of the end. And like I said, he went about it in such a disrespectful way.
Yep.
Like the way that Leonard Ellaby and Tank laughed at, they were like, well, he's already asking for, a rematch. He said that you ran and he won every round and all this and that. He just got hit with a lucky punch. Like, you don't even know how to take your loss humbly. Why would somebody want to give you another opportunity? They already done made their money. They gonna move on. They're not going through that circus show again. They off and on to bigger, better things. Like you said, they waiting on to see what's gonna happen with Haney and Cambosis. Why would they be worried about you again? You know what I'm saying? Like all that bullshit. They not about to invest no more big money into you fighting again. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
They're not gonna do that. Probably a big fight. He may be able to fight Ryan, or he may be able to fight his homeboy Tiafimo. They may be able to get together and do a fight. But as far as them getting something off a Tank or a Shakur, like they done price themselves out and box themselves out.
Yep.
So many disrespectful. This fool said I'm the most explosive fighter in boxing, and barely landed on Tank. And when he did land on Tank, Tank ate that shit.
He what he did was he just basically if Roly Poly, because that's what I call him, Roly fucking Poly. If he's nothing, he's good at running his mouth to where you want to see him get beat up. Yeah, I'll give him that. If he ain't nothing else, because he did create enough buzz and excitement from his mouth in us wanting to see if he was gonna back up what he was gonna say, or he was gonna get put on his ass. So we knew he was gonna get put on his ass, but it was interesting. He built the storyline, and now Tank can look, and you know what's gonna happen? What they started is something that's gonna become a uniform thing in boxing. If you see a up and coming star or a star have a problem with somebody that's used to be a sparring partner in the same camp, you're gonna now see Mayweather Promotions created a new avenue. You're gonna start seeing those types of fights.
Yeah.
They're gonna be those types of fights where that up and coming star or that star that had a problem with somebody that was in the same camp with them, or if y'all got this issue, squabble it out professionally. Like Mayweather Promotions created a new lane. I think people don't realize from a marketing standpoint what they've created in the sport of boxing, and you're gonna see more of this moving forward. It's gonna be insane. That's another creative, world-breaking thing that they were able to do. And you're gonna see this uniformly. You're gonna see other promotions you do this because they're gonna be like, well, wow, this sold, this did numbers. So we can definitely do this. We know a guy that's a star that's having an issue with another guy. Let's build the fight up. Let's make it seem like they got bad blood. Blah 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 blah. Let's do this. And this whole thing where you see guys pushing guys off of the stage, that shit is gonna become more of a thing. It's gonna start looking WWE. I think it's gonna start getting outrageous because it started with Canelo, then you saw it with Tank. That shit is gonna become a recurring thing because they're gonna do anything to sell fights, man. All this shit about, oh well, we're not gonna let this happen again because you know we're wondering about the fighter's safety. A lot of people were talking about that. That's what made people want to fucking tune in. So that's gonna happen more and more often. I'm sorry to say. If it
Yeah,
works from a marketing standpoint, they're
it
gonna
worked.
use it.
It worked.
Yep.
Earl said, he said, put his ass in the dirt.
Yep. And he put his ass in the dirt, man. But yeah, Ox, this was real, man. This was a great live. I'm glad, you know, we were able to touch back up. Those shades are looking great, man. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just glad to get your voice. I'm glad everybody was able to tap in and get your voice and get your presence. Obviously, you know, we're gonna do this more often. We're gonna have your voice back on this platform, man. And then that way, you know, people can get your take and kind of ask you questions on how things have been, you know, because it's been a minute, and just power out with you and catch up.
Yeah, you know, whenever I can, man, you know, I'll tap in with you guys. You know, we all got, you know, pretty busy schedules. You know what I
Yep.
mean? And you know, we'll wrap, you know, one on one, you know, a little bit more for sure. You know, but like I said, I've been staying tuned and tapped in or whatever. You know, the last several fights that have been going on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I always refer to, you know, you guys as channels. You know, so I support my own. You know, and you know, we go back
That's
to
what's
like
up.
what 2018, 2019.
Yep.
So, you know, like I said, I always, you know, I'm always lurking. I'm always lurking. You know, and like I said, you know, your content, Ross's content, man, be hilarious. You know, and you know, it's all
Salute,
love,
man.
man. It's all respect.
Salute, man. We appreciate you, man, and we
Yeah,
appreciate everyone that you know contributed in the panel. Man, y'all have a great Saturday, man, and y'all be easy. Y'all do what y'all got to do, and that's the place that I'm in 2022, man. Just giving people their flowers while they're still around,
for sure.
because you just don't know when they're gonna go, man. I mean, especially with the whole Kevin Samuels situation, it just showed you got to give people their fucking flowers while they're here,
Yeah,
because you just never know, man. The next day, that person could be boof, they could be gone. But you could rest assured if you told the person you love them, you told the person you know you care for them, and you was you was in good spirits with that person, you're gonna be sad the person's gone, but at least your soul will be at peace knowing that y'all was good to go. And that's a very important thing, man. Very important thing.
definitely, man. Like I said, you know, my condolences to you and your family. And you're right. You got to give people their roses, you know, because you just never know. You know, I had a personal situation like that happen with me where, you know, a loved one called me,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and I normally don't even answer unknown numbers that I don't know. But I answered this phone call and we spoke and made amends and shared love. And a few hours later, you know, they were called home. Literally a few hours later, we had just
Wow.
spoken. And so, but although I was shocked and, you know, hurt, my soul is, you know, my spirit has been at peace knowing that I was able to share that love, you know what I'm saying? That, you know, at the
Yeah.
last minute. Uh, so, you know, like I said, man, like we'll talk a little bit more and, you know, we'll take it from there, man.
Yeah, that's what's up, man. And
For
we
sure.
know Spencer Crawford's happening next. So that gives the three of us an opportunity to be in person, face to face, touch up. Man, there'll be a lot of photos that we'll be able to take. You know, a lot of times that we'll be able to enjoy, places that we'll be able to experience, and fun we'll be able to have. And what we definitely, you know, will share on the platform, man, so you guys can see it, because that's the place I'm at right now. Um, and that's what He Knows Everything is different from He Knows His Sport. He Knows Everything is more about just being the full unadulterated version of myself. and not being as telegraphed or not being as, I got to be so professional and be so, this is what I can show as an element of my life versus now it's like it's uncut, man. Everything I'm feeling at the moment, that's what I'm putting out there, man.
Yeah,
And I think that's going to be an organic experience for all of us. We all are going to be laughing. Everybody's going to get our facial expressions. And it's going to be a beautiful moment, man. We know it's happening at the end of this year. It's just a matter of what month. And once we know what month it is, man, plane tickets, everything's going to be all set up, man, ready to go. It's just a matter of showing up. That's it.
Showing up, yep.
Yep.
For sure, man. Well, shit, man, you have a good night, man. Continue to have a good weekend.
You as well. And y'all be easy. Y'all take care. Peace.
Peace.